So if we've moved the substitute, so I'd like to just talk for a minute about our agenda. Yes, this was done without objection. Thank you. Commissioners, last year's agenda with Morrison Strategies, I'm going to go through it, if I may. This it says Morrison Capital Strategies. You all should each have his report, and he will be coming back later in the fall or as needed if we have other additions to our agenda. So I'm going to go through it, and Commissioner Mills, I'll address the jail, and I'm open to other suggestions if you would prefer different wording. So the Shelby County Commission, we achieved legislative success after adopting a condensed, more targeted legislative agenda in 2025. Although some items were either not considered in committee or not included in the budget at the state, this is not the end of the road, and I'm reading from his report. Some items from the 2025 agenda remain viable for the 2026 legislative agenda, and I'm going to go through his report. So our first item, which will remain on our legislative agenda, is healthcare infrastructure. We requested state support for $400 million over 2 years for the capital project for Regional 1 Health in partnership with the UT Health Science Center. And that's not exactly accurate about over 2 years, because we remain open to any length of time to receive state dollars. And as you know, the status is that we received no state funding for the item in 2025. And this has already been on our agenda now for 2 years. The recommendation that we have is to keep the item on our legislative agenda for 2026 and to continue to push for state funding that this may be even more dire due to the current and potential negative impact to the delivery of health services created by the recent federal budget cuts. All right, so that's Regional 1, and we continue to work with that with the state. Number 2 is on education. We supported Senate Bill 679 by Representative White and Ackberry, and House Bill 401, which was also by the other White. It adds pre-K students with special education needs to the categories of students who generate education funding through TISA. And this is important because it will ensure that education funding covers the current unfunded federal mandate for preschools and assists in addressing the expanding deferred maintenance needs in Shelby County. And then he goes on to discuss the importance of this and the fiscal impact. And even if we don't get full funding, we would like still to see this come through. In the Senate, the status is that the available funding, they're requiring that it be identified. So there has been no funding yet identified. With projected flat revenue growth for 2025-2026, the bill remains viable for 26 and may have a better chance. Senator Ackberry and Representative Brock Martin and Representative Mayberry have also signed on as co-sponsors, so that's some movement. In the House, the available funding will also have to be identified. Although the state finance officials project flat revenue growth for 2025-2026, the bill remains viable and may have a possible chance in 2026, so we'll continue to fight for that. The recommendation is to prepare for leave it in the agenda and ask Memphis Shelby County Schools and our partners to illustrate to the state officials the current and potential negative impact to the delivery of educational services that have been created by the federal cuts. On a related note, Tennessee House and Senate Education Committees have convened a series of meetings to discuss the implications of the Tennessee school systems functioning with the reduction in federal funds. So the legislators are also discussing how the state and local education functions in a world without a federal Department of Education. The proposal promoted by Trump and current U.S. Secretary of Education Linda Mann would require an act of Congress. So that's just his update on education. Public safety, and we consider this a bit of a victory. It was passed, our request, so we ought to thank House Speaker Sexton and Senate Majority Leader Johnson for the passage of Senate Bill 1075 by Johnson and House Bill 1093 by Sexton. The new law supports the Memphis Public Safety Plan and the 2022-2026 through 2026 Shelby County Crime Commission Safe Community Plan. And the things that were in it were it focused on key people and places driving the violence. It engages key players as stakeholders in the implementation of the plan. It offers those responsible for violence opportunities to change their behavior. It emphasizes place-based policing and investments. It places at the top responsibility for violence reduction. It focuses on victims of domestic violence and recognizes the need for trauma-informed approaches. It recognizes the importance of workforce development for ex-offenders, and it recognizes the importance of assessing performance based on data and information sharing. So the new law expands the definition of machine gun to include any firearm with the so-called switch attached. It makes possession of a firearm with an attached switch a Class C felony. It also makes possession of any part designed and intended solely to convert a firearm into a machine gun a Class C felony. It creates a Class E felony for a felon in possession of ammunition and prohibits probation for a person convicted of aggravated assault involving the discharge of a firearm from within or into a vehicle. This was signed into law by Governor Lee. The recommendation for Morrison Strategies is for us as a body to consult with the Crime Commission to coordinate an attainment of another one of our goals from the Memphis Public Safety Plan. And I'll have to, Vice Chair Bradford, at the end of this, I may see if you know who is our liaison to the Crime Commission this term, or be thinking about that. All right, the fourth item was infrastructure. This was also seen, has been a budget item success. The Tennessee General Assembly retained the $1 billion that Governor Lee committed in his fiscal year 2025-26 budget to repair roads and bridges across the state. Of course, we all know this is long overdue relief in the effort to address the mounting backlog of road projects now totaling $38 billion across our state. Data from the 2023 Tennessee Department of Transportation pavement condition measures show 86% of the 2,270 miles of state-owned roads are rated fair to poor. This is the highest of any county in Tennessee, and the data also shows that annually the number of state-owned roads rated in the poor category continue to increase rather than decrease. So our county is really in dire shape, as we all know, on the roads. The recommendation is to continue to push Governor Lee and the state legislators to make road and bridges repair in Shelby County a priority, which we will do, as we want Shelby County to be remembered as for great roads and great bridges. And we are the gateway to the western part of the state. Previously, we had on our agenda the public nuisance legislation, House Bill 1050 by Parkinson and Senate Bill 1135 by Bailey. It was passed. It was a late addition, you all may remember, to our agenda. And it was passed. It established that the occurrence of certain specified circumstances is relative to nuisance. It authorized the court to require the person or entity keeping, maintaining, or carrying on a nuisance in certain instances to pay statutory damages of not less than $1,000 and not more than $50,000 to any person who owns real property within the zip code in which the nuisance existed and who files a claim with the court that the person's property was damaged by the continued existence of the nuisance. It was signed into law by Governor Lee. And then item 6, which is our new item 5, and we can work on the wording. This was initially House Bill 308 and Senate Bill 337, which increases the rate of the local option sales tax to fund the new county jail. Our commissioners, Mills and Ford, worked specifically on this, so they can weigh in. In 2025, this item did fail. So Morrison Strategies' recommendation is the following. He says, during the 2025 legislative session, House and Senate members were sympathetic to the needs of our county for a new jail facility. However, many state legislators were not in favor of being perceived as voting in favor of a tax increase, which could provide campaign fodder for any potential primary candidates. Morrison Strategies recommends the Commission should pursue funding options on the state and federal level for a new jail. And this will reduce, other options to reduce the financial burden on the state and county level. So that's where we are on that. And then he added some other items which could emerge in 2026. One is the proposed state legislative effort to take over the Memphis-Shelby County school systems. And the second is the proposed legislation to bar public school access to the undocumented students. These items are not currently on our agenda. So that's all I have as far as the legislative agenda, and my proposal is to keep it as it was with the addition of the jail seeking funding. And it's not taking out what you guys have been working on, but it's just broadening the scope. So that's what I have, and I'll entertain questions to the queue. Commissioner Ford.
Thank you very much. I did read this, and I just want you to know that my comments that I'm about to make have no slight to you whatsoever, because you only can do what you can with the hand that you're dealt. But I will say that when I looked at this yesterday, first of all, look, if you have a contract, of course you're going to come in front of us and say that you did a good job. What you going to do, say you did a bad job and then not get the contract back? That's just common sense right there. I say that because of some things that transpired regarding number 5. But I still don't see any fiscal wins that were specifically targeted for Shelby County. I know you stated that Governor Lee put in $1 billion, but it's for the entire state. It's not targeted specifically for Memphis and Shelby County. I'm looking at some of these other things on here to where I would love to see more fiscal wins that are targeted for specific things that we have. And I think this is the 3rd year on some of these items. I don't blame you for keeping it on there, but I will say that I do not have that much confidence in the person that we have as our lobbyist. I regret my 7th vote that I put in place for replacing Chip and Susie. I think they were very, very good at what they did, and they were able to work across the aisle. And I don't mind saying that here. He can give all of his word salad and say whatever he wants to say to keep that contract. I'm assuming his contract got renewed, so there's nothing we can basically do. But as far as that 5th item is concerned, and I see my colleague could be more specific about what transpired, but I will basically state on the record that I have a lot of challenges with our lobbyist concerning number 5, as if he was not working on our side regarding this item. My colleague, if she's inclined, can give more information regarding that, but it was posed, Chair Morrison, that some of the people who were not in favor did not want to appear as if they were raising taxes. But let me give a little fact and a little bit of history. It was either getting their permission so that we can get the permission from the electorate if they wanted their taxes on the sales tax to be increased temporarily, not them. That was a poison pill that was put in. And I say this in my last 10 seconds. There is an appetite that constituents have had in order to cap a sales tax for the purposes of public safety. I'm going to give this one quick example. I don't think I need to get back in. IAFF and MPA had an out-of-state consulting firm come in to get signatures, remember that, in order for the voters to decide if they wanted the Memphis sales tax to be capped for the purposes of public safety, recruiting, retaining, law enforcement, and bringing the old 1978 benefit package back, and it passed. So there's already a precedent shown that as long as we can get the voters to consider, there's an avenue, and it has nothing to do with, well, we're supporting. No, you're supporting it being put on the ballot. And that was the problem, that our lobbyists, as well as a couple others, muddied that because it was articulated very well to Mr. Gillespie and others. I yield to the next person in the queue, but I just needed that to be put on record. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ford, and I'll just quickly speak. I was in agreement back when the previous lobbyist was not renewed. However, at this point, I have been very pleased with Morrison Strategies' work, and I'll just leave it at that. And we will continue to pursue all options as far as the jail. So we're hearing various conflicting reports about the potential for sales tax increase. So, Commissioner Mills.
Thank you. I want to start off something that we need to address this legislative session is we need to try to have the legislation amended that gave a maintenance of effort to the county mayor. I don't remember what small county in the state of Tennessee that had issues with their mayor and a couple of staff members being cut, but we have a very bloated county government. I mean, we've got plenty of room to cut, and what's the point in us being here if everybody's got a maintenance of effort and we don't control the purse strings that we're supposed to control? So that, I've already spoken to several representatives and state legislators about this, so they know how I feel about it, but I think we need to speak as the financial purse strings for the county, that needs to be amended, that Shelby should not be included in that. I don't know how they want to word it. So I would move to add that at some point whenever you choose to do that. That definitely needs to be addressed. As far as the jail and how that went down, the votes were there. We had a local representative that I don't know who or what. I'm choosing my words very carefully on the record here. There's a lot of behind-the-scenes stuff that happened that's not in this letter at all, and I will not state it on the record. But there is more to that story than what's stated in that letter, and I don't see how the state or the feds at this point, when we're fighting help, some people fighting help that we're getting, but yet we just want money. I mean, it's a bad look. And the sales tax is helping us help ourselves, and the important part that's left out is that it's a referendum, not a straight up, here's a tax on everybody, they choose. So I have an issue with that, and there is a lot more to be said, but I will not be stating it on the record as to what happened. I'm happy to have a little sidebar with you if you don't know, but I'm sure Representative Gillespie has filled you in on how he got railroaded and whatnot. It was ugly, and it was very inappropriate, and I'm ashamed at what I saw. I'm very ashamed, but I'm not so sure that we should fall off of that approach with the referendum. And I know what we had before, and I know how we ended up with who we have, but I will say, when I ask about our representation in Nashville, I am told by several people that we need stronger representation up there. And that's all I'll say about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Mills. And I do invite you to bring the amendment about the maintenance of effort. I would be supportive. We'll see if we can get the votes. I would certainly be supportive of that. And so now I'll go to the queue. Vice Chair Bradford.
I certainly agree with what both of my colleagues just stated. I just got in the queue to follow up on your question as he is sitting down right now. Commissioner Wright is our representative on the Crime Commission, just as that goes. So
perfect. I'll talk with you later about. We need your help relative to the Crime Commission. Okay, so with that, Commissioner Brooks, you're next in the queue.
Good morning, and thank you. Just a couple of questions in reference to process. So will there be another opportunity during committee to make some commitments to this agenda?
Additions, is that to make some additions to the
Or
agenda?
just make some agenda, submit some agenda items? Okay.
Yes, you can bring an item to the agenda anytime, ask to bring an item to the agenda anytime throughout the year.
What is the process?
I would take it to Chair Avant and ask her if you have an amendment to the legislative agenda, and if she approves, it will be added to the agenda for a committee.
So the legislative agenda is the same legislative agenda you submitted last year?
It is with the addition of the, yes.
Okay. I thought I heard you say that, and we didn't fare too well. I think I heard someone say that too. And I think I heard someone say that they were embarrassed by something. And let me just say, I'm very embarrassed by so many things. And it's out of character for me to sit here and criticize. I don't like to do that. But I do want to structure my comments in such a way that maybe you'll see that it's important that we add another category of items for consideration in our legislative agenda. When we presented mostly items that relate to public safety, which is great and wonderful. And of course, we need the Regional 1 funding, yes. And there has to be some kind of funding for committed to either the improvement or the rebuilding or of a new jail. It's difficult to talk when someone is right in your ear talking. So what I'd like for us to consider on the legislative side would be to maybe have a conversation with the leadership up there. And I understand the mentality. It's been labeled a plantation mentality. But I wish we could have a conversation with them about allowing, not blocking us from enacting a living wage, from not restricting traffic stops for restricting police who want to get rid of traffic stops for minor violations. I'm going to have to get back in the queue. But I have some more items I'd like to talk about.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks.
Brooks.
Yes, Brooks. Commissioner Ford.
Thank you. I just want some clarity, so I just want to make sure, and please give me some scope on this, Chairwoman. So when my colleague brings her amendment, she can just amend on the floor on Monday with the existing substitute. I heard something else about going to the chair to add something or whatever the case may be. If we have a substitute right here, what keeps anybody on Monday to amending this for the purposes of adding to the list? Because I'm not going to the chair for anything if there's a substitute right here where we can add this. That's just extra bureaucracy that I'm not going to participate in. So I just want to make sure if you're asking my colleague here to make an amendment, but we're asking somebody else to go to the chair, we are consistent in what we're saying.
Perfect. I apologize for I miscommunicated there. I thought we were talking about something that would be worked on and brought later, but obviously, yes, anything can be amended on Monday in commission.
Do you have a timeline on when you want this to be finalized? Because in the past, we've brought this up multiple times, and this is why I asked, do you have some scope? Because I remember initially, we probably had about 24 items and $2 billion worth of things, and I knew that was DOA, PDQ. I know under you, you have stated that we need to look at what has teeth, but 7 votes rule the day on anything we put on. So I'm asking you, on public record, is there any type of scope that you are defining directly or indirectly as we put this together?
No, only that I'd like to have something passed now so that we have something to work with, and then it can be amended throughout the year, as I stated previously.
Okay, and I support my colleague's amendment. If we can get a copy of that bill and find out what county, probably population 36, put that in place that is affecting a population of 900,000, because there have been items that we have brought, and I know my colleagues asked, has this increased the maintenance of effort? And the answer has been yes, and we're in September, 2 months into a budget, but we're going to have that conversation later. But I think it's very appropriate to put that in place because we've already seen the detriments over the last 2 years over a particular bill, and one branch of government has taken advantage of that, and it is taken away some of, I would say, and nobody has to agree with me, let some of our legislative authority and what we have been able to do regarding the purse strings. And I'm glad my colleague is here too, because I'm glad you're here for the next item. So that's why I wanted to bring up Chair Morrison. But again, I'm standing where I am with my initial comments. We can agree to disagree, but I was there with my colleague and I saw what I saw. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ford. Commissioner Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll try to be quick. So again, just going back to my wish list, my hope that we can somehow have a conversation, a substantive conversation with the leadership in regards to some of the cuts that have been some of the cuts from the Trump administration that cut federal programs dealing with domestic violence, juvenile justice, victim services, police training, 373 grants valued at $820 million that would have supported state and local public safety efforts were cut. So, and there's more, approximately $169 million was eliminated from community-based violence intervention. $158 million in grants was eliminated for gun violence prevention. $3.5 million was cut from Project Safe Neighborhoods. So what I'm trying to ask here is that maybe as opposed to going there with with one item agenda, public safety, if you will, we need to add some of these other items in terms of getting support from the leadership in Nashville to support this kind of an agenda. Or at least don't block efforts on a local level to get these kinds of items funded.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. I think that's a good point. And again, since Commissioner Wright's here now, maybe we can work with him. The recommendation, and you're on the Crime Commission as our liaison, is now that the Safe Community Plan has been passed, that we go with a specific targeted. We're more success when we don't ask for a million different things, but when we're targeted in our ask, and to choose another item in the Safe Community Plan in conjunction with them that we wish to advocate for. So that's what the ask is. And Commissioner Brooks, I invite you to bring a suggestion of which item you think is the most important, or any commissioner, and that therefore we could together advocate for it. Thank you so much. Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chair. I know that we, for some time, have been narrowing our scope when we go to Nashville, go to D.C. to be able to advocate for Shelby County. But over the course of these years, I've just noted some additional missed opportunities. And so these aren't things that are commission-driven, but they are community-driven. A lot of times I'm seeing organizations do independent lobbying, and it would just be helpful to have an act of solidarity from the commission. And so I would like to see this legislative season that we post our agenda and we actually do a public push. We do have a hired PR person, and I think that we should do some type of visual to let people know better how the process works, when is the time for them to come and present their items. I'm immediately thinking about First Aid and just the push for universal pre-K, and how when we went one year, we found sponsors in Nashville who were education champions for this particular issue, but when we were talking to them, we weren't talking about those issues. So I think a little bit more of some public-facing education can get people to bring their agendas to us, and it wouldn't be a distraction from what we're doing, because the lift would be easy. It would just literally be us capitalizing on the opportunity that we have when we're there actively lobbying to also push other Shelby County agendas. So the push today is just for it to be a more inclusive process, a more public-facing process, and one that we're inviting other organization leaders to be a part of.
Thank you, Commissioner Thornton. And back to Commissioner Brooks.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the indulgence. I don't have a specific item. What I'm looking for maybe is a substantive conversation or commitment from this local legislative team to indulge, if you will, the leadership in Nashville, Sexton, and that group around not being silent, if you will, being advocates against blocking, against cuts to programs that are targeted for this large black city. And there are programs that are crime prevention programs. There are programs that go to the root of the problem that we're having. But what we see now is so much, what we're seeing is this hypocrisy, if you will. So we need to get an understanding, maybe legislative team, have that conversation, and maybe it's just going over their head. Maybe they haven't thought of it. But we need to have an aggressive advocacy against cutting those programs that go to the root, the poverty programs that go to the root of crime and violence. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Thornton.
I'm trusting that our lobbyists are tuned in. So to Leo, I would like to know season to season how much is coming back into Shelby County and where is it going. I think that that's one thing that's missing as we move forward, is to figure out who's actually receiving state funds and to what extent and to what impact. I think that it's important for the commission to elevate that even more so than organizations may or may not be doing. So each year I feel like we should be getting better, and I hope that the leaders of the legislative committee will take this on as an obligation to the public. And then I also was just wanting to know, it escapes me honestly, Chair. Maybe it'll come back to me. Sorry.
Thank you. Okay, with that, I think I've exhausted the queue, and we're running a bit behind, so let's please take to a vote the resolution to pass this year's agenda. Thank you. Please report the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioner Sugarman, Wright, Thornton, Morrison, Bradford. Commissioner Brooks abstained. We have 5 ayes and 1 abstain.
Thank you, and this item will go down with a favorable recommendation, and this concludes Committee Number 12, Legislative Affairs. Thank you.
All right, good morning. I'll call to order Committee Number 5, Land Use, Planning, Transportation, and Codes. If we could read the first item.
Item 1 is a resolution approving the appeal of Elizabeth Carroza seeking to overturn the action of the Memphis and Shelby County Land Use Control Board approving a 97-lot major subdivision at the subject property municipally known as 0 Billy Meyer Road at the west of Billy Meyer Road, approximately 1,000 feet north of the intersection of Rensselaer Drive and Billy Meyer Road, known as case numbers S 2025-030, sponsored by Commissioner Charlie A. Caswell, Jr.
Thank you. I have moved the item. It was seconded by Commissioner Sugarman. Mr. Ragsdale, good morning. You have a report for us.
Thank you, Vice Chair Bradford. Yes, Brett Ragsdale with the Division of Planning and Development. We do have a presentation that's coming up that Ms. Nera will give a brief presentation, and applicants also here if you have any questions of them.
Good morning. I'm Nabanita Nira with DPD, presenting the appeal to overturn the action of Land Use Control Board approval of case S 2025-030 located at 0 Billy Meyer Road, 97-lot major residential subdivision. Next slide, please. These are the location map and vicinity map. Next slide, please. On your screen are the zoning map and land use map. The subject property is zoned R8 and surrounded by single-family residential. Next slide, please. The 22.11 acre site is currently vacant. On your screen are the site photos. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. To give a little background, the preliminary plan known as the Peterson Ridge subdivision was originally approved in 2004 with section B and C, which is the subject property. However, final plat was never recorded, and this section of approved subdivision expired. Next slide, please. This is a proposed preliminary plan of 2 phases. The subdivision meets the UDC requirements of R8 zoning district with average lot size of 8,475 square feet. Next slide, please. In conclusion, the proposed preliminary plan is compatible with and in keeping with the character of development in the neighborhood and conforms with all applicable provisions and requirement of the UDC. Next slide, please. The Division of Planning and Development recommended approval with condition, and on August 14, 2025, the Land Use Control Board approved with condition. Next slide, please. These are the conditions on your screen. Next slide, please. This is the appeal letter. The appellant major concern area are traffic impact, environment or stormwater, and community impact. Next slide, please. The applicant submitted revised preliminary plan and conditions. The revised preliminary plan is of maximum 93 lots with walking trail within common open space and temporary and permanent detention pond. Next slide, please. These are the revised condition. And this is the end of my presentation.
All right, thank you. Currently, I have one commissioner, 2 commissioners in the queue. I do have a couple of quick questions. I guess for staff, we don't have any public comment cards on this. Nobody's here to speak on it.
Did you have it, Ryan?
I don't think it's on this item. Okay, thank you. I think you sped through those slides really fast, so I appreciate your staying on time. I know one of the concerns the commission has is public input, and I think I saw down at the bottom that there were mailers sent out. I think it said 254 mailers, I think I saw on the bottom of that. Is that right?
Brett Ragsdale with Division of Planning and Development. We've got listed here 267 notices were mailed to the vicinity.
Okay, and any comments?
We did. We had several comments, and this says an appeal of the approval. They had a neighborhood meeting, and there were about 50 people at the neighborhood meeting as well. So there was a lot of input.
Okay. All right, thank you. I will go to the queue now. Commissioner Ford.
You asked my first question. My other question is more parliamentarily focused. I don't think we'll have any resolve up here. I don't know if there's anybody that's opposing this that's here. There's at least one? Okay. Chair, because of that, I think that triggers one of our rules that we have, which I indirectly call the gravel pit rule. So if the parliamentarian could read that rule, I will make the proper motion, if that's okay. The parliamentarian should know which rule I'm talking about. It's the one that deals with if we have any opposition that's present, then essentially this will go down without a recommendation for it to be put out there Monday for consideration. But if she doesn't mind reading that rule.
Yes, sir. The applicable rule, Rule 32, land use cases in pertinent part. Let's see. For public hearings at committee, so that's subsection F1. Public hearings shall not be conducted during committee meetings. The committee may, however, call for a staff presentation during the committee meeting and inquire as to whether the applicant agrees to the conditions of approval as set forth by the staff and/or Land Use Control Board, if any. The committee shall not hear any further testimony from an applicant on a land use case that involved testimony from opponents during the Land Use Control Board hearing on the matter. Furthermore, the committee shall not hear testimony from opponents on any land use case during the committee meeting.
Chair, as such, I'd like to make the motion for this item to go down without a recommendation to comply with our permanent rules as stated by our parliamentarian.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. Would you have any concern if we let these other two commissioners speak and then we take action on that item? All right.
So do I need to withdraw and wait and then come back and make the motion?
Probably to keep us in.
Or he can just get a second, and then you can do it without objection after the speech.
Okay, I'll come back to you.
Okay. I'll withdraw to the rear with rights reserved.
All right, Commissioner Mills.
Thank you. Mr. Ragsdale, whose district is this in? Is this District 6?
Brett Ragsdale with the Division of Planning and Development. Yes, it's District 6.
Okay, so I definitely look to that commissioner on this item. I was going to move to send it down too. I'm very sensitive, as everyone knows, about land use issues. My other question, this being an appeal, a yes vote stops it, a no vote keeps it going, or what's the setup here when we vote tomorrow or Monday?
Brett Ragsdale with the Division of Planning and Development. That is correct. However, the conditions that you see on the screen here are conditions that the applicant is proposing. So what we would do in this situation, I believe they are preparing a substitute resolution for consideration. So if this was just straight, you're voting yes or no, it's an appeal. So a yes vote would stop the subdivision, it would not approve it, and a no vote would allow the approval of the Land Use Control Board to continue. So I think on Monday, we will explain that, we'll be able to explain that. The substitute resolution would allow you to approve the subdivision with these additional conditions that you see on the screen, if that makes sense.
Okay, and the citizens that are opposed to this, these conditions, have they seen them or any
I'm not sure how much,
discussion?
because we got these from the applicant as proposed conditions. So I'm not sure how much conversation they've had with the appellant.
Okay. Okay. My question today, and this does need to go down and follow the proper procedure Monday with the 10-10 rebuttal, 2-minute, all that jazz on Monday. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Mills. Commissioner Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I was just going to say that very briefly that this property was formerly in my district before the redistricting process, so I am somewhat familiar with the area and the residents as well. Of course, now it is part of District 6, but you flew through the presentation so quickly that I didn't get a chance to read through the conditions, so if you could just make sure that we see those. I guess they're on the screen, but I can't see it from here, but just make sure that we have those conditions, because I'm curious if there are other, can this board add to or remove from those conditions?
Brett Ragsdale with the Division of Planning Development. Yes, Commissioner Wright, you can add or remove or modify conditions of approval. So we can get those to you. I believe the applicant has copies of those as well, but we can send those to everyone and discuss before Monday if there are additional or changes.
And I will say, thank you for that, and I will say I have had some outreach. I know people have been trying to get all that before me, so sometimes it takes a while for us to get to everything. So thanks for your patience with me, but yeah, I would be very interested to see that. I guess one more question for you, Mr. Ragsdale, would be on those conditions. Do the conditions always have to be within the power of the applicant to execute? Or can those conditions ever be beyond their power?
Brett Rags with the Division of Planning Development. So I'm not sure what an example might be, but at first I thought you were asking, do they have to agree with the conditions that are imposed? They don't have to necessarily agree. You can impose conditions, but as far as executing those, generally speaking, they are within what the applicant can execute, because that's what we hold them to in order to, ensure that whatever the body decided is executed. So,
Yeah, without giving away the ballgame, I guess I'm curious if this approval could be dependent on something like some infrastructure maybe outside of the project being completed.
That Brett Ragsdale with the Division of Planning Development. I think a lot of times we do rely on future city or county engineering. So this would be a county engineering. If there's something that county engineering needs to approve or review, then that could be a condition that they have approval or have some infrastructure. So yes, in that instance, we could do something like that.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much. I'll look forward to the discussion on Monday. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Wright. All right, Commissioner Ford.
I got it now, never mind, okay. Pursuant to our rules, I'd like to move for this item to go down without a recommendation for future consideration.
All right, I have a motion from Ford, a second by Thornton. Any opposed?
There's a speaker before you do it without objection.
So explain the rule to me, because I think we just said that the speakers were going to hold comments until Monday if they're opposed or against it, because we didn't want to get in a big discussion.
No testimony.
Right.
Okay.
Correct?
Correct. That would be considered testimony if this is someone speaking for or against the appeal. And so that would, in accordance with the permanent rules, that would take place at Monday's commission meeting. Yes, ma'am.
So, for everybody in the room, Ms. Carroza, you have a card. I know you came here to speak on the item. We're going to hold all the speakers until Monday, and then that gives an opportunity to have everybody in the room at one time so everything can be heard properly. Based on the motion that Commissioner Ford just made and that Commissioner Sugarman seconded, we're going to send this down without recommendation at this time, so it will be heard on Monday. That meeting starts at 3 o'clock. I don't know where this will fall on the agenda, but at that time, we'll have 10 minutes for the both sides to speak on the item, so everybody will make sure they get heard and make sure they get their points across, and then we'll probably have hearty discussion amongst us. We all want to hear from Commissioner Caswell, because it is in his district as well, and we'll vote on the item on Monday. Anything further? All right, we will send this item down. I don't think we had any objections on this, so we will send this down without recommendation and see everyone on Monday. Thank you.
Okay, I'll call to order Committee Number 4, Law Enforcement, Corrections, and Courts. Could we read item 1, please?
Item 1 is a resolution authorizing the creation and issuance of a request for proposals, RFP, for the development of a master plan to rebuild or relocate the Walter L. Bailey Jr. Criminal Justice Center and to take appropriate actions to facilitate said rebuild or relocation, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks and Chairwoman Shantae K. Avant. This item was amended and referred back to committee in August 25th, 2025 Commission meeting.
Thank you. Thank you. This item's been moved by Commissioner Thornton, second by Commissioner Sugarman. I have one appearance card so far. I'll go ahead and invite you up to speak, Dr. Carnita Atwater. If you would give us your name and address, you have 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Carnita Atwater, 1098 Firestone, Memphis, Tennessee. I would like to address the request for the proposal. And it appears that the mindset is you are trying to build a new jail or relocate a new jail. And it's of my opinion that we should be talking about preventive and intervention measures when it comes to a new jail. I think that most of the individuals that will be in this jail would be black or brown individuals. And I appeal to you that if you're going to consider a master plan, then number one, try to incorporate a African American or minority architect or engineer to put them on the table also too. We are sick and tired of being sick and tired of the same clique and the same buddies coming to the table. Also, address factors like poverty, criminal and judicial disparities, economic disparities, housing disparities, taxation without representation, and also discriminatory policies and procedures. In that renovation or relocation, I would hope that you would consider the inmate, the human capital, not just the structure of this facility. I think our problem is the systemic problems that's going on in the jail and not per se a new building. You can build a new building, but if you're not correcting the problems that's originating in that facility, then we'll be back at square one. I also think that the staff need a culture enhancement orientation because of the way they're dealing with the inmates in a very inhumane way. With that said, I am against a new jail being built. I think that we need to put and allocate our funds more into preventive measures and intervention and see our citizens, our brothers and sisters as human beings. And I know for a fact that jails and prisons are a billion-dollar business, and we need to just allocate that money somewhere else and help our young people and not just criminalize them, but also humanize them. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Atwater. I do have a second card, Clerk Tammy Sawyer. If you would come on up and tell us your name and title, you will be recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. Tammy Sawyer, General Sessions Court Clerk. I just wanted to share a couple of updates about the ongoing state of the jail with this item. And so first, I'd like to thank Chairwoman Avant for the invitation to join the ad hoc committee regarding the jail's development. We had our first interagency meeting last week, and hopefully that will be happening monthly. We had the sheriff and several members of his staff, the public defender. The district attorney was represented by Attorney Hagerman, my office, as well as the command staff for the Tennessee Highway Patrol, several judicial commissioners, and several judges. Memphis Police Department also sent one of their patrol captains as well. And so it was a really great meeting. Oh, and the mayor's office was represented as well as pretrial. And there's just a couple of things that I wanted to share because we've been talking about the crisis in the jail. And so one of the things that we are doing to move forward is create a risk assessment so that we are able to communicate with each other as well as with commissioners and Mayor Harris about where we are as far as our critical levels in the jail. Right now, we are at what is considered a critical level, level 5. As of this morning, there are more than 200 people in intake, and as you all know, We have been without air in the jail annex since Saturday. The temperatures in the jail annex are upwards of somewhere between 95 and 100 degrees, and it's currently an inhumane situation. As of this morning, a backup chiller is parked outside of the 201 annex, and I know that Chief Collins has been working with vendors to find a backup chiller, but that just also speaks to the age of our building, because the issue has been finding the parts and the type of oil and gas and things like that that we need. I share this to say that when I observed the folks in intake this week, as well as several other members of the Sheriff's Department, observing what's happening. We have detainees awaiting bond, awaiting release, who are in there with cold rags on their head, just trying to survive, laying on the floor. And I'd also like to share that this is the third time this year, maybe fourth, that the air has broken during these types of temperatures. And I know I only have a few more minutes, but I just want to also share that when Tennessee Highway Patrol briefed us last week in our meeting, prior to the authorization of the additional units coming to Memphis, the average amount of Tennessee Highway Patrolmen in Shelby County and Memphis was 6. As of now, it's 100, and it will get upwards to 125. And may I have about 30 more seconds, Chair?
Please, continue. Yeah.
It's going to, with the additional 24 graduates that are scheduled from the Highway Patrol, we will have somewhere with upwards of 125 Highway Patrolmen. And so this is not about being against that, because I know we have a lot of issues on the roads and highways and things like that, but this is about speaking to the fact that our current facility is not just economically, but physically strapped. And so on the first day that Highway Patrol deployed these additional 50 Highway Patrolmen, we saw an additional 1,000 tickets and 70 arrests. Over the weekend, we came in Monday to an additional 740 tickets and about a dozen and a half, so what's that, 18 arrests. And I should have Monday and Tuesday's data shortly, and happy to share that with you. I will be deploying an internal dashboard to share with commissioners. I think it's important for us to track that also with the potential deployment of the National Guard. We'll also be adding to those numbers as well. We had a meeting with pretrial yesterday. Thank you to Community Director Sandy Bromley, Director of Community Services to Sandy Bromley and her team, and we've mapped out a plan to increase the speed of the processing, which removes us from a reliance on paper. We were actually able to find a way to do that at minimal cost to the county, and we hope to deploy that within the next 30 to 45 days. Our goal is October 15th. Our drop dead date is November 1st, but that gives us 6 weeks of continuing under the same operations. One more data point that I'd like to share before I finish, Chair. Well, 2 more. As of right now, we are looking at upwards of 10 to 15 days in intake at the highest wait time. We also have about 60 to 70 people due to the economic changes in the county who are eligible for bail but do not post bail. They just wait to be released at time served, which is also adding to our population in the jails. And apologies. Okay. And so with that, the average wait right now is about 60 to 70 days. That's, time to court. Not time to bail, but time to actual court for males. We're not even addressing the women court right now. One option that we are looking at building out and will be coming to the commission for support on is establishing a night court with the judicial commissioners. The sheriff's department is supportive. My office is supportive. The judges are supportive, and that will help us clear through some of this backlog and get more people who are eligible for release, those nonviolent, low-level crimes, reducing the population and intake in a much swifter measure. So this will, as I shared, we are outlining options because I do not want to just bring the problems. I want to share that we are working, on resolutions. But I do want the commission to be aware of the current state of our jails, which means that I support some type of upgrade, new building, and basically because the facility itself is crumbling and is causing inhumane conditions. If you go into intake right now in the annex, you can't breathe. And that's 250 bodies in 100-degree temperature. And even with the chiller being deployed today, it could take 24 to 48 hours to cool down to habitable temperatures. And one more thing that I'll add before I close, thank you again, Chairman Wright. One more thing that I'll add before I close is when you all are considering rebuilding or building in a new place, I think it's important to note that the county undertook an upgrading project of the administrative side of the Walter Bailey Justice Center 201 Poplar. So millions of dollars in county money has been spent on new courtrooms. We actually just opened 6 courtrooms on the 2nd floor. The courtrooms in the lower level are in the process of being rehabbed. The district attorney's office, as well as the criminal court clerk Kuhn's office and several others, have already been renovated. And offices such as mine and pretrial are scheduled to be renovated in the coming fiscal years. So that's one fiscal note to consider that's already been expended and is scheduled to be expended. So as we're talking about the cost of a new jail, just know that the administrative offices have already received significant funds to be updated to modern standards. And that's why I've asked for us to consider the fact that the administrative offices that support the justice process should be included in this conversation, as well as the cost that's already been expended there. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions if need be.
Great, thank you so much, Clerk Sawyer. I do have another comment card, but Clerk, if you could stand by, I'm sure there may be some commissioners have questions, if you would. So let me call up Betty Tyler. If you would give us your name and your address, you'll have 3 minutes. Ms. Tyler, if you would hit the button that looks like a person.
Betty Patrick Tyler, 5392 Ravendale Avenue, Memphis, Tennessee, 38134. Today I come before you saying, first of all, bless you. I want you to remember. I come before you now, inclusive as a company, the Arise v. Renaissance Center, LLC, as the former health chair of Dr. King's SCLC. The degree was created at the University of Memphis as the solution for our people. We have spoke today continuously about the inhumane conditioning, about the issues of government being overbearing and overpowering. Memphis is still the altar for our people. As Chieftainess Infinity, I come to you from an indigenous perspective. We need our oral history and our history to be notified and to be provided for by government. We are well able to manage ourselves. We have been oppressed, depressed, and continuously prisoners of war in 2025. How do you still be a prisoner of war in 2025? Well, because we are Northwest Africa when the world was Africa. Give you a little education, and I'm going to end on my time. I invite each of you, those of you who I have not spoken to intimately and privately throughout the years since 2010, I invite you to give us, I think your system calls it a RFP, to give us that RFP and direct your funds where they need to be so that we can heal, be delivered, and save you. As President Ibrahim in the south part of Africa has arisen to rehabilitate his prisoners, let's start with the least of them. We have those solutions in a company for you. I thank you, and I relinquish my time. Peace and blessings.
Thank you so much, Ms. Tyler. If you would hit that button again just to close us out.
Questions?
All right, thank you, Ms. Tyler. Appreciate it. Let me go to the queue now. Commissioner Ford.
I'll be quick. I went and made sure that the amended version is exactly what was voted on prior to, and it is, because there were 2 amendments by myself and 1 other, and I just wanted to make sure all that was in, and that's what we have in front of us. So because of all of that, I do support this item that's in front of us. I just don't want the neighborhood to lose the homework assignment that I asked about, because I have some that wanted to talk about the 350, et cetera, et cetera. I know you found it in contingency, and I appreciate you finding what I believe had no home, but you went through the process. What I don't want to happen is the energies regarding this to dissipate when it comes back to the big stuff, the $6 million. If that makes sense, Dr. Atwater and others that are here, because I did a little bit more research and I found out what happened over there on the city side as well. So hopefully the same energies regarding whatever transpires here can be at the same level or higher, with the same folks asking for those monies to be put back into that neighborhood. And I say that twofold. One, if we can go ahead and start working regardless of what happens with this RFP and this study, if we start doing work and have the funding necessary in order to make that happen, it shouldn't even be something that the next group decides as a consideration, if that makes sense, because I think the ultimate decision is going to be made after most of us have already had our terms expired. That's number one. Last thing, I just wanted to make sure that there was something on the document, and I want to go back and make sure that I have that piece in place. I did make sure that the piece that dealt with county funds, however it can be funded, this commissioner doesn't make any difference as long as we can make sure that it happens. And I will definitely make sure that I'm active in helping any group that wants to make sure that the quality of life is of its high capacity. Something that I wrote in my letter stating that if a commissioner had initiatives that they wanted to bring in order to make their quality of life better, I stated they should go ahead and fight for those initiatives, which I know we'll be doing later. And then lastly, Mr. Thornton, I didn't see you on Monday. I got a package for you. You know what it is. So can you come get that package, please? Thank you very much. That's all I have. I'll come to you. I want to make sure it's in your hand.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Ford. Commissioner Sugarman.
Thank you, Chair. And so I do support this resolution as well. I'm very concerned about building a new facility. These individuals are treated inhumanely, and I do understand that a lot of the parts are antiquated, they cannot be replaced, the escalators have not worked in years, et cetera, et cetera. But we also need to make sure that we think about the fiscal responsibility. And when we have, for example, THP coming, I have a question for Clerk Sawyer. Point of information, you say that normally there are 6 THP and now there's upwards of 100. Is that correct? What was the number that you gave?
Tammy Sawyer, General Sessions Court Clerk. According to the Tennessee Highway Patrol Command staff shared with us last Thursday, excuse me.
And then also, I don't know if you can answer this, or maybe somebody here can answer this. When THP officers give tickets, where do those resources go? For example, fines, et cetera. Do they go to Shelby County, where this incident occurred, or does it go to the state? I don't know if you could answer that, or somebody here can, because again, that's reallocating needed resources, and that's a fiscal issue, especially in our situation where we have not substantially raised property taxes in over 20 years. We're broke, and so we're having to cut. So my question then becomes to you, what was that number again? And do you know, or somebody knows here, where that money goes when these officers give out tickets?
Yes, thank you. Tammy Sawyer, General Sessions Court Clerk. I can quickly answer both questions. 3 years ago, there were 6 Tennessee Highway Patrolmen assigned to this jurisdiction. That went to 50 last year, and it's at 100 as of last week, and it's scheduled to increase to 124. So we've gone to 6 to 100 in 3 years. As far as the tickets, those tickets are written by the Tennessee Highway Patrol, so the funds would be transferred to the state. Any costs that would come to the county would be if a judge adds court costs to that ticket.
Okay, then that is a concern, because now here we are a struggling county as far as our resources are concerned, and now we're requested to further extend our resources in support of the THP and National Guards, et cetera, and that is a huge concern. Well, we need to focus on the people that are here, the people who are disadvantaged, marginalized, and living and breathing in Shelby County. Most importantly, we need to support those who are detained, and I support Clerk Sawyer, as well as the judges, clerks, et cetera, who are trying to give release to those individuals who just waiting to wait out their time. The only thing they're guilty of is being disadvantaged. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Commissioner Sugarman for those questions. I definitely think that we need to appeal to the state to get those funds redirected back to the county. The points that I wanted to make, one, if Dr. Atwater is still here, I appreciate your points about addressing systemic issues rather than just the new building. I think that is what I'm most excited about with the ad hoc, and don't want to be too presumptuous about with the ad hoc. So I would like to make a motion that the recommendations of the ad hoc be received prior to the issuance of the RFP. The thought process around this is just, we need the ad hoc process to be able to truly define what the scope is, so that there's clarity in the RFP process. When we're looking for who will create the master plan, they need to understand what the scope of the plan is to be.
All right, I have a motion. Is there a second? Second by Chairwoman Avant. Is there any objection? Hearing none, so moved, so that this resolution has been amended so that before the issuance of the RFP, then the ad hoc committee's recommendations would be received. Is that right?
Yes, Chair.
Point of order.
Commissioner Brooks.
Thank you. So let me just try and get some clarity and understanding here, because initially when I sponsored this resolution prior to these amendments, my sole, S-O-L-E, intent was to have a public process, because the original resolution sponsored by the chair and another colleague was addressing affirmatively addressing $350,000 for a design to go to the individuals that were sponsoring, that were here asking for this project. So my next order was to make sure that this county did not write a $350,000 check to a private entity, give $350,000 public dollars to a private entity. Now, I want to understand very clearly before I vote. With this motion, will it in any way impair or impact the RFP public process? I want to make sure that we still have that public process. I don't want it to be impeded in any way. So I need to understand that before I cast my vote, sir. Thank you.
All right. Are you seeking a response from the mover of the motion?
Whomever can answer it truthfully.
Commissioner
Well, with
Thornton,
no
would you like
intent to
to
lie.
respond?
I think that my follow-up question might appease Commissioner Brooks, because it's my understanding that leaving the sole discretion of this with Public Works is not going to enhance the public process. I think that the motion is actually ensuring that the ad hoc, which is the most public-facing part of this process, is factored in before we initiate the RFP process. So I share the same reservations as you, because I don't want the RFP to solely be at the discretion of Cliff Norval. So I want the public to be factored in. And I also think it's just unfair to put the whole process of issuing this RFP on one man and one department. I do think that it needs to be something that has additional input, considering the magnitude and just scope of this project. So I would say, unless Director Norval is here, that the motion is actually in line with what you're requesting.
Well, I'm not sure. Am I recognized, Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Brooks.
Thank you. Okay, no, I don't see, it was not my intent to make any specific individual, call any specific individual names in this document, because the administration has always done RFPs. So, you know, whether, I don't see a Cliff Norval's name in here. I don't have a preference. I have a preference for experts. That's my preference. So what I want to do is just make sure that we don't deviate, because the administration has been doing this for quite some time. Now, as far as the ad hoc, before I turn this over to the ad hoc, or before I can vote to turn it over to the ad hoc, we haven't had any discussion about that. I don't know anything about that. And what I read, I have some questions. So I'm not sure where that fits. I just need some answers, need some more answers.
So, Chair, just as a point of information, in the documents, it explicitly says the Shelby County Administration through the Division of Public Works, which it's my understanding that the Director of the Division of Public Works is Cliff Norval, is going to authorize and direct and prepare and issue the RFP. So that gives a lot of discretion to Director Norval as the head of the Division of Public Works, is in the actual document in our system.
All right, thank you, Commissioners. So there was a motion, it was properly seconded and done without objection. So this resolution has been amended. I'll go back to the queue. Commissioner Clay Bibbs.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know if Mr. Gloucester wanted to have something to say before my time starts about the procurement process.
Sir, you're recognized.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you. James Gloucester, Administrator of Purchasing. I just wanted to add a comment for the record. Prior to the RFP, if there's any involvement from the public, it has to be prior to the RFP going live. After that RFP goes live, to keep the integrity of it, there's no communication outside of it until it's awarded. So any communications prior to the scope of work and presenting the RFP to purchasing is fine. But once we receive that scope of work and move forward with the RFP, we can't communicate that to anyone to keep the integrity of the RFP until it's awarded.
All right, you good, Commissioner? Let's go back to Commissioner. Do you have a point of order?
Yes, question for
Commissioner.
Mr. Gloucester.
Commissioner Brooks.
Thank you. Okay, so you're saying that, well, let me just say that the division of public works includes more than one person, right? Okay. What I was saying about a public process would be what you were talking about in RFP, RFQ. I just didn't want us to sit here and vote on $350,000 going to an individual, well, to a developer. So that's what I mean. A public process is the RFQ or RFP. Okay, that's all I'm concerned about solely right now. Thank you.
All right, I'll go back to Commissioner Clay Bibbs.
Thank you, Chair. Clerk Sawyer, thank you for your report. I think what you have highlighted, if you want to come up, it's not really a question, it's more of a statement that I think we need to be aware of as commissioners. Thank you for your report, because I think it is highlighting the need of some type of rebuild or bill, but it's also bringing to light there has to be another plan in works around everyday operations of the jail, because as we're patching things up every day, still doesn't mean things aren't falling apart. So through the work that you're doing with the other, with Sheriff Bonner and the other people that you mentioned as part of the task force, may not be called a task force, interagency committee, is there going to be some type of plan that you come up with around how to handle everyday operations and to alleviate some of what's happening in a way in which it still is addressing the needs of those who are being impacted by some of the things that are dealing with the building as it is kind of wearing down, but at the same time alleviating the backup in intake?
Thank you, Commissioner Clay Bibbs. Tammy Sawyer, General Sessions Court Clerk. So first and foremost, I'm not sure, I saw Chief Lindsay in the hall, but, and I'll just offer this, the sheriff did share with us that several of our counties are also supporting us with housing our inmate overflow. So this is not just having an impact on 201 Poplar and Jail East, but we are having to utilize the jails in the county as well due to the large number of inmates. And the state of Tennessee has about 130 inmates that need to be transferred, as you all have heard before, into state custody, which is also adding to our population concerns. I just wanted to add that. What we've drafted and are working through is a Shelby County Jail and Court Risk Assessment Matrix. This was our first meeting, and we've made an agreement to have this meeting monthly and to open up communication channels between this interagency group. But we'll measure arrest to bail release time as well as arrest to court time. We'll also measure the population of intake 201 and Jail East. We'll also measure technology reliability, because one of the biggest issues that we face is technology failing, as well as interaction with the public. And when we looked through this draft matrix, all of these were at what we call the critical level, level 5. And I can share what those data points are. And it's not just created by my office and not just assessed by my office. The goal is for those agencies whose data influences these numbers to respond weekly once we go live on this matrix, which again, we're talking 30 or 45 days for, these things to be fleshed out, because we want to get them right. But right now, I'll say the strongest communication pipeline is Chief Deputy Buckner to myself and back. We've been working in tandem on, responding to how these issues are affecting the court and the jail as well as release. And then my pipeline with Mayor Harris and community services. So we're trying to make those stronger with all of our partners.
Thank you for that. I just wanted to highlight that as you come up with recommendations to, if you or someone from the group can make sure you bring it back to the commission so that we can help support it, because I think we don't want that issue to get lost in the conversation about building a new building.
If I may, very quickly, our intention for meetings going forward, and that came up in this meeting, is to invite any commissioners or to have the commission choose a representative, because this is a working group. It's not the ad hoc, but it's the electeds and office representatives. And so we do, want to invite either the chair of the law enforcement or the chair of the commission to be a part of that, so that that information can flow.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Claybebs. Commissioner Brooks?
Thank you. I'm going to reserve my time. I'll get back in the queue. Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair. Now that we have tethered the ad hoc to this particular RFP process, I am curious about where information about the ad hoc currently is being publicized. Is that if the public wanted to follow the process? I know that there are public meeting notices that are given to the public. I'm not actually quite sure of how that goes. I would want to just ask if it's possible for us to be able to also attach those documents to this particular item, just for ease of the public's, consumption of knowledge. And then if we could just get an update of where the ad hoc process is presently. And I know that when an ad hoc is proposed, like the timeline for that particular ad hoc and scope of the ad hoc is submitted as well. And can we just speak to the public about what we hope to accomplish during the ad hoc process, just so that we can hear that we're really going to use the voices at the table to talk about the functions of the jail, the scope of the work, so that this master plan process can really be guided on the front end. As we've heard from purchasing, once it goes out for the RFP, then we leave a lot at the discretion of those that are bidding on that particular contract. And I just want that to be more of a guided process than something that we're at the liberties of the market. And just a point to add about the RFP process in Shelby County, we see how our RFP process favors certain demographics of businesses. And so that is concerning to me when it comes to yet another RFP of this scope. And I just feel like as much that we can do on the front end before we actually leave it to a market that is favoring or skewed towards a certain demographic, I think it's incumbent upon us to really bring the voice of Shelby County and make that represented in this RFP. So just as a recap, I would like to know, can we include documents to this particular resolution? Can we get an update from the chair on what the scope is? And also, Director Norval, if you could be present for Monday's meeting, I want to formally request that as well.
All right, Commissioner, I do have Chairwoman Avant next in the queue. Do you want, just go ahead to the queue, or do you want a quick answer before we?
If she's willing to give some of her time. If not, I'll just do a point of information after she speaks.
Okay.
If I could use this last 20 seconds for just the last thing, I would like to formally just request to the chair that I be a part of the ad hoc. I think I've skirted around making that more formally, but publicly I would like to ask to be a part of the ad hoc. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Thornton. Let me go to Chairwoman Brooks. Excuse me, Avant.
Thank you, Chair. As mentioned before, the ad hoc, which was appointed, I think, the memorandum sent out last Friday, and to restate that, the ad hoc committee's work is to work in coordination with the commission to study, evaluate, and recommend options for the site, design, and programming for the county jail for the purposes of developing an RFP. And again, as mentioned in the memorandum, since this is, one of the biggest investments the county will make, it's important to have all of the aspects that have been discussed in today's meeting, which is public input, experts who can give input on this process and what the design, and all of the both judicial systems and the clerks who will be involved in planning as well as implementation of the new facility. Chair of the ad hoc, Commissioner Lowry, Vice Chair Commissioner Bradford, I think have settled on a date of October 2nd as the first date. There will be, as all public meetings, a public notice that goes out. At that time, they will have scope of the ad hoc and then a timeline of proposed dates for the duration of the ad hoc. So those things are forthcoming. Any member of the public is welcome to attend the ad hoc meetings. These are public meetings, as are committee meetings, as are commission meetings. They will be publicly noticed. I don't know that we will have any document that could be attached to this particular resolution, but we'll make sure that all commissioners, as well as on our county website where most folks go to see the sequence of meetings, that those things are listed, as well as the scope of the ad hoc. Again, the members that are a part of the ad hoc, the date and time of the first meeting, as well as a scope of duration of meetings over a period of time. I think some ad hocs last a month, some last 2 months. I think it's based on the cadence of the meetings and the folks that will be a part of that process. I'm going to leave that to the chairs, chair and vice chair to decide. And then secondarily, any commissioner is welcome to attend those ad hoc meetings. They are public meetings. So as I mentioned before, that we had created in the memorandum a list of both stakeholders, public sector folks, some of our criminal justice organizations. All of those folks are represented in that meeting. If there are others that you think would have valuable insight, please make sure to share the dates and times of the ad hoc so that they're able to participate in that process as well. My recommendation also to the chair and vice chair would be maybe to provide some level of maybe surveys that folks can also send out to people who are there or not able to participate, to give some of that input, so that you're also, to Commissioner Brooks's point, making sure that there are many voices as a part of this big decision that we will need to make in developing a comprehensive RFP. I also recommend that if commissioners have questions that they think would be pertinent for the survey that could go out to the public, to please make sure to send that to Commissioner Lowry and Vice Chair Bradford.
Thank you, Chair Avatt. Commissioner Brooks.
Thank you. To the chair, in reference to, you mentioned that if we had recommendations for the ad hoc, did you say recommendations for membership, or was it just ad hoc in general?
Ad hoc in general.
Ad hoc in general. So right now, if we have some community members, and I don't see anyone on here from any community members that live in that area. So if I had a recommendation for a stakeholder that lived in the impacted area, the proposed area.
Which impacted area?
Well, any stakeholder.
Well, I do have a community member, Norman Red Wing, who's listed on the list of community members.
Okay.
And who has been a very vocal advocate in these meetings.
Okay.
He's listed on the ad hoc committee.
I think, okay, well, I don't want to get into it back and forth about who needs to be on the committee, but I know Dr. Edwater has spoken and organized people and developed a plan. So I feel like we're kind of ignoring her and what she has brought to the meeting, but, you're the chair. So I have another question that takes care of that question.
Can I address, I'm sorry, Chair, may I respond? I completely appreciate all of the thoughts, processes, but we voted in our last commission meeting that North Memphis actually was not a part of a site to be considered in the new facility of rebuild or relocation. So respectfully, Dr. Atwater, one of the advocates who has been vocal about this process, reached out, and so he was named to the ad hoc committee. To that point, I do not want to go back and forth at all either, but I do want to make sure that we're setting the record straight, and I don't want to insinuate in any way that I would be disrespectful to folks who are advocating about issues that are very important to all of us.
Okay, so I still have some time left, just to move on. What metrics were used to constitute the ad hoc? I'm just wondering about, I know I heard Clerk Sawyer talk about all of the individuals who are involved in law enforcement, how their input needs to be considered. And I'm looking at the ad hoc committee, and maybe I don't know all of these people, but I see Clerk Sawyer and Chief Fields from this local law enforcement community downtown surrounding the jail. I don't see anyone else that I recognize. Could you help me with that?
Chair Avant, do you wish to respond?
I'm happy to circulate the list again of all stakeholders that are in some part or in tertiary experience to what we will need in the new facility. I'm happy to do that through a memo to the commission. There aren't usually metrics set. There is a scope of work when you're creating an ad hoc of things that you're wanting to accomplish. Again, as I stated in my earlier statement, I will leave that to chair of the ad hoc, chair and vice chair of the ad hoc, to provide that, again, with the list of dates.
Thank you, Commissioner, or thank you, Chair. Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chair. I want to assume the best, but I have to both advocate for myself and acknowledge just a disregard for explicit requests to be formally on the ad hoc. So I've consulted with legal. It is appropriate for this request to be made, not just in attendance, but to actually be a part of the experience. The mere mention of the ad hoc came in committee, a committee that the chairwoman was not present for, and I express explicit interest to move forward to be a part of the process. The selection of Commissioner Lowry, Commissioner Bradford for the chair and vice chair happened. And again, there's no inclusion of myself in this particular committee. And I just wanted to say to the public that I actually have a degree from the University of Pennsylvania in prison social work. This is not just me wanting to be a part of the process. It's me being very, very committed to the issues around returned citizens, living in Orange Mound, which is a community that cycles people in and out of 201, and having to see firsthand what that experience is like. I do think that I would be a value add to this particular ad hoc, and I would like to ask the chair to add me to the ad hoc informal capacity.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Thornton. Back to Commissioner Brooks.
Well, just to piggyback on what Commissioner Thornton said, let us be reminded that I brought the resolution, but I was reprimanded, if you will, for transgressing the rules because it should have been the chair. But the space or the place that I come from, when you see that something needs to take place or some action needs to be taken and it's not being taken, then you move on it. So again, I think, at the time that this was brought forward, I did express or try to articulate my lack of intent in the transgression of any rules. That's not what I do. I've been doing this too long. So also, I was excluded from the ad hoc. Now, number one, I brought the idea. Number two, I don't think anybody has more experience than me. Not anybody on this list or in this room or on this body. Let me just say this, just to remind you. This is not a solicitation to be on it because you don't go into spaces where you're not included. That's what I believe. But I think it's worthy of note to know. I brought the complaint to the Justice Department when black children in juvenile court were being deprived of their constitutional rights solely based on their race. And I did it by myself because no one else wanted to move on it. And in the process of doing it, there was a lot of pushback, but I continued to do it because it was the right thing to do. So I'll just wrap up and say, I move on issues, particularly issues that impact my district and similarly situated districts, because it's a time to move on them, not because I want some credit for something. I just want to get the work done. Thank you for your indulgence.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Seeing no one else in the queue, let me just take a point of personal privilege to Clerk Sawyer. Thank you for coming back and being with us today and for your report. My apologies to you on record for not more quickly recognizing you and your desire to speak at the last meeting. I was honestly trying my very best to wrangle all the parts, but you we got to a point where we had 1 minute to speak, and so I do appreciate that you have come back and are being part of the process. So, all right, Commissioners, let's take this to a vote, please, as amended.
We have aye votes from Commissioner Sugarman, Mills, Wright, Thornton, Morrison, Bradford, Chairwoman Avant, Commissioner Brooks abstain. We have 7 ayes, 1 abstain.
Please show Commissioner Ford as a yes. Also, Madam Parliamentarian, I have a late-breaking comment card on this item. Can I take that up before we conclude the vote?
Corrections on vote. We have aye votes from Commissioner Sugarman, Mills, Ford, Wright, Thornton, Morrison, Bradford, Chairwoman Avant, Commissioner Brooks abstain. We have 8 ayes, 1 abstain.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before I call the tally on that, let me call up Cindy Johnson. Cindy, if you would give us your name and address, you'll have 3 minutes. Right up here, just take a seat and hit that button that looks like a person. And pull that down to your face there. All right. Give us your name and address, please, and then you have 3 minutes.
I'm Cynthia Johnson at 4246 Eagles Hunt Road in Millington, Tennessee. Right now, I'm here speaking on behalf of all the inmates that are in intake. They have been in there for weeks. Their legs are twice the size as normal, fluid retention. Their backs are hurting. They're not allowed. There's over 200 people there. As of last week, I know that 9 of them died with fentanyl overdoses. 1 died and there was no Narcan. As a matter of fact, one of the inmates saved that one. They haven't been able to lay down, period. They're only allowed to sleep in the chairs. When they sleep in the chairs, they're awoken because they want to make sure they're not dead or not. They're only allowed to sleep in chairs. Let me see what else I got. I don't know why there's no cameras in the place. There's absolutely no cameras. It's ran by a security guard. COVID's right around the corner. I know in Arkadelphia, Arkansas, COVID, half the town's got it right now, so it's coming this way. So if the COVID comes, what are y'all going to do with all of them? It's over 200 people in there. I don't know. To me, it's inhumane conditions, and I think that y'all need to look at that. It's really a bad, from my understanding of what I've been getting from him. My son he's Asperger's, borderline autistic. He don't know how to even lie, so I'm getting this feedback, and he never complains about anything, but he's telling me that he only can call me sometimes at 2 in the morning. I haven't spoke to him in days, but I think something needs to be done about that. I mean, they're all human too. And I'm a law-abiding citizen. I'm not taking up for anything for, his charges or anything. That's something else, but I think all the people in intake, they need to have a little bit of rest because that causes medical damages. I don't know. That's all I got to say. And I'm bad at speaking, so anyway, it's probably my first time to ever talk in front of people. Am I done?
All right, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Johnson.
Do I hit this button?
Yes, if you would hit that again, thank you. I may have a commissioner who seeks to address you. Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Johnson. You did a good job, and thank you for coming down. It is useful to hear these type of public testimonies, so I just want you to know that your message is received, and we just appreciate you for coming down to advocate. If I could, Clerk Sawyer, that's a tongue twister. Can I just ask you a question? It's really a question for the sheriff, but I think that you can chime in just to educate us. The intake process, how, like with what she described, what is the appropriate process and how far from where we are supposed to be able to get people in and out are we? And then truthfully, have you, in the conversations you talked about collaborative spaces that you've been in, have you heard or come across any plan to be able to improve that process? It's particularly alarming as we're talking about bringing in the National Guard, increasing the amount of people who will be there on top of what we're hearing is already extremely a dysfunctional state of operation. I'm just curious, what is the plan? And if there's not one appropriately, who should we be applying pressure to?
Thank you, Tammy Sawyer, General Sessions Court Clerk. Commissioner Thornton, do you mind restating your first and second question, please?
Yeah, the first question just being the intake, because I'm aware that there are guidelines that we're supposed to follow with intake. I've gathered that just through conversations. Can you just refresh us on what is an appropriate intake process and the timelines associated? And then can you just, in the absence of the sheriff, state if you've come across any plan to be able to better that process?
So I'll attempt not to take up too much time. I'll walk you guys through it really quickly. So the first contact with a person accused of committing a crime is the arresting agency. That's Memphis Police Department, could be the Sheriff's Department, Tennessee Highway Patrol, ICE, etc. Right now, the majority of the arrests that lead to detainees coming into the 201 is from the Memphis Police Department. They are then transported to 201 Poplar. They're not yet in county custody. And so from the time a person is arrested, we do not count our clock. And so it could be a 30-minute transfer to 201. It could be 4 hours. It just depends. They then go through a medical assessment. They're asked if they're suicidal. They're asked if they have any mental health concerns. They're asked if they've been injured. If any of that is true, there's a potential for mental health patients to be transferred to Alliance, but Alliance prefers that they first have bond set and see a judge before they're taken to Alliance. If they have any injuries, they're taken to the med. They're still not in custody if they go to the med. Then they come back, or if they have no issues, they see the first judicial commissioner. That judicial commissioner verifies the affidavit or arrest warrant or ticket. If all of that is good and, they don't release the person right then, that's when they become in Shelby County custody. So just so you know, that means anywhere upwards of 4 hours they could have been in another agency's custody before they come into our custody. Once they come into our custody, they're sent into intake, where they sit in the room as described, as I've described, some of them standing room only, some of them using chairs as beds, some people actually laying on the floor. And so it is then that they are interviewed by pretrial in the Sheriff's Department's R&I. R&I makes sure that they have no outstanding warrants. If they have been arrested before, they generally go through the process really quickly. If they have not been arrested before, it takes a little bit longer because you have to have an R&I number set up, and that requires a longer interview process. We're now a couple hours into the process, and that's when there's 50 people in intake. So with 250 people in intake, we're talking hours. Then, and again, at this time, all of this is mostly done by paper, fax, and email. So we're not even talking about what happens in the women's jail, which we're working with as well. Then it goes to the judicial commissioners via email. The judicial commissioners work from home, the majority of them. They review the interview. They review the documents. They set the bail. The bail is then sent back to the General Sessions 24-hour office, where the bail is entered into the system, sent back to pretrial, who then sends it, finishes their process. They send it back to 24-hour office, General Sessions, where we prepare the jackets for court and if someone is able for bail. Now, here's what we've done. As I said yesterday, my office met with the pretrial division, and we've identified a way to streamline that process. I think we could cut days, if not at least half a day off of this process with the technical solution that we've identified. There's options in our current system, Odyssey, owned by Tyler, who the county sends millions of dollars with, that were not enacted by previous administrations, that pretrial and my office and the Sheriff's Department are going to look into using to streamline the process so that everything is done with click and upload instead of click, print, email, send, scan. The paperwork is a large part of the extended process. It also causes people to be, what we've heard before, quote unquote, lost in jail, because imagine your whole life is attached to a piece of paper, either floating through a bank tube or, having to get sent from one office to another. And also a lot of times things are sent via email, with there's no naming convention. So, to answer your question, what we are working on right now is an expedited technological response. We hope that will reduce, again, I say by November 1st, our intake and release process and our intake to court process. So what I do want to share with commissioners and the public is that this process is not about my office or any other office deciding innocence or guilt, but it is about the fact that a person should be able to have their bail set in less than a day. And right now, we are looking at 2 to 3 days in intake, if not more.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Clerk.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson.
Commissioner Brooks.
Sawyer, I have a question. I know this is not directly within your scope, and I'm not sure of the forms that may be needed for this kind of thing, but I've been asking about, Sheriff Bonner, about aggressively talking with the state about removal and or reimbursement for state prisoners. So I guess I heard you earlier when you said that the money from THP, the money they collect here on these streets, will go to the state. So I'm trying to understand what kind of paperwork or what kind of additional responsibilities are incurred because of the lack or the negligence on the part of state to do their duty.
Tammy Sawyer, General Sessions Court Clerk. I'm going to try not to speak for the sheriff. Yes, ma'am. I do know that he shared last Thursday that there are 130 or so people in 201 who are actually should be in custody of the state. And I know that he has really been pushing the state to transport those people. one of the issues is that as soon as those folks go out, more come in. Chief Lindsay is here if she'd like to add to that, but I do know that there are 130 people that the state has not picked up. And the cost that we incur is that we are housing in space that we could be housing, intake overflow, where we could be housing, our own overflow in jail, as well as the cost of feeding and other operational costs associated with those 130 individuals.
Are you impacted by any costs associated with state prisoners at all, in terms of documentations or any of that? I don't know how it works, but I'm just wondering if you have any responsibilities as a result of state negligence.
Tammy Sawyer, General Sessions. No, ma'am, it does not impact my office. The cost is solely impacting the Sheriff's Department.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And it would be a good idea, I see our legislative chair is gone now, but maybe we can remind her that maybe this could be an item we can work up so that we can encourage the state to fulfill their responsibility regarding local prisoners, state prisoners housed in local facilities, or to be more specific, in Shelby County jails, because that's a burden in so many ways. And we have a big problem, she's just articulated, not just the intake and the space, but the dollars they owe money that they're not paying. They're all in our business, but they're not taking care of their business. So anyway, you understand what I'm saying? I think that once this whole task force comes together, maybe since you're there, a part of the interagency task force, ask them to pick up that tab.
Tammy Sawyer, General Sessions Court Clerk. I just want to state for the record, I just consulted with Chief Lindsay from the Sheriff's Department. It's 95, not 130. Still a lot, but I don't want to be misquoted. So it's 95, which is still a high number. And as far as, we did have this conversation in the first meeting about the impact of these, of the state inmates who should be transferred. And so, yes, we will continue and make it a priority in our future conversations, and I'm sure the sheriff can speak to it as well. But for the record, 95. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Commissioner. Madam Minutes Clerk, could you refresh my memory on what the vote was?
Item 1, vote was 8 ayes, 1 abstain.
All right, thank you. This item will move down with a favorable recommendation. All right, we successfully got through item 1. Let's read item 2.
Yes, sir. Item 2 is a resolution approving a contract between Shelby County Government and Singer H&R for the emergency purchase and installation of a dishwasher at Jail East located at 601 Haley Road on behalf of the Shelby County Sheriff's Office in the amount not to exceed $51,762.01. This item requires the expenditure of fiscal year 2025 general funds in the amount not to exceed $51,762.01, sponsored by Commissioner McWright.
Thank you. This item has been moved by Commissioner Thornton, second by Commissioner Sugarman. I see Chief Lindsay. Good morning. You have the floor.
Good morning, Commissioners. Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office, and with me I have Assistant Chief Jailer George Askew. So the item before you is requesting your approval and ratification of an emergency contract for the purchase and installation of a new dishwasher at 6201 Haley. The work has already been completed. It was completed last fiscal year. However, this is one of the contracts that fell through the cracks and, trying to get it to you before the end of the fiscal year. But it still requires the board's approval because the item is greater than $50,000. And because it was related to a fire of the original dishwasher, required the emergency replacement and installation of it. So we respectfully ask for your favorable approval of this item, and we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right, Commissioner Thornton.
I'm so happy, Chief, that you're happy to answer any questions, because I do have one. emergency spends has been something that's been on my radar for a minute, and we approve a number of these purchases. I do want to make the public case that any stalls to us creating a jail plan moving forward and actually pursuing funding, particularly because we're about to go into our legislative lobbying season. Like, we need to have the jail at the forefront of our mind. There can't be another missed opportunity for us to talk at the state level about funding the jail, knowing that we won't be able to foot the bill even when the RFP comes back. We know that it is going to be $1 billion+ ticket. So emergency purchases, can you give us a total since 2022 of how much we've spent in these emergency purchases? And just a heads up to the EOC department, I do want to unpack who we are spending these emergency purchases with. One thing that I noted before we had to shut down some communications with it was that these emergency purchases are favoring majority businesses primarily. And so there's both a concern that we are making these sizable emergency purchases on the brink of potentially relocating the whole building. So it's like making an emergency purchase to get a new washing machine, and then you move out of the house and you leave it behind. These are wasteful spends. And I just feel like as a taxpayer, it's very concerning to me to see the necessity to get the emergency purchase through, but then also the writing on the wall that we're about to make a pivot, potentially with the new facility, hopefully with something that will be better, higher functioning. And I don't know if these emergency purchases are going to be able to transfer to whatever the new plan is. And so these empty investments, they have added up. And I would like the public to know just how much we have spent in these past couple of years on these emergency purchases. So if you could get that in advance of Monday, that would be ideal. If not, if you could just communicate to the entire body when you can get that information to us, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Thornton. I'm seeing no one else in the queue. Let's take this to a vote, please. Oh, excuse me. Director Thompson.
Michael Thompson, Deputy CFO, Shelby County Government. This resolution in the caption reads FY25. We are no longer in FY25. So please be mindful that, I recommend that you all do not approve this or send it down with favor recommendation, because this is a FY25 item and we are in September, which is 3 months into FY26. So this is not even possible.
All right, let me go back to Chief Lindsay to explain why this is FY25.
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. The Administrative Purchasing approved an emergency justification in February 2025. The purchase order was issued on April 30th, 2025. The funds have already been expended, but because of the purchasing rules and regulations, it requires that any emergency purchase greater than $50,000 still come before this body for approval, for ratification and approval. This item probably has already been paid. The purpose of bringing this item before you, Commissioners, is so that the mayor can fully execute the contract. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Lindsay. Let me go back to you.
Michael Thompson, Deputy CFO. I'm glad Chief Lindsay cleared that up for everyone. Thank you.
So is there, I just huddled with the parliamentarian, do we need to amend the language to say whichever, Mr. Thompson?
Ratify as opposed to amend, would that be the correct terminology? Ratify rather than approve, since it's already been paid, it's just authorizing the payment from the FY?
Michael Thompson, Deputy CFO. I would need more information to understand if this expenditure has actually been paid from our bank account. Also, we need a little bit more clarity on how this happened so that I can make the right call on this question, right? Because this is very unique.
Chief Lindsay.
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. Either the funds have already been expended or they've been carried over to fiscal year 2026. I'll have a definite answer for you on Monday. But purchasing rules and regulations, I think it's 202, requires that any emergency purchase after a purchase order is issued to bring the item to the commission for approval. So it's not related to fiscal year 2026 at all. And we have brought several items like this. The only issue is that this item was from fiscal year 2025. We're not asking for 2025 expenditures. Thank you.
All right, so I'm going to put this on record that we would request between now and Monday some language on what finance requires of us to make this good, whether that's ratifying or.
Michael Thompson, Deputy CFO, Shelby County Government. In addition to that, I would also, like to request what Chief Lindsay said she would bring as an understanding of whether it was carried forward, et cetera. So the background associated with what the Sheriff's Department did in this matter would be helpful in order for me to make that call. Thank you.
I do have two commissioners in the queue. Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chair. In lieu of the discussion, if I would like to make a motion to send this down without recommendation.
All right, there's a motion to send down without recommendation by Thornton, second by, I heard Commissioner Brooks. Can we do that without objection? Before I hit the gavel on that, let me hear from Commissioner Mills.
Thank you. I have a question for, I don't know if it's for CFO Lindsay or the Deputy CFO. There's an account number in here. It was approved by legal. It's all, I don't understand the hiccup. Or if it's been approved by legal, it's been approved by finance, and there's an account number in here where the money's coming from.
Michael Thompson, Deputy CFO, Shelby County Government. None of those questions are what we're asking. We're asking to understand whether it was paid and already left the building in FY25 or carried forward into FY26. So none of those questions are even relevant.
Okay. That's fine.
I have a question through the chair.
Chief Lindsay.
What is the relevance? Because if we have a purchase order, it was approved by the purchasing administrator, it's gone through finance for approval, it's gone through legal for approval. The interference with the sheriff's office resolutions is not helpful when it's not going to lead to anything. So I'm happy to bring whatever it is that you need, but this constant interference from the finance administration on things that don't really concern them is really, really becoming a lot. And I just want to share that frustration with you all, because this is unnecessary for $51,000. And I can find out in a matter of 5 minutes whether or not it's been paid. But that is the most disrespectful situation that we can ever incur constantly in these committee meetings. Thank you.
And Chair Wright, with my minute and a half that's left, that's kind of my point that I was trying to make before I got the snarky remark as well. And it does need to stop.
Chief Thompson.
Michael Thompson, Deputy CFO, Shelby County Government. The important thing to understand here is that each of the commissioners need to understand exactly what they're voting on. So if anyone had a question or did not have full clarity on what they were voting on, that is the importance here. It has nothing to do with anything other than making sure that each commissioner knows what they are going to put their vote on. That is the key here. Did you all have any understanding of what this item was prior to this conversation? If you did, great. If you did not, I think everyone gained further clarity from this conversation. Thank you.
Chief Lindsay.
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. And one of my goals this year was to try not to go back and forth with the mayor's administration or commission. I don't think that moves us forward in any direction. But until the moment Deputy Director Thompson came up here and asked about fiscal year 2026 funds, that is what created the confusion. Not until that moment. I've said nothing about 2026 funds. This resolution is clearly to approve and ratify a purchase from fiscal year 2025. And all throughout last fiscal year and 2024, we've done the same. The only thing that's different between this item is that it's after the fiscal year. Regardless, the mayor still has to sign the contract. The work has already been done. But I'm happy to address any question and will be happy to provide any documentation on whether the item has been paid. But in the future, I will respectfully ask this body for finance not to come before you when the sheriff's office is at this table unless you request them.
Would it be helpful to amend the caption with maybe just adding ratification? Because it says
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. I'm happy to amend the caption however this body sees fit, but it's still approving the contract. But there's no need for interjection from another office when the sheriff's office is before you unless this body is asking for their input. But for them to just come to the table and interact when we're interacting with you is not helpful in any way. And that I'm respectfully requesting. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Lindsay. Before I gavel out, Commissioner Ford, you're in the queue.
So that we can go to item number 3, I know this is so-called committee work, but I sincerely hope that this so-called committee work is not a copy and paste of what's going to transpire on Monday. We're talking about $51,000 to wash some dishes and whatnot. I'm assuming the inmates, this is for the inmates, I'm assuming. So basically, we're talking about, do we want the inmates to have dirty dishes when they eat, or do they want clean dishes in order to eat? That's what we're talking about right now. We are of age, I'm not even going to say grown for some people. We should already be on budget and finance now. But, Chair, I'm going to simply say this. You tolerate what you allow, and the thing that I have noticed is that, and this is why I've always voluntarily said, don't put me on any committees, I just want to watch the show. I am watching the show right now. Other people are watching the show right now. But hey, if you don't care, because that's going to get you back in office and everything else, you go right ahead. But we're talking about business. We're talking about getting clean dishes for the inmates, going back and forth, and it's taking, 10, 15 minutes? So my question is, what are we really asking for downstairs so that we won't have a repeat of what has transpired up here? What are we asking for specifically? Because it was stated whatever Ms. Lindsay needs to bring, I know she probably has it. What are we specifically asking for, if anything? You don't know, do you?
All I know, Commissioner, is that I'm trying to run the committee and hear from as many voices as possible.
The item was going to be sent down without a recommendation. I'm just asking, what are we going to be doing in the next 5 days in order to make sure that we don't have this coming back up because things were not brought to us? That's why I'm asking. That's my main question. So what was asked?
Yeah, thank you for clarifying. I think the motion was made by Commissioner Thornton and seconded by Commissioner Brooks. So our mover has...
I tell you what, I don't need any more information. Whoever needs more information in 5 days, get it from whoever offline, and let's move on. Call the order of the day.
All right, we're going to send, I see you, Chief, but we're going to send this, this has been already moved, so we're going to go down without recommendation, and we'll follow up with you. Thank you. All right. Are we good? All right, let's read item 3.
Item 3 is a resolution amending the fiscal year 2026 operating budget to allocate funding to the Criminal Court Clerk's Office to fully fund the technology costs for 3 technology systems, Research Court Analytics, and CSI IntelliDact redaction for the combined amount of $132,370 from the general fund, sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs. This item does not meet requirements of permanent rules. It was referred back to committee in September 8th, 2025 commission meeting. Chair Wright, this item does not meet the requirements of the permanent rule.
Chair, I'd like to move to suspend that rule. I think it was the finance rule for the purposes of this item to be in front of us appropriately.
Second.
All right, before we do that, this has been moved by Commissioner Sugarman. I need a second. The item has been moved by Commissioner Sugarman. I've seconded it?
Going to the screen.
I don't think I clicked that, but okay, all right, I'll take it. I have seconded the item, apparently, somehow ghost in the machine. So it's before us now here, and a motion from Commissioner Ford to suspend the
So
rules.
moved.
Second by Commissioner Sugarman. Can we do that without objection? Hearing none, so moved. Now let me go to Commissioner Clay Bibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So a point of information around when this came to the actual commission meeting, didn't we state that the conversation about holding this to a later point in time? I thought in that meeting we stated that this item will be held until January, I believe, if we recall
So-
correctly. Or was it just kicked back to committee again? Okay, because Clerk Kuhn is not here.
So I will, Commissioner, if I may interrupt you.
Yes, sir.
I did hear from Clerk Kuhn. She has asked to withdraw this item.
Perfect, okay, thank you.
So do you want to make that?
I'll make that motion.
Been moved to remove by Commissioner Clay Bibbs, second by Commissioner Sugarman. Can we do that without objection? Hearing none, so moved. All right, thank you, Commissioners. We
Thank
do
you.
have a couple of add-on items. I have 2 add-on items, I think. Can we read item 4?
Item 4 is an add-on item. Item 4 is a resolution of the Shelby County Board of Commissioners requesting terms ensuring legal and strategic utilization of federal, state, and local resources in the event the President of the United States or Governor of the State of Tennessee deploys the Tennessee National Guard to Memphis and Shelby County, Tennessee, sponsored by Chairwoman Shantae K. Avant and Commissioner Charlie Caswell, Jr.
Thank you. This item's been moved by Commissioner Sugarman, second by Commissioner Caswell. Commissioner Ford.
Thank you, and I'll say this one time, so I won't have to say it for 4 and 5. I appreciate the colleagues of mine that have put a resolution regarding what would be transpiring. I've read both. Both resolutions would be contrary to the statement that I've already put out regarding my stance concerning the National Guard, as well as my letter to the President of the United States that got received by the White House on Friday and snail mailed on Monday. So I just wanted to make sure that I put that on record, that although I do appreciate and my colleagues have the full right to express what they believe is best with the constituency that they represent, the letters that I've already sent out last week on Friday would be contrary to the body of both items. So therefore, I will be not voting in favor or against. I'll just be present, not voting for both items. Thank you for the record.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Ford. Commissioner Caswell.
Thank you, Commissioner Wright. And I just wanted to, again, Chair, for allowing me to speak on this issue. The reason why I brought forth, after our executive session that we had with the attorneys, we understood that basically that even if we don't want the National Guard to come, when following our executive session, we seen on the news that they were all in the Oval Office, that this is about to happen. Being that we understand that something is about to happen in our community, and for many here that know that where I've been standing since I got on this body, I've been saying since day one, sadly, in my community, it has been a war. It has been a war of violence and crime in District 1, District 6, which is District 1 as well, City Council District, at Austin Peay Station, where we got too much violence and gangs. I don't support, from what my stance, I don't think National Guard is going to change that narrative. Yet, with some of the supports of the ATF, the FBI, and others, I believe that we most definitely need to address the violence and gangs that's in our city. And to that point is, drafting this resolution was in part to say that if they are to come to our city, that we want our local authority to still have control over this pretty much process, because they know this community. And when we talk about sustainability, something I heard in the Oval Office as they were speaking about it, how do it be sustainable? I feel it's going to be sustainable by the police and the sheriff department working together on these coordinated efforts, going into these hot spots, focusing on gangs in those particular areas that they're going to be targeting. The other part to this is that when we know that all the resources that was spoken of, that's the Department of Education, Department of Treasury, Department of Housing, Community Development, they will see, once they get on the ground, Commissioner Wright, one of the things you put forth, and you said, if you want to help us from the federal level, we got schools that need to be rebuilt. We got a jail that, we've been asking for federal resources to address these root cause issues, and they have yet to respond to this, to our request from a federal level. Sadly, we have seen it even from the state level, that the resources have not come down. So hopefully, and again, that what this resolution is just to say is that if something is going to happen in this county, we as this county understand that we need to be a part of coordinating those efforts. Not saying we're trying to stop the National Guard from coming, not saying we're trying to stop the FBI, the ATF from coming. We don't want them here. I don't think it's going to send the best message to our street. But if they do come, this resolution just say, here are some things that can happen to help mitigate some of the outcomes that what we think that may happen in the ills of not saying or doing nothing. I feel we have to say something right now, because if we don't say nothing and they come next week, they're going to say, y'all haven't made a request about nothing, so what y'all asking for? And so that's why I'm asking as a body for this. I'm going to get back in the queue because I want to add a friendly amendment as well to this. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Thornton, you're next.
Thank you, Chair. I do want to make an amendment on Monday and just request to legal today if you could shape up an additional whereas clause to be presented. I watched one of the interviews with President Trump, and he deferred to his attorney, and the attorney made a quote saying that whether it takes 2 months or 2 years, we're going to go block by block, street by street to make arrest. And so that particular comment was alarming to me, because on one end, I agree with getting as granular as going block by block, street by street, but not to make arrests. I think that one thing that I have noted and expressed a number of times since I've been in this seat is just in our most disinvested communities, there's broken infrastructure. And so just to the listening public, to everyone here, I don't know how it is in Hyde Park. I know that y'all have that great facility over there with Memphis Lift, but in Orange Mound right now, we don't have an active CDC. Around the Hamilton area, please tell me who's over the Bunker Hill, Dixie Heights Neighborhood Associations. Where in Oak Haven is there a neighborhood association? So we have this interesting dynamic where we don't have a social infrastructure that can actually advocate to get resources in, though the resources exist. Judge Sugarman has come down and said 40% of juvenile detainees, Bishop, are coming from 38118 in the Oak Haven area. So when I rushed to Oak Haven and I saw the Alumni Association isn't incorporated, there's no neighborhood association, it made sense to me. So it's just like these things are not just, the things that we're experiencing are real, and the disconnects are real as well. So with that being said, if we're going to have additional boots on the ground, and I'm hearing, numbers between 300 to upward of 1,000, why not have them work with vested community leaders who are willing to canvass their own communities to be able to reestablish these infrastructures that can position communities after they leave to be better. And so I think that a major function of them that is communicated from this body should be to support neighborhood-based organizations in engagement and specifically canvassing efforts. So I'm going to work with legal to bring that particular amendment to this, and I hope to see both Governor Lee and President Trump supportive of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Sugarman.
Thank you, Chair. And so I think this is premature. I think I'm not going to acquiesce and support this. I've seen what's happened in D.C. They make pretextual stops, and even if they're not arrested, they're fined. And these are the most vulnerable people of our communities. And so, again, I do not support this. I think that it is too soon. I think, first of all, I think a more strategic in my opinion, my humble opinion, is to request that the governor not send the troops. Secondly, we got to look at who they're actually sending. A lot of these individuals are young black and brown individuals who are trying to make a better way by joining National Guards or whomever. Also, it's taking resources, valuable, precious resources that we do not have away to either state or federal coffers. And so, again, this is a tactic. I know ACLU has communicated, I have intel, that is not going to just end with Memphis, Shelby County. They're going to go to the major black cities across the country. This is just a stepping stone. I think we need to stay united and strong because we will be sending the wrong message if we acquiesce at this point. There are cities and counties across this country are watching us. We're under a microscope, and how we act is going to determine how easy we allow this to come in. For example, I've had individuals who live in D.C. and how they block off streets. There are videos out there, and what they do, it's an occupation. And if they try to lie about data, what else will they lie about? Because according to the Crime Commission, who we fund, stated that crime is down, yet the poverty levels are increasing. The support from the federal government is decreasing. So enough is enough. And I urge my colleagues to not acquiesce and stand strong and united. Now, if they come in, or when they come in, that is the time to then follow this suit. But I think that we're just folding down. I will not bend over for a local, state, or federal government. I am a warrior, and I will fight with my people and my community. And I think it's a disservice that we do this so early in the game. And again, our people across the country are reaching out to us and saying, please stand strong, please stand united. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. Before I go to you, Commissioner Caswell, I'll put this to you. I have a couple of comment cards. Do you want me to go to them first before we return? Yeah, we can. Okay, let me do that then. Let me go to the comment cards. First I have, pardon me if I mispronounce this, Gisela, I believe, Guerrero. If you would come up, please, and give us your name and address, you'll have 3 minutes. And if you would hit that button that looks like a person.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Gisela Guerrero. I am lead organizer for MICA, Memphis Interfaith Coalition for Action and Hope. I wanted to share a statement that was read at MICA's public meeting this past Sunday. All of y'all were invited. I don't believe I saw many of y'all there. So we wanted to share this statement that also speaks to our stance on the deployment of the National Guard. This was read by our president, Keith Caldwell, pastor of Centenary UMC, as well as in support of dozens of faith leaders in our city and hundreds of people in attendance. The time has come for us to come together as a community. We are troubled that our national leaders, the President and Governor Lee, believe that military intervention is the answer to the challenges we face in Memphis. The very issues that our community have identified and have clear, tangible solutions will be presented here today. If y'all had attended, you would have heard them directly. Our demands to address systemic underfunding of public transits, deplorable living conditions in housing, mental health supports instead of jailing people, sensible gun laws to keep our youth safe, are not the same as having armed National Guards patrolling our streets. These issues cannot simply be policed away. Our focus here in Memphis, Tennessee is on compassion, dialogue, and finding holistic responses to our tremendous social needs that shadow systemic poverty. We know that violence only breeds more violence. When we prioritize retaliation over conversation, we diminish our hopes for a brighter future. We stand together boldly proclaiming true peace in Memphis is only possible with real justice. Our leaders will only know peace when our community receives the justice it deserves. We have immense strength and resilience as a community. Just look around you. Together we can ignite the change we envision. Again, this was the statement read at our public meeting this past Sunday, where we spoke about public transits and heard stories and testimonies about the need to get that fully funded. We heard stories from immigrant community members and how they are being impacted by folks like National Guard coming in and kidnapping folks from their street, from their homes, from their work, totally destabilizing families. So I think our main commitment here, our main statement is we do not see the National Guard coming to Memphis as a positive thing, as a needed thing. And what we've been pushing for as MICA, investment, true, full, complete, comprehensive investment in our community is what would have prevented this even from being an issue to begin with. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Herrero. Next, I have Reverend Beatrix Wheel. Again, if you'd give us your name and address, you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm the Reverend Beatrix Weil, 1567 Overton Park Avenue. I'm here with Decarcerate Memphis. I was part of a discussion with Commissioner Caswell on this topic, and we are definitely aligned in wanting this community investment, especially how it could have prevented this situation. I speak in favor of a community investment approach and investment in infrastructure, like Commissioner Thornton mentioned. And that could have been and should have been an alternate to policing that I can support. Overall, as an abolitionist, I'm never going to support the National Guard coming here. That's not in the cards for me. That being said, if the county explored the full authority available to limit access to public facilities by federal authorities and provide protection and support for Shelby County residents, I also believe in harm reductions. That would be a harm reduction tactic. But let it be known that I, as a resident, would prefer that the National Guard not come here. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Let me go back to Commissioner Caswell.
Thank you, and thank you to our guest speakers here as well. I would say I don't support it either, but I was fully in support of putting pennies in the budget that would have generated revenue, that would have mitigated some of these things that we're talking about. It's when we fail to act, then consequences come following that. Again, to my colleague who spoke passionately about not supporting this, I was in executive session when I heard from our attorneys, even though we want to fight against this as much as we can, that we are in a red state. We're not in Chicago, in Illinois, where you have a blue governor who's standing with a mirror who's saying, hey, I'm not supporting this. What was told to us is that basically that if the president pushed the button, then they militarize them and then they cannot come in as individuals to police. But if the governor, on the other hand, does, then they have some capacity, and we will have no power at this body. We can fight it, but then, and we want to fight for the people to get something done, and this is all this resolution is speaking to, that we want to be able to measure the impact of whatever happens and be able to, with those leaders that we have on the ground here, to control the narrative as much as possible. Because again, they can come in and just go rampant and do what they want to do. And when you look at it, and when we talk about resources that we needed those resources in budget. We needed transport, we needed housing, we needed mental health, and that was the fight. That's why I didn't support the budget, because I saw what was happening in my neighborhood and community, and an item that will be coming forth today to say, let's cut money and wait till January. Well, we see now that many of our communities can't afford to wait. When we have nowhere for these young people to go or do, they're going to be in the hands of these individuals. And so again, looking at the whole picture, this is why this resolution, I brought it forth, not saying that I support that. I don't want to see a tank in my neighborhood. I don't want to see the National Guard. Yet what I do want to see, and been told many times on this body, from this stands there, I stand there by our sheriff, that he didn't have enough officers to address coming in and working alongside the police department because he's short. I've been told by police in my district that they had a shortage of police to address the fact that, and I said it on here, a family member, that when I see, it's not National Guard standing outside my family in Fraser house right now. It's about 30, 40 guys right now with AK-47. They've been there. And I've been asking for some support. It was not the National Guard that was on the news a couple of weeks when I had a family member driving out of Anna's apartments in Fraser and they shooting at the car as he drove through those apartments. It was in my neighborhood that we're seeing these things happen, and we want something done. The constituents in my community, they begging for something to get done every night. It's not the National Guard that's doing drive-arounds in the middle of James and Howland, where we fought to get new development for, they got black developers to come build houses there, but they doing 300 cars every night, every weekend is there doing it. So we need something to happen in this city to change and reset where we are. This is not what we're asking for, that the National Guard do it, but we're asking for resources to get it done, and all we're trying to do is align those resources. To that point, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I do want to amend what, basically what the constituent just spoke of, to add that language, if I can get a second on it, to just say that the county want to explore the full authority available to limit access to public facilities by federal authorities and provide protections and support for the Shelby County residents. If I can get this.
All right, there's a motion on the floor to amend made by Commissioner Caswell. I heard a second from Commissioner Brooks. Is there any objection? Hearing none, so moved. Commissioner Caswell, why don't you get back in the queue? I'm sure you have some concluding remarks. All right, let's go back to Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chair. I'll make some additional comments on Monday. I think that there's a lot. This is a very loaded topic. It's beyond just the National Guard. When Commissioner Caswell was speaking, it just made me just really think about recent conversations that I've started to have with constituents on the ground. I'm talking at the corner stores. I'm talking, just walking the hood. And there is not this paranoia that is being portrayed, more so for me on Facebook. I see a number of citywide players, countywide players, that are pushing this narrative of fear from the elders who have become fearful of the cultures in these low-income communities to the people on the streets that are just kind of just like, it is what it is. I just kind of want to strike balance there. I think that sometimes the advocates can be a little away from like the pulse of what's happening on the streets, and I just want to encourage advocates to lift up a narrative of impacted people, not hold space off of the concept of what you think that people will say. And I do think that there is a need for us to lean in a little bit closer to the people on the ground that are saying kind of like a different narrative. So that piece for what it is. I just want to make a point that right now, $4.5 million for my disinvested district is being held up by Mayor Lee Harris. So when we talk about advocates like Micah and Decarcerate, this is an open invitation for you to care about investment before the National Guard gets here. Because we have literally been battling here locally with local elected leaders to be able to unlock resources that we know can make waves in this disinvested community. So when I talk about infrastructure, we've already earmarked funds for every single neighborhood in District 10 to be able to activate their neighborhood associations. One of the items that will come up today is trying to push access to those funds to the end of January. So if you think about it, right now is peak time for us to be out canvassing. It's great weather. We're leading into the holiday season, which is robust programming for Thanksgiving and Christmas that we are potentially going to miss because we're playing with the funds. And there's proof that we're playing with the funds because in fiscal year 2025, when we were earmarked $2.7 million, those funds sat on the desk for half of a year. So I think that political play before the National Guard needs to be addressed. And when we talk about really standing 10 toes down about investing in these communities, President Trump didn't do that. The governor, he didn't do that. We have local leaders who can be held accountable. So I just want to say to the advocates, please stand with the people. There's a great case to be made in District 10, and I hope to see us at a later item. Keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Thornton. I have a couple of new commissioners in the queue. Let me go first to you, to Commissioner Clay Bibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Commissioner Caswell, I understand your intent with this based upon the information that we received earlier this week, but I will not be in support of this because to me, this is not the first thing to do. For me, it is to fight first, to be able to push back first, to be able to make it clear that this is not how you invest in community first. So I understand the intent. I just want to put it back out there. But I do think, for me personally, what I'm hearing from my constituents is to be able to push back first, to see where we can go, to remind people that we need investments before we need more, quote-unquote, boots on the ground to lock people up.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. And then Commissioner Brooks, we haven't heard from you yet on this item.
I'll be real brief and get back in. But I wanted to say at the top of this conversation that this is really not about crime. I mean, the deployment, the potential occupation of this city is not about crime. If you think back, again, alluding to the comments I made earlier in reference to our cuts, the cuts to additional police, the cuts to public safety, training for officers and recruitment, the cuts to juvenile justice programs, the cuts to victim violence programs, and then just a general cut of CDBG block grant funding that was cut and or blocked and not advocated for this county in the state by the Trump administration. So, and let's look at the state. When the city of Memphis passed the enabling, well, not the enabling, but the legislation to prohibit the gun laws or to limit accessible carrying of those guns and what have you. We have had a number of initiatives put forward and blocked on the state level and or not advocated for us on the national level to help curb crime. But as my colleague said, it's about fight first, okay? It's about trying to let them understand what the issue is. This is not about crime, and they know it. We all know that. It's just as plain as day. Now, of course, there's another layer to that goes to, it looks like the Marshall Plan. You'll see that in 2028. But let me just say that. Don't fall for the okadoke. This is not about crime. This is about taking over a major black city, if you will, in conjunction with some others that will happen. But we do need to push for investments and push back on occupation. Because you don't know what's going to happen. We've already heard profiling, anti-profiling laws off the table. They will be profiling. And you know who they're going to profile? Black and brown people. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Back to Commissioner Sugarman.
Thank you, Chair. And so I am a child of the movement. The late Russell B. Sugarman and my mother, Dr. Miriam DaCosta Willis, along with black, brown, white, disadvantaged, marginalized people, fought for our freedoms. And so again, this is not unique to Memphis Shelby County. They look at us because we are disadvantaged, because we are a large black city. It's strategic, but they're going after all of the large black cities. There's a timeline. In fact, they were supposed to be here on September the 1st, according to my intel. But because the crime rate was lowered, they decided to flip the script, and they needed a new narrative. So again, the Crime Commission came up with the data and showed the data. And now they're trying to disprove the data. So we have to stand strong because, again, they're watching us, the other cities who are next and after us. And so the resolution that I propose is asking or requesting that the governor, Bill Lee, not deploy. The city council also has a resolution that's coming before us. And so for my colleagues to say that, yes, we are disadvantaged and we try to get an increase on property taxes, I tried for 3 years. 3 years. Okay? So, I understand that everybody's emotions are high, but it's not a phenomenon. I have babies in my school whose parents are missing. This is personal to me. We come after our babies. And let me say this on the record. Disadvantaged whites, along with black and brown, are being targeted. And we're going to go after each other. The war is not a race war. It's a class war. People are getting rich while all this confusion is going on. We've got to stay strong. We've got to stay together. And again, I implore my colleagues to vote this one down and support the next one to request that the governor not deploy. We haven't even requested yet. We're just acquiescing. I don't understand. I don't understand. And my parents taught me when the police came and my brother and sister were pepper sprayed at 5 and 7 years old to take it. To take it. So now we just gonna give up? No, we cannot do that. We cannot. And I will not. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. Commissioner Caswell.
Thank you, Chairman. I guess this will be my last round. And again, I can truly appreciate the legacy of what my fellow Commissioner Sugarman and her family fought, because, again, I appreciate it. Much was done back then. To this point, this is not to say that we're giving in to the National Guard. We was in executive session. We heard what we heard from our attorneys. We understand that we, again, are in this state that something is going to happen. And right after that executive session, to go home and then to see on TV what was happening, Commissioner Chair Wright, I just think about even when you brought the resolution about the juvenile court issue. We knew something was going to happen, but we said, oh, no, we're going to just look over that. And then it came to be, and then we came that we had to have funding for it. All of the fighting could have been mitigated if we would have been proactive and not reactive. I'm just saying we can't continue to be reactive, because talking about waiting until they get here, then we do something, the cards is going to be off the table. And all I'm saying is let's put some cards on the table. Again, we don't support, this is not saying I support National Guard coming here. I don't. What I do support is that yet if they come, that we have some control of the narrative, or a part of the narrative that can be able to measure some of the outcomes so that they can see with all of the federal agencies that's supposed to be coming, housing was mentioned, education, all of these things. Measure those people that's being arrested that you're saying we don't need mental health dollars when 70% of them are sitting in our jail with mental health issues. Measure the ones that we're saying that need housing issues. So when you go back to your boss, whether at the state or at the federal level, you got the data. Since you don't trust our data, since you don't trust what we're putting forward, measure it. And then let's address that moving forward. That's all that this resolution is saying, is let's give some accountability. This is going to happen, however it looks, whether it's them, no tanks on the ground, but other agencies here, it's going to happen. And what are we going to do, and what are we saying we want to do or want to see in place when it's done? And so that's all I got to say. But I appreciate, and I ask that we support this item. Again, I wouldn't have brought it if I didn't think we needed to bring some support about it. I've been talking to community leaders about this as well, and I just feel like we need to do something to address it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Caswell. I have a new Commissioner, Chair Avant. We'll go to you first.
Thank you, Chair. And I have agreement with Commissioner Caswell while we're co-sponsoring this resolution together. I really do think the way that we have had an outline of what our authority is as a commission. The order asks for certain departments within Shelby County to be a part of this task force. And I just think for the reason of how, they can't mandate for the folks in Shelby County to be a part, but they are asking, right? They're asking for the task force to appoint folks that are part of county government. And I just think that if we are part of a county government, we should be proactive in the ways that we want to make sure that there's accountability from our body, as well as support of where resources are really needing to be directed. And so for that reason, I am not in support of the National Guard coming at all. For the record, let me be clear. But I do think that we should be proactive in the way that any of the interagencies need to work together, and also on behalf of the communities that we're serving.
Thank you, Commissioner Avent. Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chair. I do want to just point out to the public, because I think that this is turning into a do you support the National Guard coming or not type of conversation. We are making a request. In the past, we've made plenty of resolutions that make requests and they go nowhere. So this is by no means us dictating the process. And the resolution before us literally says in the event. So there is a contingency here, not if things progress, this particular resolution would be enacted. And so I want to just push a little bit just to say, for the people who are really just, in complete opposition to this particular resolution moving forward, I would just say, where is the base of impacted people that is supporting that disposition? And so there is the movement that we're talking about is not actually a movement. I cannot stress to you how absent my neighbors I live in Orange Mound, living in Orange Mound are from this conversation. They are not tapped in. They're not in droves coming down to pull public comments, even before this issue. And so the disconnect is just so real from this concept of movement. We are not united in the way that particularly in the Black community we have been in the past. And I think that it has to be acknowledged in this case, especially when we're talking about socioeconomic implications to this. The class issue is a very big issue. Poor Black people are left out of the conversation, and they are not a part of this movement that we're pushing. So there's a lot of work that we have to do before this National Guard gets here, after the National Guard leaves. And I just want to point out, when I watch what was said from the White House, it's not just the National Guard that we need to focus on. They have referenced 22 additional agencies that are coming in here. And I think that is something that really needs to be focused on as well. I hear us talking so much about the National Guard. We're not talking about the functions of these additional agencies that are coming in. And I do want to be able to, if the task force is already set in motion, be able to have people at the table who understand what we want to see happen beyond just the National Guard. Amongst those agencies, there needs to be a level of transparency and just open communication so that we know what's happening here and it's not just happening to us. I do acknowledge that this does feel like an occupation. And I also just pinpoint that tension of this would not have been possible if we didn't have a Republican governor who's in alignment with a Republican president. This did not happen in Illinois because they had different safeguards. So this is unprecedented. And we are in a space where we are not as protected as other states, and we have to both fight, but then also realistically diversify how we fight. We can't just think opposition is going to create opportunity because we don't have all of our workmanship actually pushing in the same direction. So my support of this is with that context, and I really hope that we can insert ourselves in these conversations.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, commissioners and staff, we have 5 minutes before we have to break for an executive session. Now 4 minutes. So I'm going to go ahead and go to the next commissioner, but that may be the last before we need to break. So Commissioner Sugarman.
Thank you, Chair, and I appreciate that latitude because I have not been speaking very much today. okay? So I stand strong with the city council. I also stand strong with the mayor of Chicago, Brandon Johnson, and his executive order number 2025-6, executive order denouncing any attempts to deploy the United States Armed Forces and/or the National Guard and/or militarized civil immigration enforcement in Chicago, and to establish the Protecting Chicago Initiative. Whereas the City of Chicago affirms its commitment to public safety policies rooted in investments in violence prevention, education, economic opportunity, mental health supports, and constitutional policing and respect for civil and human rights. Human rights. There is a Declaration of Human Rights, let's not forget. Whereas federal law prohibits the use of the U.S. military for domestic law enforcement, except in extraordinary circumstances, and these are not extraordinary circumstances. Whereas the deployment of federal military forces in Chicago without the consent of local authorities, but now we're talking about consenting, without local authorities undermines democratic norms, violates the city's sovereignty, threatens civil liberties, and risks escalating violence rather than securing peace. As my colleagues stated, we have loose gun laws. Here in Memphis and Shelby County, we voted against 3 loose gun laws in a referendum that have been ignored. Yet, crime has gone down in spite of loose gun laws, in spite of food insecurities, in spite of housing insecurities, in spite of the educational gap. So I'm saying we shall not, at least I will not acquiesce. I stand with the mayor of Chicago and city council, because now is not the time to give in or give our support, because we have rights. We have local rights. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. I don't want to cut anyone off, so let's go ahead and recess now, and we'll take this back up after executive session. All right. Can I call us back into session? All right. I don't have a gavel, but that's the gavel. We are going to take back up item number 4, which is an add-on item. I do have a commissioner in the queue. Commissioner Brooks, I'm about to come to you if you're ready. Hang on a moment. Okay, all right, I think we're back. Commissioner Brooks, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since we had that executive session, some of my comments, I guess I can't make now. But I will say this in reference to the two resolutions. I think we could have both. I always believe in having an A and a B plan, Plan A and Plan B. So Plan A, we know they're coming. There's nothing we can do about it, considering who's sending them. We can't do anything about it. But then Plan B would be, to have have attorneys on the ready to be able to file whatever they can to prevent the hemorrhaging of our tax dollars, the hemorrhaging of the monies that we have, and the oversaturation, if you will, of individuals taken to 201. So now I'm sure you'll have people who are not willing to support Sheriff Bonner and what he's being made to do in terms of additional individuals who need to go into 201. So we'll need to have attorneys who will tell them, hey, buddy, out here in municipal land, you're going to have to take up the slack. So we just need to have, and we need to have judges on the ready who are, those who work a couple hours a day, maybe they can work 8 and, sort of keep this thing moving. It's going to be all hands on deck. And then, people are not going to do it willingly. But if Sheriff Bonner and other law enforcement are going to be forced to do things, then I think other people may have to have some legal push to also do some extra things. And I don't believe that we should allow, I don't believe that we should not push back on profiling, anti-profiling. We got to push back on that. So I guess I can wrap all up to say that, again, I support both in terms of what the commissioner to my left had regarding public facilities. And I also support my colleague further down the left in terms of pushing back and being, just calling it what it is, which is not fighting crime and dealing with the investments. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Whaley.
Thank you so much, Chairman. Obviously a lot of attention on this, and really what Commissioner Brooks just stated kind of runs along the lines of the comments I'm going to make, which is that, multiple things can exist at the same time, one of which is that, I think certainly it's within our prerogative to push back and say, well, this isn't just the answer to whatever problem it thinks it's solving. I think furthermore, the one thing that really isn't getting enough attention is that this is a short-term deployment if it happens, right? It's maybe days, weeks. And so it's not really focusing on investing in our community over the long term, which is really where I see the promise in this particular resolution, is that it's saying, the local leadership is who needs to be at the table as we're making decisions for the long term that'll last well beyond anything that's being talked about right now. So while all this attention and spotlight is being placed on something that is very dramatic and sensational, that we're sort of hiding the ball of what we actually should be focusing on. And so I do believe that there's a way in which we can both very clearly say that we don't believe that this answers the challenges that we're trying to address. For one, just on and of itself, that it's only a short-term investment. And of that, we're not quite sure if it really is an investment. But at the same time, what we can say is, we're going to demand a seat at the table, right? And make sure that the entities that we are involved in are planning for the long term and for the future of our community. So I think that there's maybe an opportunity to make that even clearer within this, which I'm committed to help between now and Monday. We can draft something that makes that clear, that both we don't believe this is going to address the long-term investments we want to make, and here's how we want to make sure that we have a seat at the table for how leadership is shown within our community. And then that can exist within this one resolution. So I would support it, and I think that that's something that I'm happy to work on to make sure that language is very clear in one resolution. Thank you, Chairman.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Whaley. Commissioner Sugarman.
Thank you. I just want to be clear and transparent. I do not support this. And when I was in executive session, it was stated that X amount of people will be arrested. So you have an agenda, and the agenda is to detain, arrest, or give citations. My concern, you're saying it's only a month, only 2 months, only 3 months, but the harm is a lifetime. The harm is emotional, mental, and it's something that you may never get over. We have kids in the schools who are still being affected by COVID. They're not sociable. They have all kinds of mental health issues and social issues, etc. So people are being harmed. This is not a short-term thing. This is a lifetime situation. How will history report this moment in time? And one thing I will be very clear, I do not want these two resolutions to be commingled. Because in this resolution, you're stating, we're going to have a seat at the table, but the president already said that. So I don't see the difference. Yes, we should push back and, request to be reimbursed because the resources are being taken away. The resolution that I proposed is one that's asked the governor, request not to bring in the troops. And I think we should still make the request because in the session, they didn't say anything about a time frame. There's still an opportunity. There is still an opportunity. When my sibling, who was one of Memphis 13, was forced to go into a segregated school for the betterment of society, for the betterment of people, allegedly, he was harmed. He still has not gotten over that, and he's older than me. So to say it's over in a month or so, the impact is lifelong. Children, families, communities are being harmed by this. And so to say, well, they're coming anyway, well, I still, hang on to hope. Maybe not. Have requested the governor to take a position against it, but my resolution asks that. We should always ask. And again, do not commingle these resolutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to just acknowledge a couple of things. I think that it's just unfortunate that we are in a space as a city and county to be, in my lifetime, the most divided that I've ever seen us, because now will be the time for us to have a united front to be able to do what I hear my colleague expressing could be done like in the past. It's unfortunate that I just cannot envision a coalition of concerned citizens pushing back effectively, even strongly, against the state and federal force that today, this morning, I have heard they're coming. I've heard it said very confidently from reputable elected leaders that they are coming. So with that in mind, I do think that this particular resolution for me today has added importance. I'm going to ask legal, I've already requested one whereas clause. In lieu of our executive session, I'm going to request an additional clause to be prepared for Monday that actually addresses these unintended fiscal consequences and actually put a formal request to our state and federal funding agents to resource, what is going to come as a product of them having certain powers. So if they can arrest or if they can, police, then we know that that is going to have a direct impact on multiple entities. And I think that that's just for the public to understand. As a taxpayer, we're about to have to make some decisions because we are not able to meet the bare minimum. And what y'all don't understand is that when people sue us because they know that we are not doing our job, that's still coming out of our budget. Our tort fund is increasing, and I think it has grown actually exponentially. And so over these past years. So we have to be mindful of how we are going to bear the fiscal brunt of this particular effort, and we want to tell the state and federal government we don't need it to happen to us for us to realize that that is actually going to be a consequence of this on the front end. We can anticipate it, and we can also hold them accountable to being able to present a plan that's going to address that. So just putting everybody on notice. I think that, I come from a community of persons that will be impacted by this just through increased screening, these increased checkpoints. And, here in Memphis, anybody in 201 is known by somebody in this city. These are not just individuals that are not our cousins, are not our sons and daughters of our beloved church members. Like, these are still our people. And I think that it's important for us to go ahead and spread those narratives within our circles that, law and order is now going to be enforced at a greater level than what it has been. And this is going to be the lay of the land for, an unforeseen amount of time. So, yes, I would like to see us try to make this resolution as robust as possible.
All right, thank you. Next in the queue is Chairwoman Avant.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with Commissioner Thornton. Obviously, this is one of those issues where people have a lot of emotion and charge about what will be impacting our community. And I encourage us to really try to work together so that we are doing, one, something that's in the best interest of our county, but also that we are creating some solutions that are more long-term than this moment in time that we find ourselves in. I agree with Commissioner Sugarman that the implications of the moment can be long-lasting. And so because they can be long-lasting, I think it's imperative for us to make sure that the things that we're putting in this resolution help us to think about these things from a more long-term standpoint than just the moment in time. Hence some of the language that has been detailed in the resolution. I also ask if colleagues will continue as we're thinking through this process, if there are amendments that need to be made, if there are additional language that they would like to add, that we keep that in the context of what we hope to see and not referencing anything that could be stated in executive session. It's important for us to be very clear about Our intent of this resolution is to be forward-thinking in the way that we want to maintain some dignity for our community, but not in reference to any insider information. The other is, I'd like to make a motion for us to send this down without recommendation.
All right, I hear a motion from Chairwoman Avant to send this down without recommendation, second by Commissioner Sugarman. Can we do that without objection? Hearing none, so moved. All right, let's pick up item 5.
Item 5 is an add-on item. Just give me a moment. I thought I had it open. Do you have it? Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Item 5 is an add-on item. Item 5 is a resolution requesting that Governor Bill Lee not deploy the Tennessee National Guard to Memphis or Shelby County and instead direct state support towards strategic public safety investments, including a regional crime lab, local law enforcement staffing, and social risk factors, sponsored by Commissioner Erica Sugarman.
Thank you. This item has been moved by Commissioner Sugarman. I need a second, please. Second by Commissioner Thornton on the system. I do have an appearance card. Commissioner Sugarman, what's your pleasure? Would you like to hear from them first? All right, let me call up Christine Fox. Christine, if you would give us your name and your address, please, and you'll have 3 minutes. If you would hit that button that looks like a person. There you go.
Thank you. Christine Fox. I'm at 584 East McLemore, 38106. I am a student, a Doctor of Ministry student at Memphis Theological Seminary, a faith leader with Micah, and an active member of Decarcerate Memphis. Thank you for this opportunity to speak before you today. I'm here to voice my support for Commissioner Sugarman's resolution, which speaks against the proposed National Guard deployment to Memphis and Shelby County, and requests that Governor Lee not deploy the Tennessee National Guard to our city. The issues that Memphis currently faces are systemic. As my colleague Gisela stated earlier, these are issues that cannot simply be policed away. We know that this deployment is not happening to combat crime. As Commissioner Sugarman pointed out, crime is decreasing in Memphis, and this is despite the best efforts of the GOP supermajority in Nashville. This deployment is called for as a show of power and dominance in a majority black city. This deployment is being called for to further oppress people and communities that the current administration has deemed less than. People in communities that we are asked to believe have no human rights or dignity. I'm here today to ask the County Commission to do everything within your power to protect all of our communities and to defend democracy against this slide into authoritarianism. We cannot normalize violence, inhumanity, and wanton cruelty. Instead, as people of faith, we are called always to act justly, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with the God that cares for all of us. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Fox. I'm going to ask the parliamentarian. I got a comment card. This citizen has already spoken once in this committee. So could I have the parliamentarian read that rule first, and then if you want to make that motion?
Yes, sir. The pertinent section of Rule 14, public notice period for public comment during meetings of the commission and committees. All non-members having requested to speak will be allowed to address the commissioner or committee on any item or matter one time for no longer than 3 minutes when recognized by the chair. So that is not one time per item. It is one time during the period of the entirety of the meeting.
All right, commissioners, you've heard the rule. Is there a motion?
I move to suspend the rules to allow the speaker to speak again.
All right. There's been a motion by Commissioner Sugarman, second by Commissioner Thornton. Can we do that without objection? Hearing none, so moved. So I'll call you back up, Reverend, and I mispronounced it, Beatrix Wheel, sorry, come on.
Thank you for letting me speak again. I'm the Reverend Beatrix Weil, 1567 Overton Park Avenue with Decarcerate Memphis. I am speaking in favor of item number 5. I guess my view is that you've asked the police to help with the problems that you're having, and they weren't able to do it. So to me, just like militarized police is not the solution to that. I just don't think that that's going to be effective. I think there are other more effective ways, and I think that we've seen a national pattern of whatever the government can get away with in Memphis is what they'll try to get away with for the rest of the country. So I think that we need to be brave here, and we need to be leaders here, and we need to, we have an opportunity to not, to have the buck stop here and to be someone who stands up to what's only going to be escalation and bad for Memphis. So in conclusion, I speak in favor of item number 5, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you so much. I have another card now for, would Ms. Shanique Watson come up? If you would give us your name and address, you'll have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Shaniqua Watson. My address is 5610 Tulip Tree Drive. I'm here basically still supporting the fact that we should ask Governor Lee to not send the troops. I did watch the interview with the president the other day, and yes, the interview stated that they were coming. They did not give a specific timeline. And with this resolution, it's stating give direct support. If we know about social economics, we know the issues that are here in Memphis. If it's a way to support that instead of coming in harassing people, then I feel that that is something that we should do. Also, I think a lot of people tend to forget Governor Bill Lee was still our governor on 7/1/2021. During that time, that is when we became a permitless state. And support for Shelby County continues to go down the drain. We have 95 counties. You don't see a lot of funding come this way. I looked up last week, I noticed the same issues that we have in Shelby County. Knoxville, Tennessee has it as well. We don't hear anything about Knoxville having people in their jail passing away. However, every time somebody passes away in Shelby County's jail, it's all over the world. A lot of things are happening across the state of Tennessee that people do not talk about. So if you're not going to direct your troops to go across Tennessee, don't just bring them to Memphis, bring them everywhere in the backwoods where the meth labs are, in the back hills of Tennessee, in the back hill of the mountains. This is how I feel about this resolution, and that's it for me.
All right, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us. Let me go now back to the queue. Commissioner Sugarman.
Thank you, Chair. And so again, this is a request. I have not heard the governor say that he supports this, so I am formally, or we are as a commission, should I say, formally requesting that the Governor, Bill Lee, not deploy Tennessee National Guard to Memphis or Shelby County. This is a formal request. We need to do this formally as a body of local governments. The Memphis Police Department reports that overall crime in the city has fallen to a 25-year low, with robberies, burglaries, and larcenies also at a 25-year low. Murders at a 6-year low, aggravated assaults at a 5-year low, reflecting sustained local progress in public safety. This local decline aligns with national trends showing continued decreases in violent crime in 2024 compared to 2023, including 14 to 15% drop in murders and meaningful reduction across other violent crime categories. Despite improving crime trends, Shelby County continues to face high poverty and economic insecurity, with recent data indicating poverty rates above state and national levels and persistently elevated child poverty, conditions that research links to community safety outcomes. Educational achievement gaps persist. Local Comprehensive Assessment Program, TCAP, data shows overall proficiency remains low across core subjects. And we know we've been talking about this for many, many years since I've been a commissioner, and I'm in the classroom. And it saddens me when I have students, 12th graders, come to me and tell me or ask me, Sugarman, don't call on me because I'm illiterate. Housing instability remains a pressing concern in Memphis and Shelby County. We are number one in evictions across the country. We don't need additional policing. As you all have stated, we need support. We need resources. There's going to be a lot of harm. So again, this is a formal request. It is a formal request of the governor of Tennessee, Bill Lee. If you are listening, please take a position and please support Shelby County. We are one of the 95 counties. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chair. I want to thank all of the speakers today. Your voice is not unheard. There's a lot of input that is factoring decisions. So the National Guard is not here. I don't see it a conflict to support this item as well as the previous item, which clearly says in the effect that they come. And so I would like to be added as a sponsor on this item.
There's been a motion by Commissioner Thornton to be added as a sponsor, seconded by Commissioner Sugarman. Can we do that without objection? Hearing none, so moved.
Thank you, Chair. And I would also like to just make a motion. So this particular item specifically parses out strategic public safety investments, being a regional crime lab, local law enforcement staffing, and social risk factors. I would like to make a motion to also include community organizing. This is just in line with the previous comment that I made about the infrastructure being broken and how we need proper channels to funnel resources to our most disinvested spaces across the county. I can't stress enough about how strategic organizing at the community level is very important.
All right, there's been a motion to add organizing as another investment opportunity. Is
Yeah,
that
let's say neighborhood organizing.
neighborhood organizing. Is there a second to the motion? There's been a second by Commissioner Caswell. Can we do that without objection?
I apologize. I think I'm probably going to be charged to make this
Go ahead.
change. So can you tell me where that would appear?
It would just be in the caption.
Okay.
That's all I see for the.
Can you read it to me how it would?
It
or
would
just
say
the
including
section?
a regional crime lab, local law enforcement staffing, neighborhood organizing, and
Okay.
social risk factors.
Thank you so much.
And if I may.
Okay, I think we've done that without objection, so that's so moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Caswell. And just in closing, to the organizational advocates that are here on Monday, District 10 will be amongst other neighborhoods that are going to be fighting for their funds. And so, like I said earlier, there are some opportunities that don't always get publicized, but just since you're here, and I know that your organizations have a lot of willpower and resources behind you. If you could just invite people to come out and stand in solidarity. The districts and specifically the neighborhoods, they've been fighting these fights alone. And you know how hard it is to get parking and to continue to get people who aren't really tapped in and civically engaged in the know to pull their first public comments. Just even y'all being there would be super helpful. So that's to anyone listening, anyone here that can bring out additional capacity. We have a huge fight ahead of us on Monday. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Caswell.
Thank you, Chair. Again, my stance is I do not support the fact that we need National Guard in our community. Yet to that point, we know that they're coming. And my thing is that some of these things that I mentioned in this resolution is things that, since I've been here for 3 years, we have been taking to the state every year asking for in our legislative agenda, and yet to see anything to come down. I think that, yes, we need to, it needs to be some things done at the higher level where they're suing the state when we talk about TANF dollars that's supposed to go to many in these communities of poverty, that they got $1 billion rainy day fund. And that money is sitting over there when we got all of these issues that can address many of these issues that's in this resolution. My only concern in total about just going at it this way is that these are the legislative items that we've been to D.C., we could be back in D.C. asking for, and at the state level, but still have not gotten any of those resources. But yet, when I'm in the school at Memphis Business Academy last week, talking to some of those young people, and the young people tell me they're afraid to come to school because of gang violence in their community. The young people told me that they wanted to see something done. I even said, do y'all want the National Guard? The young people even said, we want the National Guard. I mean, I'm hearing this from the kids in the communities that is the #1 violent zip code and the #1 violent city in the country per the statistic. When we talk about we're coming down, we way too high. Anyway, when you talk about from where we was in 2028, we had 2016 where we had 228 murders. Now we've been in 400. Murders a year in our community, and many of them are right there in their community. These children are scared to come to school. We're talking about truancy. They're afraid in their own community. And when I have the sheriff, and I have to tell them this, that I can't get you no backup. I can't do nothing about those guys that's sitting up there. And I've said in the meeting with my colonel yesterday at Austin Peay Station, trying to think about strategies of how we work with misdemeanor nonviolent offenders and how we deter them away from coming to 201 Poplar so the violent people could be put there, and they don't really have an answer on how we're going to address this. So do I go back home to my son who go there and say, Daddy, it's violent. I can't go to North Fraser Community Center because the gangs got it taken over, and say that we can't do nothing to help them, and that's the facts because I'm up there. And we can do nothing to help them, and we saying we don't want, again, I don't want this, but I want something to help their capacity of our local law enforcement to address the violence in our community. We see it on the streets every day. We got to do something more than just say we standing against something. How can we say we standing for something? So I'm going to still, again, debate on how I move forward on this, if this move forward on Monday, how, because, again, I support the spirit of it. I just think it's deeper things that we're missing in this resolution. Thank you.
All right, let me go back to Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say to Commissioner Caswell that, both of us came from neighborhood organizing before we were commissioners. And so I want to affirm that what you are hearing in District 6, I too am hearing in District 10, that people are not fearful and are openly welcoming the presence of the National Guard. So there is a disconnect there for me in this particular, with this resolution. My support of it is just the fiscal implications, understanding that we're over capacity with our jail, and I have not heard any type of commitment at the state or federal level to be able to put funds into a problem that is only going to be exacerbated. So with that being said, I mean, if you're not going to come in with the plan, then you don't need to come in. And so that's the point, I think what Commissioner Whaley has said, two things can be true at the same time. People are tired of not having peace of mind in the place that they have chosen to reside and want relief. People want to be able to do regular things here in Memphis that they can do as they travel to other places and have peace of mind that they don't have here. And I respect that. People are afraid of our youth, and just, the media plays a big part in the narrative that is being shaped around them. And I understand that we have a problem that's not just unique to Memphis, that is happening across major metropolitan cities across the United States. So this is not just isolated to Memphis. This is a bigger issue, and I think it is a bigger issue of disinvestment in cities like Memphis. And so I'm just saying that if we don't dot all i's and cross all t's, I just don't want to rush head first into what is about to be, and what was described earlier as our Hurricane Katrina moment. This is not going to be good based off of the plans that we don't have for how we're going to address this. It's really just not good, and I just implore the public to really pay attention to the support needed by the sheriff's office and how the sheriff will have to come back to this body to be able to right the wrong. The sheriff is going to bring us bills that we already know we won't be able to pay, and to the taxpayers, what are we going to say? So it's not looking good, and we have to be honest with ourselves about the obligation of this body to get what is required done. Even if we go the route of not doing it, the litigation that's going to come and the way that we still are going to have to eventually carry the bill, let's talk about that in the conversation as well. It's not just as simple as, do we want protection or do we not? Can we afford what is going to come with increased protection? And if we cannot, who is going to have to sacrifice for the bill to be paid? It has to be paid.
Thank you, Commissioner Thornton. I see no one else in the queue, so we can take this to a vote. As amended.
Yeah, my screen isn't working. Can you count me as a yes?
So for IT, if you're listening, I think Thornton, Mills, are those the only two with screens that are down? If you could please help, thank you.
We have aye votes from Commissioner Sugarman, Thornton, Brooks, Commissioner Mills, Wright, no votes, Commissioner Caswell, Bradford, Chairwoman Avon, abstain. We have 3 ayes, 2 noes, and 3 abstain.
Thank you. That item moves down with a favorable recommendation, and that concludes Committee 4.
Madam Chair, may I call to order Committee 13 audit? Would you please read item number 1?
Item 1 is a resolution receiving and filing the fourth quarter report of the Shelby County government for the year ending June 30th, 2025, sponsored by Commissioner McKell Lowry.
You got Bradford and Wright.
Greetings, Director Tipton. Okay, my screen is still being worked on, so this has been moved by Commissioner Bradford, Vice Chair Bradford, and second by Commissioner Wright. Chief Tipton, you are recognized.
Thank you, Commissioner Thornton. Good morning, everybody, or good afternoon, everybody. You should have a handout in front of you which shows the fourth quarter preliminary unaudited financial statements for FY25. And so I would like to present that to you in being respectful of time. I'm going to go through these slides fairly quickly, and hopefully you'll have a chance to look at them later, and feel free to email me any questions or call me. So if you go straight to page 2 of the handout, that is our unaudited property tax collections as of Q4 2025. You can see that we did meet our forecasted amount at $828 million. $852,262. That exceeded our forecast 100.9%, and it was $19.7 million more than collected last year. If you go to the next page, this is our allocation that you see each quarter, 45.5% of that going to the education fund, debt service receiving 13.3%, and general fund 41.2%. And this is how the $852,000 was allocated. General fund receiving $341.6 million, debt service $110 million, education fund $376.8 million. The next slide, this is our general fund, and in the general fund, you can see that we have ended the year preliminarily at a negative $29.3 million, and this is basically due to the excess that we had to pay to corrections as well as to the education fund, and we did have a grant that we needed to make a match on. So we did exceed how much we needed our revenues by $29.3 million. That's the big difference. Our next slide, which is our personnel costs here by division. You can look at this at your leisure. We did $338.9 million for the year. And the next slide. This slide is included in this packet, but you do receive a breakdown of all of our divisions and elected officials. It's sent to you by Deputy Director Shelby, who prepares this monthly for you to see how each elected official and department is spending their budget. Okay. Now, the next slide is really important to us. This one is a new one that I've started including. This is the general fund balance. It shows the last 3 years where we stand with our fund balance. Our unaudited preliminary fund balance right now as of FY25 is at $78.7 million. That's in the last column. And unfortunately, that is at 14.40%. And you can see in the bullet point that our policy requires 15 to 25 or 15 to 30%. We prefer 25%, and we are at 14.4%. So I really need that to soak in. Okay. The next slide, as I stated before, I really want you to see our fund balance. So this is another way to look at it. You can look at the trend. If you go all the way to the last column, you see June. This is FY25. So it's at 78.7, which is, you saw that on the previous page. And in the past, it was 108. And then the year before that, it was 114. So this shows the last 5 years of what our fund balance was, where we ended. So this is low. The next slide breaks down the restricted portion of that $78.7 million. We deducted the 29.3, which was our net change. And we also have a restricted fund included in general fund, which is the Regis Fund. And any encumbrances of purchase orders that we have at the end of the year, those are also removed. So that gives us an unassigned fund balance of $66.784477, which our unassigned fund balance is even lower, is 13.56%. And I did the math twice to make sure it was right. Now, the next slide is our cash balance. This is where we've been talking about how our cash is trending. You guys all know that when we budget for a full year of revenue. So that means whatever the forecast is for revenue, we plan to spend that money for the year. Now, the situation that I've been talking about is this timing. So we start to collect property taxes in December. And then we peak around February, and then March, it pretty much, we've collected all the property taxes we're going to get for the year. But in the meantime, we're still spending all of the cash that we collected in the previous year. And at the end of FY25, which was June 30th, we had $103.7 million. That $103.7 million is to sustain us until we start to collect property taxes again, which will start again. It's already started. We're collecting some, but not much. But we'll start collecting the bulk of that around November, December, January. So this is why we are keeping an eye on our cash and the things that we're paying for in this period of July 1 to November. And you can see in the previous year, our cash was at $126.94 million, and it's dropped down to $103.7 million, and that's basically due to the increase in salaries and the cost of supplies, all those things going up. So we're paying now for that. So that's why that number has dropped a lot and will go away faster. On the next slide, you have our education fund. We did need to infuse $4.6 million in the education fund in order to meet our maintenance of effort. And I did notice we've got I think it's a rounding issue here. On the $427,395 for the year, that needs to be $427,399. So as I mentioned, this is a preliminary. We'll make that correction. But we did make our maintenance of effort for education fund. The next slide on page 12 is the pre-K fund. The contract that we have that has expired is $10.5 million of our sales tax will be used for pre-K. First 8 receiving $9.5 million, and Port Elite and Next Memphis receiving $1 million collectively. The next slide is our debt service. This is the slide where we pay, or the fund that we pay all of our debt funds out of. We collect a portion of property taxes as well as wheel tax in this fund, and we need to make our debt service payments for this year, so we don't have a problem with that. We're sufficient in this fund for paying our debt service. And last year, we ended up with a net increase to fund balance of $241,637. I'm sorry, decrease. The next slide is the capital improvement plan. We are working on projects that we carried forward from FY24. That's the total of $106,293,887, which includes all of the county's projects as well as the schools. And then we added to that an additional $150 million of projects. For the year, we had a total of $256,293,887 in projects that we were working on. There was an appropriation and spend of $77,165,175, which will carry forward next year into FY26, $179,128,712. And this next slide is a report on our schools, on how they're spending the CIP money that we budget for them each year. So you can see here how they are spending their FY24 money as well as their FY25 money. The last slide is a preliminary snapshot of all the fund balances for all funds. This includes general fund, debt service, capital projects, as well as all of our special revenue funds and our enterprise funds. As mentioned, this is preliminary and unaudited, so there could be some changes to this depending on how our audit goes. Right now, we don't foresee any problems, and Deputy CFO Sean Baum will come to you with more detail on what has occurred. Are there questions?
Thank you, Chief Tipton, for that presentation. We do have a queue. Vice Chair Bradford is not here. Chairwoman Avent, you recognize.
Thank you. Chief Tipton, I had a question about slide 10. When we're talking about our fund, general fund cash balance, which is obviously significantly lower than this time last year. And you stated it was because of salaries and other supplies. However, in the budgeted amount, we would have anticipated what those salaries are. So I'm trying to figure out what the difference is in the amounts. Because we anticipated the salary increases. We timed that to begin in January. So I am curious as to why that would make this cash balance so low.
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. We did anticipate those increases, and we also expect all of our elected officials to collect the money that they budget for, because we work with the elected, and we ask them to give us an idea of the fines and fees and their revenue, what they think they're going to collect. And unfortunately for FY25, it was determined or shown that there were several funds that we did not collect. I think we under-collected in what was budgeted by about $7 million. And then in addition to that, any resolutions that we bring forward or that are presented throughout the year where there is a planned use of fund balance involved, then that will also decrease that number.
Why would it decrease the cash balance?
Because you have to pay it, if they pay it out. So say somebody brings a resolution that says we need to purchase $5 million worth of supplies and maintenance, but it is not budgeted. Therefore, we approve it, they buy it, they spend the cash. It decreases the cash because it was not budgeted for within that fiscal year. So that lowers that cash balance.
So how do you reconcile the two from what you're spending in cash from what is in fund balance?
So fund balance is what is your fiscal health. Is after you've deducted all of your outstanding checks, anything that you're liable for. So if you have a purchase order out there, you're now liable to pay that. All of that is deducted from your net worth and gets to your fund balance. That's how you get to your fund balance. So if you got $1 million in cash, but in that $1 million, you've got $500,000 of outstanding checks. You don't have $1 million in cash according to your fund balance. Your fund balance is $500,000.
Understood. But are we not able to reconcile, I understand overall your fund balance, but you are, you're telling us that we have a reduction, a variance in our cash fund balance, general fund cash balance, and then also in fund balance, where there's only 78.7 million at this point. So I am still trying to reconcile it, and I can ask you offline, but that the two don't add. So how do you subtract from both funds, both balances?
So when we are calculating our fund balance, Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance, when we're calculating our fund balance, on our balance sheet, you will see the cash balance, which would be the $103 million. You would also see any assets like receivables that we're anticipating, which is not liquid. So then that would get added to your cash. And then you would have like a net of your depreciation. Well, for general fund, if we do fund balance, we'll leave that off for now. But that will give you a total. Then you'll go to your liability side, where you will have all of your outstanding payments that you've written checks, recorded the expense for, but maybe the check has not gone out. So then you're going to have that number. So that has to decrease. Those things, if they net to zero, that means you're perfect. But if you get more, you're doing great. Where if you get less, which in this case, we had a running total that was good, and we're constantly chipping away at it, we're now down to $78.7 million. I think I could show you better than I could tell you.
I think so. And I'll get back in queue. I know my time is out because I did have a follow-up question about which fees were not collected, because you mentioned it was $7 million in uncollected fees.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Wright, you recognize.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to ask about, just for you to refresh my memory on I know there's two slides here that refer either to motor vehicle privilege tax and wheel tax. Those are the same thing, right? But part of that is going toward education fund, part is going to debt service. Is it the full 50 is going to education fund and then 25 to debt service?
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration Finance, that is correct. Yes, the full 50, the original 50 still goes to education fund, and then the extra 25 that we collect goes to debt service.
And the 25, or excuse me, the 50, the original 50, that goes to operations? Not to CI, that goes, education fund is operations of schools, right?
Absolutely, yeah, that's the maintenance of effort. So of the 422 million there, that's where that goes to pay that. That wheel tax, in addition to marriage license and some other taxes that we record directly to education fund in order to meet our maintenance of effort.
Okay, and so thank you for that explanation. I know on the debt service page, it talks about that wheel tax revenues increased year over year. That number, the other local taxes actually decreased. So is it, I get that there was a delay in implementation in the previous fiscal year, but somehow we still collected more that fiscal year?
Yeah, our wheel taxes, they're not as stable as we thought they would be. Prior to increasing them by the $25, we were collecting more than $33 million. So we're still in that range, but it's been flipping back and forth between $33, $32 million. And it could just be timing, but I think it also looks like our registrations are down. Our vehicle registrations are down.
I know I'm a broken record, but I feel like someone needs to say it, and that someone typically has been me. So I'll just say it again. I get every day complaints about the county clerk's office. I don't have a personal issue with the county clerk. I have an issue with service to my constituents, or the lack thereof. And it's a problem. And I think that problem is going to become even worse if there is a surge of law enforcement pulling people over on the roadways and being sent to our jail, perhaps, that has no AC and is overcrowded. That's a massive problem, and it goes back to lack of service in the county clerk's office. I hope and pray that something changes there. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wright. Commissioner Caswell, you recognize.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director, I was looking through here and I tried to look again, trying to see, I don't see anything about the Regional 1 CIP dollars and any drawing down of where we are with that. Is it a reason why that's not in this document?
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. I have a summary sheet in here. I don't have it broken down, but we can provide that broken down to you. It would be part of the summary that's included on page 14. So we break out the schools, but we don't break out Regional 1. But I could pull Regional 1. It would be included in that 57 million.
Okay, so 57, so at FY '25, so they are projected to spend 97 million included in '25. I said, it's a proud carry forward was the 57 million. So what's the breakdown from the school, the Regional 1 and the 57 million?
I need to have that in front of me. I don't have the CIP full breakdown schedule in front of me, but I can get that back to you by Monday.
So the only thing with Regional 1 at this time is the purchase of the property is, they haven't spent money on anything else that you know of?
We are reviewing some things, yeah.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Caswell. Commissioner Ford, you recognize.
Thank you, and one thing that we do agree on, I can show better than I can tell people too. So remember the question that I asked, but I said to be ready for Monday, but we ended up putting an item back in committee instead, and it dealt with the county clerk as well as the general sessions court clerk. Do you have those numbers by any chance? And can you explain to my colleagues what they might not have known what I've asked for?
Yes, Deputy Director Sean Baum actually did a analysis for all of our electeds to see how they were collecting the revenue, and that's what I just mentioned, was that when we budget for the revenue, we work directly with the elected to see how much money they think they're going to collect in fines and fees. And for FY '25, there were quite a few electives that did not collect what they had said they were going to collect. Now, the one in particular that Commissioner Ford was referring to was our general sessions court fees. There was a budget of 7.1 million, and we collected 3,992,000, or we were under 3,107,074. And the other one that stood out to us was the county register, which had a budget of $4,688,145, and they collected $3,340,693. So that's a deficit of $1,347,452. And then we have who is this? Criminal court clerk, which with fines and fees had a deficit of $942,144, and the rest are one more that was franchise fees came in lower, but the rest are below $300,000.
So we add all of that up, what are we talking about as far as either uncollected or collected or not being distributed to all of the places of need in county government?
$6,808,751.
$6,808,751. Where are we at, and I'll get back in the queue, where are we at right now with finance, helping out these aforementioned electeds in the collection for the purposes of us being able to operate government without having to have these so-called challenges?
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. We are still working with especially General Sessions Court Clerk's Office to try to reconcile and see why the number is much smaller.
That's a lot of money. Okay, I'll get back in the queue. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ford. Chairwoman Avent, you recognize.
Thank you, Chief Tipton, which was, Commissioner Ford just elaborated on what I wanted to get back in queue to ask, which is the breakdown of the uncollected fees and from which elected offices those balances remain. Could you send that to us in an email so that we'd have that information? And then I'd like to make a request that on slide 14, where we have the capital improvement budget, that there is a line item put in for Regional 1 so that we have an accurate accounting of funds that have been allocated and then expenditures to date, and then any carry forward. Thank you.
Thank you for those recommendations, Chairwoman Avent. If I may, Chief Tipton, on page 6, can you explain to me the differences between the actuals and budgeted figures for the mayor's administration?
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. For the mayor's administration, that would be all of the departments that are under the mayor that report directly to him. And you'll see that we have a footnote there where it says that the A&F includes countywide spending restrictions, payments to Regional 1, affiliated organizations, so on and so forth, grants. And the reason we have that footnote, because it inflates what the mayor actually spends, because it includes the $24 million that we budget to Regional 1 for indigent care and support to Regional 1 annually. It includes all of the affiliated organizations that we pay out of general fund as well. So that's why that number looks as large as it does. And it also includes the overall salary restrictions that we have. So,
I mean, I guess perhaps I'm reading this wrong, but it looks like the actual is significantly under budget.
the actual is under budget total, yes.
So how?
It would be primarily for salary restrictions, I would say. That would be the main piece of it.
So we're saying that within the mayor's administration's proposed budget, it was 175 million, and the actuals today in Q4 are saying expended was 153 million.
Yes.
So for what reason would the mayor's administration need to budget that additional 22 million that was not spent?
It would basically be salary restrictions. So we know we have to look at how our salaries are being paid. We know how much we budget, and then how much we pay out has come under what we budget. So that's how we come up with the vacancy savings restriction.
I'm going to encourage my colleagues to add in, I know we got some finance backgrounds over there. Something about that seems questionable. So I'll put a pin in that. I have 30 more seconds. You mentioned in the past that, I do just want to make a point that just became aware to me, the whole lingering issue of the drive-out tags and just the implications with the National Guard coming in. That just came full circle for me. So I'm going to make a request to the clerk's office to get a current status of where we are in issuing the tags and if there's any backlog, because I do think that the public just needs to be made aware of what that impact could be, and I'll get back in queue. Commissioner Ford, you're recognized.
Madam Chair, did you want to go to anybody that has not spoken yet first?
Yes, I think that would be thoughtful. Commissioner Brooks, you're recognized.
Thank you. Just one point of clarification, Director. Would you please help me to understand on page 11, payment in lieu of taxes? Could you just explain that entire horizontal column?
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance, payments in lieu of taxes, those are, that one particularly, I think is for MLG&W.
So this amount represents just one entity? Why is that?
That's the way it's recorded. Now, you want to know all the pilots? Is that?
Now, I just want you to explain this line. Just tell me what it is, what was captured, and how much was abated. I mean, how much in total dollars was abated.
Okay, I'll get the details, all the details to that back to you, but that is a agreement with MLD GNW.
For what?
It's for pilots. I'll have to get all the details. It's
Okay.
It's not something I
Okay,
can say.
that's fine. I don't want to hold it up. And on page 12, just one question in reference to Port Elise. Does Port Elise, to your knowledge, also have the federal Head Start funding?
I'm sorry, I can't answer that question.
Okay, could you help me find out about that? Because I'm trying to figure out why we got all of these pre-K organizations getting dollars, and we have this pre-K severe issue. We got Port Elise, First Aid, Next Memphis, and then, of course, we got the other unrecorded folk that we're giving dollars to. I'm just trying to understand if we are spending this money wisely. Okay. I did have one other. On page 16, could you tell me about this Chickasaw Basin Authority? What does that mean? What is that? What are we spending money for?
That one, I'm going to refer to Deputy Director Shelby.
Is she here?
Good afternoon, Danielle Schonbaum, Deputy Director, Administration and Finance. I don't have those details with me, but that is actually run by Director Norval's area.
So is this a division or a subsection of Public Works?
Audrey Tipton,
Anybody?
Director of Administration and Finance. The Chickasaw Basin is separate, but Director Norval is like the, I want to say, executor there, and they get a separate audit from us, but I would really rather he explain all the details behind it, because it is related to Shelby County, but it's not something that we're funding. We get those monies in through rents.
What rents?
I'm not going to go into
Okay.
detail on it. I would
Okay.
rather he come and
Commissioner
explain it
Brooks,
to you.
If you
He
wouldn't
could just-
mind, Commissioner Brooks, if you could get back in queue.
Okay.
Thank you.
But can I just ask her to have him contact me?
Absolutely, go for it.
Would you, please? Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, I will.
Thank you, Chief. Commissioner Ford, you are recognized.
All right, two things. My second thing is going to be about cash flow, since that was brought up by at least one commissioner, and then the other question had to do with a few things that the acting chair as well as one went. But I'm looking at page 6. I saw something here that's very interesting, and it goes back to what my colleague stated as far as legislation that may need to be considered in Nashville. I'm looking at the budget to actuals that are unaudited, and it states that the FY25 budget for the mayor's administration was $175.1 million. The actual was $153, given a variance of $22 million. So my statement is basically going to be the administration could be $100 million under budget, but the maintenance of effort will require that that number be the same or more. That's just the state law, period. But we have shortfalls, this, that, and the other. So just wanted to put that out there. It can be construed or misconstrued any type of way, but I'm looking at the numbers that are in front of us that have been presented in front of us. Couple of questions regarding cash flow, so I'm going to start off this particular way. If it's about cash forecasting, I'm going to go back one fiscal year. Shouldn't the administration have known that when that 6% raise was proposed for FY25, that there could have been this possible cash flow issue then? Because did we put a new revenue source in place? No. I know where the money came from. That's why we in court now. Number two, when the proposed 3% raise for FY26 was brought with, again, no revenue source, should the administration have projected the cash flow then? The point I'm trying to make is I don't want this body being pointed as the reason why we're in this so-called situation, if this situation exists. But I just wanted to point out three things. One, if the budget of actuals unaudited on page 6 is true, regardless of what the case may be, the funding has to be at the same level, if not more. And we just had an item where we took $11 million out of fund balance, and I don't know if it was you, acting chair, or my colleague, Commissioner Mills, that asked, will this increase the maintenance of effort for the mayor? But the attorney back there on the phone with the green said yes. She has a name. Her name is Megan Smith. So can you address those three things? Because I got constituents that are here, and they're here regarding a particular item. They're going to be here on Monday, and I'm just trying to make the case saying that, hey, I'm going to fight for them, and I don't want us having fingers pointed at us, because you'll have one administrator say, very quickly, that'll say, well, y'all spent $17 million on blank. We balanced a budget on June the 23rd, and 3 of the 4 people that did most of the talking made that happen. So I wouldn't want anybody that might be affected and their constituency to be affected because of things that we balanced on the 23rd, and there was little to no talk on, we can't do this. As a matter of fact, there were at least 2 people in the administration that said, we're in a good place financially. But now we're in the pits of you know what. So I just wanted to put that out there. Thank you for the indulgence on the extra part.
Thank you, Commissioner Ford. Thank you, Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. To address that question, we're not talking about eliminating anything. We're talking about timing here. When we collect property taxes, they are collected 3 months out of the year, basically, primarily. The bulk of it is 3 months out of the year. The rest of the time, we are using the cash that we have in the bank. That's what we're talking about here when we talk about cash flow. When you record expenses, you're decreasing your cash inadvertently. This is the real cash we're talking about right here. This is the money that has to go out the door. We're not going to get it inside until between November and March. So we're not taking away anything. This is cash. We're just trying to get the money in the door so we can then pay for all the grants that were presented.
Thank you, Chief Tipton, for that clarity. Can you get to us or provide today? I think what's most frustrating for me is that in fiscal year 25, we did our initial locking in of the maintenance of efforts. And to the public, I know that the finance conversations kind of make your eyes roll and you kind of check out, but just pay attention to how important it is when we're fighting for access to legal. We asked before we passed the budget, what is the maintenance of effort that we're setting? And we received an inconclusive answer, and we just passed the budget. And lo and behold, we get numbers today that is saying that the mayor's administration locked in a maintenance of effort that was over budget by $22 million. I think that that's completely improper. I mean, you can shake your head, but I remember distinctly who I asked the question to, and no one told us what the maintenance of effort was that we were locking this in. And I see the numbers here that is saying that the actuals are 22 million less for the mayor's administration. So that's a figure that's going to continue to be set in perpetuity. And so my question is just for fiscal year 26, how much did the maintenance of effort for the mayor increase from fiscal year 25 to 26? And I'm just looking for a figure here, just to compare.
Michael Thompson, Deputy CFO, Shelby County Government. I'm happy to provide that information on Monday for you.
Okay.
And the reason that it has to be provided, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, if that's sufficient.
Okay.
Okay, good stuff. One additional question that I had was, can you also provide on Monday the difference in the fiscal year 24 unaudited figures and the actual audited figures? I'm just curious for comparison, fiscal year 24 and 23. As we're talking about final projections, not even final projections, final figures that we are to receive, and today we're getting the unaudited version. I'm just curious, year end, how off we've been from what has been presented in Q4 to the commission and what was ultimately decided from the audit are our set numbers. Director Thompson.
Michael Thompson, Deputy CFO. That's not a proper way to think about unaudited versus audited. And I'll explain why. Throughout the closing process, there are various things that come in from various departments, revenue and expenditures. So to compare those two would not give you any sense of anything. So I'm happy to discuss with you your question and how to get the information to give you that comfort level.
I guess just for clarity, are these the most accurate figures that we should base our decisions off of, or is there a more accurate process that will produce additional figures? In my mind, when you're presenting unaudited and then you're introducing this concept of something being audited, I would trust that the audited figures would be the most robust. It seems like you're telling me that that's an error, but.
No.
Okay.
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. The way the audit works, we are required to close our books within 90 days of year end. Year end is June 30th. So these numbers are the numbers that we have now presented to our auditors, our external auditors, to audit. This is everything that we've received that we're aware of. These are all the expenses recorded that we're aware of. This is the final budget amended with every resolution that was presented throughout the year. So this is what the auditors get. They look at this and then they start to test it and make sure that we've recorded everything right. And if they find an invoice somewhere, God forbid, that somebody was sitting on at their desk, and then we'll have to modify our books for that. The only other thing that's major that could potentially change this number would be if there's a tort. If somebody, God forbid, a lawsuit or whatever is determined and it's going to cost us some money, we're required to then record that in this fiscal year. So this is as close as we're going to get right now. It's not perfect. We always say unaudited because we can't foresee what could occur between now and the end of the audit, which is due on December 31st, as Commissioner Ford is always reminding us. So as Deputy Director Thompson was saying, that's not a good number for you to look at, compare unaudited versus unaudited
And just-
year over year.
Thank you for that explanation. Have there been any modifications reported for fiscal year 24 audited financials or fiscal year 23?
I think, yes, in 23, I think it was, yes, in 23, when we had the 5 million lawsuit that we had to record because it was something that was probable, and we recorded that in our unaudited because we were required to record it. Then it got settled in, I think, October or around that time. Therefore, we could reverse that. So that was why when we talked about the tort, you remember those commissions, I said, no, we've already adjusted for that. Then we had to go in and adjust for it.
Thank
So
you.
that would be a difference between audited and unaudited.
Thank you. We do have a couple more commissioners in queue, so we will go back to the queue. If I could just be indulged, I had a constituent ask if we could do some type of short-term borrowing instead of the $17 million set-aside. We know that the monies are coming in just a couple of months. What are our other options that we could do based on the great, I hear y'all talk about a great bond rating and all these other type of things. What other liberties do we have to be able to get that 2-3 month cushion?
Absolutely. Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. Believe me, I have not stopped looking for ways for us to fill this, which is why we presented it to you now. To do a short-term or commercial paper will require us to do everything that we do to go out for debt. There is no difference, which fees are high. And this is a short-lived moment here. So we are looking at any other avenue we might be able to take here that I just didn't want to speak about right now until I know for sure we can do it. So right now, we're just making you aware.
Thank you. Commissioner Sugarman, you recognize. Of course, Director.
Michael Thompson, Deputy CFO, Shelby County Government. To your question, when you ask, could we do some type of borrowing instead of, pausing on spending funding? As a finance professional, as we all would agree, we would not want to incur any interest expense on short-term borrowings, right? Because that adds money that has to be spent. So if we're not trying to spend money, we would not want to go out for short-term borrowings and incur interest cost if there's another mechanism that we can use in-house with pausing on the outflow of dollars. So I just wanted to put that on the record.
Received. Thank you. Commissioner Sugarman, you recognize.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And so you all may have stated this on record, but what is the current fund balance? And my concern is, we were hearing about all the expenditures that were going to occur because of the National Reserves coming in and all these other forces coming in. At the same time, we're reallocating our resources. And so I'm just curious, what does that look like? And I'm then also curious because let's say they come a month from now and stay a month or two, the impact that's going to be on our fund balance. And I was just wondering, have y'all thought about how you all are going to, or how we are going to absorb that?
Thank you. Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. I think on page 9, you'll see that our current unaudited fund balance is at $78,669,032. Should we incur any expenses that were not budgeted in the FY26 budget, it will impact this number. Should we not collect all of the revenue that was budgeted for FY26, it will impact this number. If we collect more revenue, great. If we collect less, it impacts this number negatively. If we don't spend all that we budgeted, it impacts this number. If we spend more, it impacts this number. Everything impacts this number.
I have a follow-up question. Okay, and so we're at about 14% and declining. And so what is the threshold where we may be in trouble with the state? Because I'm thinking about, again, with all these resources, being expended towards supporting, if you will, all these entities like the National Guard and, FB, all these different entities coming in, and we're, trying to reallocate these resources, which we don't have, including feeding the detainees and housing them, et cetera, et cetera. What threshold are we going to be in trouble with the state, or is there any threshold? Because my concern is, we get like 10%, is that an issue? I know it's an issue, but will we get in trouble with the state, is my concern.
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. I'm more concerned with our rating agencies. Our policy, the county's policy that was adopted, says that we are to be between 15 and 30, and preferably at 25, no. 20 and 30, I'm getting my numbers mixed up, between 20 and 30, preferably at 25. That's where it will impact our credit ratings. And when we say credit ratings, we're talking S&P and Moody's, the rating that they give us. So when we go out for debt, that's what they look at, what type of interest rate we'll receive when we borrow.
Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. Chief Tipton, I've heard it or read it headline that there was a under collection from the clerk's office. How does that impact our figures for fiscal year 25? Or does it?
It's part of actually, the wheel tax goes into debt service and education fund, so it doesn't impact general fund at all.
And did we confirm that there was an under collection?
It's under, maybe not for as an under collection, but the registration. That's what Commissioner Wright and I were just talking about. It looks like the registrations are down. So that would make that number lower.
That's from the populace engaging with the office, not from some type of malfeasance within the office.
Right.
I think the headline seemed to kind of go towards the latter narrative, so I just wanted clarity if there was some type of systemic issue that needed to be fixed. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Commissioner Ford, you recognize.
I'm gonna be quick so we can keep this going so we can get to the next committee and all of that. So, couple of things. The mayor's budget included the deduction for the salary restrictions, so I was hearing conflicting things on record on that. That's number one. Number two, I know that you asked about short-term notes and whatnot. First thing, I know in the letter, TANs were brought up. For those that don't know, they're tax anticipation notes, and they're a little bit different from what commercial paper is. I would say that they're different because the TAN is basically a short-term municipal bond, and your commercial paper is short-term corporate debt. Am I correct? Okay. I did not get the answer about the 6% raise that was proposed. Would there be a cash flow issue since there was no revenue? And then the 3% that was passed with no revenue source, would there have been an issue? Because I understand what you're saying. Again, I'm not going back on what I said before as far as what you stated in your letter. I'm not against what you put in the letter because you got to cover yourself. But I'm still conflicted on some of the things to where we got a lot of work to do. The criminal court clerk, general sessions court clerk, and the county register have 6.8 million outstanding. That money needs to come back so we can operate government. If there were some other things that were stated on record where it was stated by at least one person at the well saying we're in a good place, and then a couple weeks later, no, the sky is falling. That's another thing. And then we have the banker right here. We haven't asked her anything. I'm going to wait until we get to that particular item so that I can ask where we're at for the purposes of getting what I would say another pot of knowledge. So we'll just leave it there because I know we want to continue going through the agenda. And this is not going to be the last time that we talk about this, but I appreciate the acting chair for asking those particular questions. So, well, before you'll definitely have a chance to say it in item 1 and 2. Can we get there to items 1 and 2 in budget where you can talk about that and it has the updates, or do you have to say something? Oh goodness, whatever you want to do, Chair.
All right,
acting chair.
Director Thompson, you recognize.
Michael Thompson, Deputy CFO, Shelby County Government. I was just going to respond to your question surrounding the 6% raise and 3% raise, if that's okay.
Oh, go ahead and answer, please, through the chair.
Michael Thompson, Deputy CFO, Shelby County Government. Every year, the administration presents a proposed budget to the commission that is balanced and that is sound based upon our revenue expectations and our expenditures. When we go through budget season, which takes about a month, so from April, we'll propose your budget, and then the next month, during May, before we go to adoption, there are several things that come into play: commission request, community request, etc. And as you all vote to amend the proposed budget, then that's when the imbalance begins. And so once we move toward adoption, if there are any expenditures included that were not in the proposed budget, that causes a imbalance. So we always bring a sound, balanced budget that includes, in this case, a 6% increase in FY25 and 3% in FY26 that we stand on. But when we see an additional $17 million in grant spending and excess spending added to the budget, that causes an imbalance.
Madam Chair, just for the record, on the 23rd of June, there were significant amount of cuts, and the dollar figure that was brought up that is like the talking point was less than that. You asked me specifically to keep a running tally. Nobody questioned my tally. There was money left over, and we were at a zero. So that needs to be put on record for the 23rd. There was no use of fund balance or anything else. But if anything is stated after the fact, if it wasn't stated on the 23rd and now we're talking on September the 16th on what had happened was, it should have been stated on the 23rd.
All right.
And I'll leave it right there. I know that there's going to be I know Vice Chair want to call the question so we can move on, so yes.
Thank you,
So
Commissioner
I'll
Ford.
move the previous question.
Okay. Vice Chair Bradford, thank you. All right, there were a number of questions that will need responses for Monday, so thank you all in advance for getting those to us. If we could, Madam Clerk, prepare the screens for voting. Well, I guess, can we make a motion to send this down without recommendation in lieu of all of the outstanding comments?
So moved.
Can we do that
If that's
without
your
objection?
pleasure. You need a second.
So moved by Commissioner Ford and second by Vice Chair Bradford. Can we do that without objection? All right, hearing none, this item goes down without recommendation. And this now adjourns Committee 13. I believe Commissioner Ford is going to step up for the next committee.
It's going to be taken away? People going to walk in and take it away from me, Vice Chair? Okay, all right. This is Committee Number 1, Budget and Finance. If there's no objection, can we merge items 1 and 2 together? And I think Ms. Schonbaum would not have an issue with that. Is there any objection to merge items 1 and 2? So parliamentarian, if you could read both in the record, we could do one vote on that. That's why I'm asking in advance.
Okay, I just want to
Yes.
clarify that we're not merging them, but we are voting, going to take up items.
We're going to take item 1 and 2 together.
and
I
the
want you to
vote-
read both of them in the record
Yes,
at the
sir,
same
and-
time. Yes.
Yes, sir, and then when you all vote on it, then
It'll be
it'll be
1 and 2,
separate.
yes.
It'll be the same tally, but it'll apply to
Yes,
each
ma'am.
item. Okay,
So proceed accordingly.
Yes,
Thank you.
and thank you for that time-saving
Yes, ma'am. I'm trying.
Maneuver. Thank you so
I will do
much.
the best I can.
Item
I
one
may
is
not
a-
have this experience again, so proceed.
Great, okay. Item 1 is a resolution receiving and filing the June 2025 monthly comprehensive financial update reports entitled Shelby County Government Monthly Commission Division Reports for the year ending June 30th, 2025, sponsored by Commissioner Mikkel Lowry. Item 2 is a resolution receiving and filing the July 2025 monthly comprehensive financial update reports entitled Shelby County Government Monthly Commission Division Reports for the year ending June 30th, 2026, sponsored by Commissioner Mikkel Lowry.
Thank you very much. It's been moved by Vice Chair Bradford, seconded by myself. Ms. Schonbaum, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Danielle Schonbaum, Deputy Director, Administration and Finance. I believe we have discussed already general fund quite a bit, but so I will go through this report quickly. Total revenue up $30.6 million, driven primarily by higher property taxes, offset by lower fines and fees and interest income. Total revenue for FY25 was at 100.3% of budget. Property tax revenue is up 41 million compared to the prior year due to the higher allocation of the penny versus FY24. Other local taxes are up 1.7 million due to some higher business tax collections. State revenue is down 4.1 due to lower state reimbursements, driven primarily by there being fewer elections in FY25. Federal and local revenues are up 2.4 million, driven by higher reimbursements from other governments. This is primarily due to the municipal share of the reappraisal cycle. This is something we see once every 4 years when the reappraisal is done. Fines and fees are down 8.7 million. I think this has been discussed at length already. One thing that I would note is while general sessions was down, was short of their budget, 3.1 million. We have this month received an additional 1.9 million. We can't go back and record it to FY25 because of availability periods driven by state law, but we have received some additional revenue with respect to the general sessions court fees. Yes, the general sessions court fees. I think Director Tipton has already gone through various clerk's offices where we also had a shortage of revenue versus the anticipated budget. Interest is down 1.4 million, partially driven by interest rates, but also as we have lower cash balances in the general fund, that will mean a lower allocation of interest to the general fund. Personnel expenditures up 32.1 million due to the increasing personnel costs. Of course, we know we had a 6% countywide salary increase implemented in January of 2025, as well as a significant increase to the county's required pension plan contribution. O&M expenditures are up 17 million versus prior year. Big drivers of this were some of the repairs and things being done in the sheriff's office, insurance costs, and just a variety of contractual obligations. Do you want me to continue on to July, or should I open?
The entire 1 and 2 together. Thank you.
So July is obviously very, very preliminary and is not particularly meaningful as we start the fiscal year. As we've talked about, the majority of the county's revenue is received December through February, so we're just at 6 million at this point in FY26. Property tax revenue is only at 141,000 versus 1.8 million in prior year. Wouldn't say that that means anything. Again, I would note that the budget to general fund from property taxes increased by approximately 51 million as more pennies have been allocated to the general fund for FY26. Nothing of note in local, state taxes and federal and local revenues. Fines and fees are at 4.8 million versus 3.7 million. Again, this is spread throughout clerk's offices, so hopefully we will be seeing an increase in the clerk's revenues, the fines and fees, in line with the FY26 budget. Personnel expenditures are up 1.7 million. Again, countywide salary increases in January and then the additional 3% in July of this year. Just one thing I don't normally talk about is affiliated organizations, but given that we're already at 42% of budget, I would just note that the state report, the funding that is sent to the state in support of Regional 1 is made at the beginning of July every year, and so that's why that is at such a high percentage of budget on this report. O&M, again, 1 million at this point is or less than $1 million is really just not meaningful at this time of year. We tend to see our expenses flow in later in the year. With that, I will open it up for questions.
Commissioners, this is your opportunity to ask Ms. Schonbaum any questions or if you have any comments. Seeing no questions, the next vote will be on items 1 and 2 collectively. So, Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen. And Mr. Vice Chair, I'm going to go a little bit out of order. Some of these things can be disposed very quickly, if that's okay.
With the lack of commissioners in the room, I was actually thinking about reading 3 and sending it down without recommendation, because I know it's a hot
So the way that
topic.
we're thinking together, I was going to actually do 6, 7, and 3 to go down without, and then the others that meet requirements and whatnot, I was going to try to get them disposed. So unless anybody has an objection, okay. Okay. All right, no problem. We'll reiterate that. But we'll go, Madam Clerk, let's go ahead and dispose of items 1 and 2 first.
We have voted.
No, I'm asking,
Right, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Funny.
yeah. Do we need to do a roll call? No? Okay. This vote is on item 1 and 2. Please record your vote. Has every commissioner had the opportunity to vote? Please reveal and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioner Sugarman, Ford, Brooks, Bradford. We have 4 aye votes.
Items 1 and 2 go down with a favorable recommendation. To reiterate, the vice chair was making a recommendation that at least item 3 to be read into the record, and due to the lack of commissioners we have in committee, my inclination was for items 3, 6, and 7 to be read, but for those 3 items to go down without a recommendation for us to discuss more, and then there was an objection. So Commissioner Brooks, go ahead. Yes, ma'am.
Since this is our committee meeting.
Yes, ma'am.
And it's my, I would prefer not to prolong our commission meeting, because I know we'll have a number of citizens coming to talk. So what I want to do is, I need some clarity on item 3,
Yes, ma'am.
item 7,
Yes, ma'am.
and item 6. So I need to ask some questions, so I'm going to object to sending those down without discussion.
Okay. I tell you what, well, can we do this, and you have the full right to object. Can we entertain knocking out 4, 5, and 8 so that we can have that time that you requested for the other items? Can we go out of order and knock those other items out so you can have the time that you're requesting for the 3 items that you mentioned?
I don't have a problem with that, but I do believe item number 8 should have some exposure, some discussion.
Very well. All right. So, Vice Chair, let's go out of the order, but we'll still make sure that the time that is asked for happens. So, Madam Parliamentarian and Clerk, we're going to do item 4 next, and then we're going to do 5, and then 8, and then we'll go back to the other items for explanations, unless there's another objection. No? Okay.
Item 4 is a resolution approving the purchase of property insurance for Shelby County Government and Dana Sloyan, DBA McLean Insurance, Inc., through Travelers Indemnity Company for 1 year beginning October 7, 2025, at a cost of $2,072,649. This item requires expenditure of fiscal year 2025 general fund operating budget in the amount not to exceed $2,072,649, sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs.
Thank you. It's been moved by Commissioner Bradford and seconded by Commissioner Thornton. Ms. Shambaugh.
Good afternoon again. The Danielle Schonbaum, Deputy Director, Administration and Finance. The first thing I want to point out is that notes fiscal year '25. That's obviously a Scribner's error. That should be fiscal year '26 operating budget.
So do we need to make a motion? You just stated it was a Scribner's error. Do we need to do anything? Attorney?
I defer to legal
On
on
Scribner
that.
errors, do we need to make any action for the correction? Is it quick yes or no?
Megan Smith, no. We can fix and correct those items
All right,
as long
great.
as the body understands.
And it's been noted. All right. So the 5 is supposed to be a 6 on 2025. That's basically
Correct.
all. All right. Are there any other questions on item 4? Seeing no questions, let's go to the.
I'd
Yes.
just like to say, as a parliamentary matter, that typically what we do is we can amend it. If you want to do it as a Scrivener's, then we can
I
just
tell you
make
what,
the change.
Someone want to make a motion that the notations for 2025 fiscal year be changed to 2026?
So moved.
Been moved by
But
Vice Chair Bradford, seconded. I'm trying to dispose of the item.
But we can still put it on the consent agenda since it's
Yeah,
only a Scrivener's.
Exactly,
Okay.
because of the permanent rule that Vice Chair Bradford put in last year. So it's been moved by Vice Chair Bradford, seconded by Commissioner Thornton. Can we do that without objection? So noted. So the Scrivener's error and the amendment has happened. If there aren't any other questions, we can now go to item number 4 with that amendment. We are ready for the screen. Number 4. We're ready for item 4 as amended. We're ready to vote on the item. Commissioners, please cast your votes. Has every commissioner had the opportunity to vote? Please reveal and record the vote. And good afternoon. We're ready.
We have aye votes from Commissioner Ford, Thornton, Brooks, Bradford. We have 4 aye votes.
Item 4 is amended, has received a favorable recommendation. Next item. 5.
Item 5 is a resolution approving a piggyback contract with Intercon Security Systems, Inc. in the amount not to exceed $60,609.06 for the term from July 1, 2025 through June 30, 2026 for the purpose of providing security services at the Shelby Cares on 3rd Health Hub with the option to renew for one additional one-year period beginning July 1, 2026 through June 30, 2027. This item requires expenditure of FY 2026 county general operating funds in an amount not to exceed $60,609.06, sponsored by Commissioner Charlie Caswell Jr.
Thank you. It's been moved by Vice Chair Bradford, seconded by myself. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair. Hannah McCarthy, Mayor's Office of Innovation Strategic Communications. I want to start just by saying a general thank you to everyone on this body, because without you, the good work that goes on at our Shelby Cares Health Hubs every day would not be possible, whether by vote or by going into the health hubs and learning more about what they do every day. Everyone here has played a significant role in making that happen, so thank you. We're working on bringing several Shelby Cares items today and in the next coming meetings as well. I wanted to say thank you to Commissioner Caswell in his absence for being a strong advocate for these upcoming items and for sponsoring today's item. Today's item is a resolution to approve a piggyback agreement with Intercon Security to continue providing security services in the form of one security officer for Shelby Cares. We just want to continue keeping the staff and the clients of Shelby Cares safe so they can continue accessing these life-changing resources. Again, this item is all about the people, keeping the community who uses these resources safe. And with that, Chair, thank you.
Thank you very much for that commentary. Commissioner Thornton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. So this is a budgeted item for this particular initiative?
Hannah McCarthy, Mayor's Office of Innovation. Yes, that is correct, Commissioner. This is coming out of the FY26 operating budget.
And have you or your team created the comprehensive vision for Shelby Cares across Shelby County? I know that that's come up. It seems like the hubs that exist are great, but the methodology of how we are pursuing placing hubs is missing. So where are we at in creating that plan?
Absolutely, Commissioner. Hannah McCarthy, Mayor's Office of Innovation. UT has a lot of that data, and I'm happy to share that with you around how they are strategically looking at locations for placing not only our Shelby Cares hubs, but also their standalone UT neighborhood health hubs. I'm happy to share that out with you again on Monday or before.
So every time that we've opened up a Shelby Cares site, has that been in tandem with UT, or have we decided on a location independent of what UT's input is?
Hannah McCarthy, Mayor's Office of Innovation, Strategic Communications. So currently we have 2 Shelby Cares Health Hub locations. We have Shelby Cares on 3rd, which is in Westwood, and then we have recently this year opened the Shelby Cares Binghamton location. The Westwood location obviously was our original location, and yes, was placed in tandem with UT. Our second location was actually a partnership with Customized Medical Needs, and so they played more of a role in us going with that particular location in order to collaborate with existing resources that were in that area.
So when we think about this Office of Innovation and how it is to innovate for all of Shelby County, I'm just asking for the vision, not for the commitment, not for, the lead partners. Like, can the Office of Innovation create the vision? I'm sure sourcing data sources to be able to shape that vision, but can you bring to the commission what is the vision of Shelby County when it comes to being able to identify gaps and fill them? Whether or not the resources are there, that's not where we're at in the process. I'm just chasing vision here so that we can ensure that we communicate to people that though there is something great in Westwood and Binghamton, there should be something great in Orange Mound, there should be something in South Memphis, there should be something in North Memphis. And if you want those great things, then you need to come and advocate. We rob constituents of their voice when we don't communicate to them that they are a priority, but they are not resourced. And so I can't think of another reason why the Office of Innovation should exist, but for to educate the public and position them to be able to advocate for themselves. So I'm just looking for an answer that maybe you or someone else in your department can respond to. But by Monday, can you definitively say that, yes, we're working on this vision, or no, that is not a priority for us?
Hannah McCarthy, Mayor's Office
And
of
real
Innovation.
quick before you answer, if you
Yes.
got a follow-up, go ahead and get back in the queue. Commissioner Thornton, so I can get Commissioner Brooks in the queue. Go ahead and answer.
Yes, just very briefly, absolutely, that vision is very important to us. I will get something to you, and I can say that we are working on another location in Raleigh in tandem with UT, in that being one of the communities and areas that they've identified as having that need compared to other areas.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Brooks, you're recognized.
Okay, so Hannah, help me and help our listeners understand, and one of those is in my district, the Binghamton, and we're glad it's there. But what I need to do is be able to understand how it will be, how the administration will help us with funding to sustain all the good work that it's doing for the Binghamton community and those who visit outside of Binghamton.
Hannah McCarthy, Mayor's Office of Innovation and Strategic Communications. What I can share with you is the details of, what we have planned this fiscal year with using our funds for Shelby Cares in order to extend it. Plans that we have with UT going forward specifically with the Binghamton location. I know that currently UT is in talks with Customized Medical Needs to kind of synergize on how they can help with collecting data at that location, how they can help going forward, just being more involved in that location.
Now, let's respectfully, let's stick to funding.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's stick to that. That's what I need to be able to understand, so that when we have our town hall meeting, we can talk about realistically and honestly and transparently whether or not customized medical needs will be there.
Hannah McCarthy, Mayor's Office of Innovation and Strategic Communications. For the funding piece, again, I can get you that reiterated what our budget is for Shelby Cares this year, in terms of the various locations and Binghamton included in that. One of the things that I think we are using our funding for that goes towards supporting that Binghamton location is trying to get our message out to more people, especially in that community and across Shelby County, to let them know that they can access these free resources regardless of where in the county they're at, but especially for the neighborhoods that are nearby.
And that's good. That's good. We need to have outreach. We do. But I think if you're going to have outreach, you need to make sure that you're going to have a place for people to come. So we want to make sure that we have funding that's going to sustain Shelby Cares and Binghamton before we start reaching out, doing that grand scale outreach. Because if they start coming, we need to be there because people start depending on it, and it's a great program. So maybe we just have to talk offline. If there's something that needs to be fixed, we can fix it.
Absolutely heard, and thank you so much for that, Commissioner
Thank you.
Brooks.
Commissioner Thornton, you are in the queue.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm going to make a motion to send this down without recommendation. But before, just a comment. I have been very frustrated with how we are selectively rolling out the Shelby Cares. So your mention of a new location being vetted in Raleigh without vision, this is actually, I wish that the people earlier were here now, because when we talk about mismanagement of funds, when we talk about poor use of funds, it's not that the things that we choose to put the monies towards, that they're not producing great things. It's how we are deploying it. We are literally fueling disparity by not telling people, why are you choosing Raleigh over parts of South Memphis where they're clear, under-resourced areas. They are not able to come and activate themselves. They are not able to become concerned citizens because you will not tell them that they are overlooked. And that's essentially what's happening here. And unbeknownst to the public, the Shelby Cares dollars have availed themselves in some very questionable ways. So if you make a connection between your willingness to appease the administration and what you get in return, this is one of those things. You work with the administration, the Office of Innovation will be activated to create an opportunity for you. There's a clear case for that, and at this point, it just has to be said. I am so disappointed and frustrated for constituents that live in areas where their commissioner is being punished by not even being invited to the table to advocate for what they need. And without data, how do we know? But I can tell you that based on other conversations that have come before the commission, District 10 definitely is deserving of one of these sites. I have to date been able to talk to anyone from the Office of Innovation that is interested in advancing us looking to where that would be. And so it's just unfortunate to me that the public is not in position to be able to push back and advocate for themselves. I can assure you that when this Raleigh conversation comes up, this whole, tension that y'all like to create of bringing down all of the elders to talk about how great their experience is, I'm not going to be deterred by that. So y'all are going to have to show a plan before we move forward. And a lack of plan, it's been over 7 years of this administration. So that's insulting in and of itself to be able to say the vision is forthcoming. It's been 7 years of people waiting on vision to be able to know how to move. So, I really wish that y'all would stop playing games and weaponizing these monies in such a way. It's really, really disappointing to people who deserve to be able to be represented in this county.
Commissioner Thornton, real quick, did you make a motion for it to go down without recommendation, or can we wait until we exhaust the queue first?
Yes,
And you
Chair.
can make that motion. Okay, I'm gonna go to Commissioner Caswell, since this will be his first time, then Commissioner Brooks, and if you want to bring that motion back, you can. Commissioner Caswell.
Thank you, Commissioner. Again, as I was trying to close out the meeting, I understand, I heard the fight against some of what this is, and I know when you talk about our role as the representative, how our people advocate is through their representative. This is why I hold weekly stakeholder meetings. This is why we push for the information, whether it's through the health department, to show that we need. You know, I hate that when we talk about killing something because it's not in our district, it's a process to that. And my community been waiting for a long time for something like this to be in our community and in our district. So I hate that someone have to try to put one against the other, and you have to be a friend of the mayor to be able to get this done. This is ridiculous, but it's what people can say for whatever optics you want it to have. No, this is what a representative do. They get their community together, you hold town hall meetings, you hold stakeholder meetings, and the people, you bring that evidence and you show that to get it done. That's what you got to do, and that's what we've done. And so I hate that because it's not happening in my district, that I'm not going to support it. And so I'm just in support of this item because it's needed all across the county. But this is why when you're trying to get money in the budget to pay for these things, you got to fight for those things to be in the budget. Or else a vision just is a vision if it don't have the resources to back it up. And so this is why I didn't want to support a budget that didn't have the full funding, because I know the need is great all across this county. And this is why we're seeing where the people from the outside feel like we got to come in because we want to invest into ourselves. We don't need a savior. We got to save ourselves, but we got to be willing to put money there and stand behind that. So I support this item. I don't know why it would be a holdup for us, whether it happened in Binghamton. I supported it when it was in Westwood. I support it when it comes to Orange Mound or these other communities. So thank you.
And if I may just add to that, thank you so much, Commissioner Caswell, and I agree with all of your statements. I just want to add that this particular item is not about expansion. We do have some items that will be moving through the pipeline, additional Shelby Cares items. The item today is about just simply security contracts, just for us to have security at our Shelby Cares location. So I just want to remind everyone of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you have anything else in your 30 seconds, Commissioner? No? All right, Commissioner Brooks.
So, let me just say, I guess I have to say it again. This is about work. It's work. That's what you do. Your constituents elect you to come here and work for them. And I guess I know this better than anybody because I'm older than everybody in this room put together. I've been in public service longer than everybody in this room put together. So you work, you advocate for your constituents, you run around the district, you go around the city, you go everywhere, you go to meetings, you listen to people. I went out to Westwood. I talked to the people. I saw them, and most of them were my age, and so naturally I was biased toward them. And they loved that place. They loved Shelby Cares. It was doing a wonderful. It just lifted the community, lifted the spirit. Hey, people coming out. I mean, senior citizens my age, 76 and over, coming out, doing all kinds of activities and fellowshipping and all of that, networking. But the thing is this, there's no favoritism. I don't see any favoritism. It's about work. And if you're not willing to get out there and beat the bushes or have demonstrated evidence that you have beat the bushes, then, don't bring that kind of negativism, because it's not good for our community. It's just not good, because it makes it look like people are here not working. And I think there are some people who are. But you got to talk to people who don't like you. I know most of the folk up here don't like me, but do you think that matters? I got a district to represent. So I'm going to work with whomever I have to work with to get what I need for my district. Simple as that. So, and I just want my constituents to know that there is no favoritism toward me by anybody, and I think most of them know that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Thornton, go right ahead. When you going to make your motion?
Yeah, okay, so I'm the youngest one on this body, so there might be a different level of just decorum that comes with the generation. So I'm going to choose to go ahead and put a rebuttal just for the record. My votes tend to age nicely, and today, let's just talk about it. So with the previous Shelby Cares that is in Binghamton, the monies for it availed themselves in a very unique way. We were told that the monies didn't exist, and then all of a sudden, there's a resolution on the floor that avails the funds. And if you've ever been in a meeting with leaders within the administration, specifically the one at the top, you are often asked to do something in receipt of something, right? And so in these type of instances, if you think that politics doesn't play, it does. And I'm just saying that this behavior around Shelby Cares, which for this administration over the past 2 terms, this is going to be a staple deliverable. It'll be on campaign materials. It'll be spoken about as a legacy item for times to come. Shelby Cares is not just a basic program. It is an innovative program that's being propped up by the administration. By no means do I think that Raleigh, Westwood, Binghamton, any of those communities are not deserving. They are. And if you do not communicate to constituents how they too are deserving, you rob them of the opportunity from talking to their commissioner about what they want, because they didn't realize that they were a part of an issue. How many people in these communities don't realize they're in the food desert? They continue to just go in and out of these corner stores, and that's life for them. But if they knew that there was an issue called food desert that was actually pressing for them, then they might come down here and pull a public comment card to say, well, why is there a food desert for me? Why is there a 10-year age difference between where I live and where one of my fellow Shelby Countyans lives, just, right up a couple of districts? These are the realities. And so I just cannot stress enough, this is not an indictment over anyone that advocates for their districts. This is just an acknowledgement. And let me just tell you why this commissioner can say that. Because $4.5 million for my district is sitting on the mayor's desk. So I don't want anybody in this room to minimize what clearly is a targeted weaponizing of resources. You haven't been here that long, so I'm not directing this towards you. I'm just saying that there are a lot of facts in this case to be able to make this point. And if y'all don't bring this vision, I'm going to say that though you're here now, you're a part of the problem. Somebody within the Office of Innovation has to bring the data case to me so that I can go to my constituents with data. Y'all want me to show up and just tell narrative and start just doing counts on my own? I actually need something from the Office of Innovation. That is not a service that my back office is providing me. I have no access to data tools. So Office of Innovation, which was created to do this for me so that I can go do that, so that I can come back and bring you what I know to be true. One of your next sites will be in District 10. So I'm, for the record and for the public, expressing an interest, and I will just explicitly say that one of my constituents, Dr. Greer, has expressed interest in a physical site within our district being a location. So there you have it. There has been actual work done, not just in other districts, but also in District 10. Thank you.
Thank you for
Could
the
I
rebuttal.
just quickly respond to that, Chair?
Well, I think we're about to go
10
to the
seconds.
vote on that, sure.
I just want to say that I'm really honored to hear that, Commissioner Thornton, and we would love to work with you. Don't know where, the funding is coming from, but like you said, we can start with a vision, and I absolutely am willing to work with you on that, so thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Chair.
You still have the right to pull it off the committee on Monday, so let's go to the vote on item number 5. And since we had at least one commissioner that had questions on the other ones, the next 2 items that we're going to entertain are going to be number 7 and 6. Yes. Commissioners, please cast your votes on item 5. that order only because I have to go off and then come back, but I want to make sure that questions are answered on that. Commissioners, if you have not voted on item 5, please do so now. Please reveal and record the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioner Caswell, Sugarman, Ford, Thornton, Brooks. We have 5 aye votes.
Item 5 has received a favorable recommendation. Item 7, please.
Item 7 is a resolution amending the contract with Thomas Consultants, Inc. to allocate $500,000 from the operating budget for additional cameras in District 9 from fiscal year FY 2026, sponsored by Commissioner Dr. Edmund Ford Jr. This item does not meet requirements of the permanent rules.
All right, so we'll get this on the record, and then we'll do the suspension accordingly. So it's been moved by myself and seconded by Commissioner Caswell. Does anybody want to make a motion to suspend the rules? It's been moved by Commissioner Brooks, seconded by myself. Can we do that without objection? All right, very quickly to explain this, I'm going to give you the quick timeline. So this commissioner has been working on this since June 23rd. This was one of the budget amendments that this body passed. I know we're going to entertain those things in item 3, but just to give you a heads up, and I can show all the emails and documents, my first attempt regarding making sure that this was put on the agenda was August the 29th. I can show you all the emails and the timeline with finance, purchasing, et cetera, for the purposes of getting this on. I stated in committee that this was already going down the pipeline before Vice Chair Bradford brought his add-on. So I stated that on the record, and I can show all the emails and the timeline to show as such. So this is an opportunity to go ahead and take care of one item that is already on that list. We did talk about those constituents that maybe, I call them seasoned, I don't call them old, but since they had to leave, they gave me their commentary on their cards, so I want to read that real quick, and then whatever questions we need to have answered, we can. This is Ms. Vicki Smith at 5065 Cedar Valley. She stated, "We have known and have recently seen the need for cameras in deterring crime. If the cameras don't deter, they indeed aid in swift apprehension of the offenders. Couple that with concerned citizens who come forward, and we have a reduction in crime and involvement in our neighborhood. Therefore, I ask that you allocate funds for additional cameras. If I can assure you that Holmesdale Heights and District 9 will appreciate these cameras, it will definitely make our neighborhood safer. Thank you." That's Ms. Vicki Smith. Ms. Gwendolyn Keys, 5425 Hebron Drive, stated, "I live in the Holmesdale subdivision in Whitehaven. At least 75% of the neighbors in this area are seniors. We are constantly concerned about safety as we come and go from our homes. Additional cameras in our neighborhood would greatly help. We thank Commissioner Ford for his concern and our safety and the quality of life we would like to sustain. Please allocate these funds available for this initiative." So those were the 2 cards. And again, I stated that this was an amendment that was approved on the 23rd by this body, and this commissioner has been working on putting that in place since August, and this is why we're at where we're at. So if there are questions, we will go now to the queue. Commissioner Brooks.
I asked to have this read and discussed because I realized that this item is on Commissioner Bradford's list of commissioner grants to be suspended. So I'm trying to understand, and maybe the sponsor can help me to understand how are we planning to fund this if it is on the list of grants to be suspended?
All right. First of all, this is, if you go back and look at the caption for number 3, it said nonprofits and grants and things of that nature. This is not a grant. This would be a piggyback contract, and that question was posed in committee when I said the same thing to Vice Chair Bradford about that. I said there are particular things, and at that particular time, we did not have the aforementioned list at all. Administration came and stated up 17 million, and it just happened to be all the amendments that we brought on June the 23rd. I don't believe that's a coincidence. I'll let people make their own decisions on that, but this is not a grant. This is a piggyback contract. This was deliberated through our budget process on the 23rd. There were cuts that were done in order to fund all of these initiatives. And prior to item number 3 coming up, this commissioner was already working on that, not knowing what Vice Chair Bradford was going to bring. You still have the floor.
Okay. Oh, okay, you took my time. Okay, so
You
let
can
me
get it
go
back.
ahead. All right. So for all intents and purposes, I don't have any editorials or any mud to sling, so I just have questions. And I guess the only question that I have left would be, this is how we got the cameras initially. I guess when I came in 2022, we utilized the same company, and it was through a grant. So it serves the same purpose. I'm just trying to understand, because we're eliminating a bunch of, quite a few commission grants that have been around quite a while, and quite a few people are looking forward to those. And I need someone to help me to understand how we're going to be able to pay $500,000 for these cameras. I've asked for cameras for District 7, but considering our financial situation, and then of course we have we have occupation. We're going to be soon be an occupied city. So I don't know, but the National Guard will need cameras. So I just need to understand better how we're going to do this. We're going to get $500,000 when we have a whole list of others that we're going to tell, no, we're not going to give you any money. But this grant, District 9, $500,000, we're going to approve. I need to understand, other than what was said, the justification behind this. Why would we do this? Okay, not hearing none, I'll move forward with my no vote.
All right. Commissioner Thornton, you have the floor.
Sometimes being a commissioner, it's a sweet experience. So I think it's quite ironic that someone would come after your funds for work that you put into to be able to get it put in as a budget amendment. When we just talked about the same point with Shelby Cares, that was the exact same point that was made. Work was put in, outcomes came out. In this particular item, I support it because I saw the work that was put in. And just for added emphasis, this came in, correct me if I'm wrong, Chair, through the budget amendment process?
Yes.
So, just to the public, I know that there's a lot of scrutiny of, various of my colleagues at different times. I cannot say enough, Commissioner Ford, about how your leadership has been pivotal during the budget process. And so when we talk about us as a commission doing our due diligence to scrutinize what was given to us by the administration and representing a second balanced budget, hands down, that would not have been able to go without Commissioner Ford's input. So I think that if colleagues of mine would like to see budget amendments representing their districts, then they just need to do the work.
Thank you. Parliamentarian, regardless of what we do up here, this would not be on the consent agenda. It would be on the regular, correct? So whether we take it down without a recommendation or vote on this, this would not be on consent because of the not meeting the requirements of permanent rules, even though I can show my timeline. The reason why I'm asking is because we can go ahead and dispose of this item, but if it's not going to be on consent at all and it looks like it's probably going to be pulled or whatever the case may be, would it matter whether we vote on it up or down or take it down without a recommendation? Would it matter? That's my question. All right, the vice chair said it wouldn't matter, so why don't we just, I'd like to make a motion for this to go down without a recommendation.
Okay.
Because it's probably going to be pulled and talked about anyway, and District 9 will be present on that day. It's been seconded by Commissioner Vice Chair Bradford. Any discussion? Any objection? Seeing none, item 7 will go down without a recommendation. Thank you. Item 6.
Item 6 is a resolution to provide for education incentive payments to county officials and full-time employees of Shelby County government who have attained the Certified Public Administrator designation under the University of Tennessee County Technical Assistance Services County Official Certificate Training Program. This item requires expenditure of FY 2026 general fund dollars in an amount not to exceed $15,000, sponsored by Commissioner Dr. Edmund Ford Jr. and Commissioner McWright. This item does not meet requirements of the permanent rules.
Thank you. It's been moved by Commissioner Thornton and seconded by Commissioner Sugarman. Can someone suspend the rules for the purposes of having this item in front of us? Thank you. And it's been moved by Commissioner Mills, seconded by Commissioner Sugarman. Is there any objection for suspending the rules? Seeing none. Mr. Thornton, did you want to speak first?
Not really. Gerald Thornton.
Not really? Okay.
But I'm sorry. This is Gerald Thornton, Director of Human Resources. As you see that I have my documents here, but I guess I took them upstairs. But this is not in compliance with your regular rules. And from my understanding, I think it's going to be represented today that only 2 people within Shelby County have actually obtained this particular certification. And it's interesting that I was actually in a meeting on Monday where I think 2 people who were sitting in the meeting with me actually has this certification. I do apologize. I did leave my documents upstairs, but there is a set of guidelines that Shelby County must follow before you actually put this into place. And at this time period, we have not followed those guidelines. I know that we should have actually received by August 31st, remember serve correctly, from the state treasurer as to who actually has fulfilled those requirements and those individuals who have actually received any type of compensation from the state. As of yet, Director of Human Resources, I have not received such. I know there's a deadline of October 31st of 2026 in order for this matter to be before the state. So I know that this is a matter that I think is presented by Ms. Alicia Lindsay here. As Director of Human Resources, I think I do have a right to speak because this will come out of, I'm assuming, my educational fund. But we have to talk to all county employees because several of the departments actually have these individuals who've actually received this certification, because initially I thought it was a CPA was like a certified public accountant like Mr. Audrey Tipton and Mr. Michael Thompson, but this is actually a certified public administrator. But from my understanding, there are several people who received this. We've not had an opportunity to contact the state to see how many people in Shelby County have received this, and what we don't want to do is come down and give it to only those who presented or who's asking for it. And out of fairness, I think this matter should be pushed off until next year, personally, until we can get a complete number of county employees. I know at one point, General Sessions had quite a few of these individuals who got certified. I think Circuit Court may have several. I think Register Brooks may have several of these individuals. So it won't be fair for us to possibly give $3,000, and yet still, if you read the statute very closely, which I'm not a lawyer for Shelby County government, the lady in green is, but it clearly says that $3,000 may be given to an employee if the county has set up such funds. No one has asked for those funds to be set up. No one's asked for this program to be implemented. And since it has not been implemented and has not been set up according to what the state statute says, then therefore, I don't know how we can do that at this particular time. Gerald Thornton, Director of Human Resources.
You know I was going to ask you, yeah. And Ms. Lindsay, I know that you'll have an opposing viewpoint on that, but I don't want it being lost that there is a second part to this resolution where there was Tennessee code that stated something regarding commissioners. I know that at least 2 commissioners are trying to elevate pay, and at one time it was required, but now they're saying it's strongly recommended. Before you give that comment, let me go ahead and give Ms. Lindsay that time, and then you can talk about that if you want to from your HR perspective. Ms. Lindsay.
Thank you, Commissioner Ford. Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. As it relates to the state providing notification of the individuals that have the Certified Public Administrator designation, that is really only for elected officials, such as the sheriff or county commissioners. As it relates to, and the amount that the state will pay to elected officials is somewhat different. So the state expects the county to pay a portion, and the state will pay the remaining portion. As it relates to officials and employees, that may have this designation, it is left up to the legislative body to adopt a program, and that is the purpose of this resolution. And currently, there are only 2 certified public administrators within Shelby County government. Commissioner Ford, I believe I shared that email with you from CTAS. So that would be myself and Holly Howell, who works under the mayor's administration. Now, there are individuals that have the certified county financial officer designation, but that is not what this is. The CLCTP, Certified Public Administrator, is a different program. With the CCFO, you receive a 1-year a stipend after you complete that first year, or I want to say the municipal finance financial officer. But this is different. This is a certified public administrator. And it does say you may, but it also says that the Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 5-1-310, authorizes and encourages county to provide in its annual budget for payment an annual education incentive to employees as defined by Tennessee Code Annotated 29-20-1022 who attain the designation of Certified Public Administrator. This was one of the items that our chief deputy, he met with the mayor along with our HR director back during budget season, and I believe Director Tipton was there as well, but this was one of the items that we mentioned that we would be seeking in the budget process. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have, but beyond that, I don't have any other comments. Thank you.
Before I go to the queue, can you just comment on that second part regarding the 600?
Yes, sir, you're absolutely right, Commissioner Ford. There is a provision when it gives you all $600 if you all obtain that particular certification. It's a whole lot easier for us to actually, because there's only 13 of you all, and it's a whole lot easier for us to find between the 13 of you all, whether it's 2 of you all or 3 of you all. But I disagree with Ms. Lindsay respectfully, because there are other individuals within Shelby County government that actually has this CPA. And she did say something that was actually correct as well. It says it's permissive, it's may. It doesn't say we shall do this. And it also says that, and I think also respectfully to Ms. Lindsay, although I don't have my law in front of me, but there was some controversy, and I did meet with the county attorney's office yesterday as to who actually is covered by this. Because there, on the one law says is for the electeds, and it excluded the sheriff. Then there's another part that actually includes regular employees. And so, and Ms. Lindsay also, I concur with her, is that she says it's something that we shall put into play. But since it was not put into play during the budget season, unless she's trying to do something very preemptive for next year, that's fine. I applaud you. But right now, that was not put into play. We don't have the funding for it, and nor have we set up any type of accounting streams for this particular payments. And so if she's doing it as a preemptive strike, fine. For next year's budget, I applaud her. But if she's making an attempt this year to get that money, the $3,000, and again, we don't know, pursuant to the statute, as to how much she or anyone else in Shelby County government has received. It says that the county, and I'm going from memory, and I hope my lawyer here, it says $375,000 for the first year, and then it goes up exponentially of the $3,000. So with that being said, we don't know if Ms. Lindsay's received $375, $400, or what. So this is not fair to me, nor to Mr. Thompson, because had we received this according to, like Ms. Lindsay said earlier about the refrigerator, in advance, then I would have been prepared more for this. But I actually got hit with this last night or yesterday afternoon, and no one told me anything about this. But as the director of HR and as the, I guess, the keeper of the records, thanks to Commissioner Sugarman here, who created the tuition reimbursement, I'm assuming that that's where these funds would be taken from. I mean, I'm making an assumption, although it says general fund, but we do have a program where we pay for various certifications as well as education, but it's not the same way in which the state of Tennessee does. After having spoken with CTASC, I did pick the phone up yesterday and I called CTASC, and they found this to be very interesting because they said that Shelby County has actually embarked upon this before. I think that's kind of interesting that we're here again. But based upon what we have here, our educational incentive program, they think it's a very good program, not something that the state is mandating. Because you think about it, you go to a place like Humboldt or Maryland or Trenton, they don't have education incentives. But in Shelby County government, we do have a program that will cover such. So again, if the sheriff department is trying to do something that's preemptive for next year's budget, have at it. But if they're trying to do it in the 2026 fiscal year budget, then I would say that they're out of sorts.
and there was an August 31st deadline from the state to
I want to
notify
give
us.
Ms. Lindsay equal time.
Well, that's fine.
Yeah,
So,
thank you. Yeah. Ms. Lindsay, real quick, and just for the record, that second part regarding the 600 for commissioners would take effect for the incoming commissioners. So when we go through our budget through the budget process, my intent is for the incoming commissioners, I won't be here, to be able to receive that incentive accordingly with what was stated. So I just wanted that to be clarified. So if there are commissioners that may want to bifurcate this and have two different sets of conversations, that's fine, but it's all together as far as incentivizing as a whole. Ms. Lindsay, go right ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner Ford. Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. Just to clarify the record, the state does not provide an educational incentive to employees like myself or the other young lady that's a certified public administrator. The state only provides that supplement to elected officials. The other, if someone like me were to receive this educational supplement, this body would have to approve it, and it would have to be paid from the budget. And Commissioner Ford, if it's possible, if you could ask the county attorney's office to tell us what it means in Tennessee Code annotated section 5-1-310, and then how employees are defined in TCA 2920-1022, because I'm not an attorney and Director Thornton is not a county attorney, so it would be helpful.
He can't practice law
It
like
would be
some other
helpful if
folks
we
that
would
were
have
trying
that
to.
information from the county attorney's office. Thank you.
All right, so let's do this. Ms. Smith, I'm getting, let me do me. I rarely get a chance to do this. And they can have it back after this item. Ms. Smith, can you have something in writing regarding that request so that if this does go down without a recommendation, we can be able to answer that question and any other questions regarding this?
Megan Smith, yes.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Sugarman.
Okay, so I have several questions. Thank you, Chair. Number one, the CFO, the CPA, and so you stated that they're for elected officials, or they're for employees, or both? Am I getting those confused? Any clarification on that? And then someone stated that there's incentives. Okay, the incentives are for the employees or for elected officials, or both?
The history of this program is initially, and they changed the definition, and Ms. Megan and I discussed that this morning. They included regular employees. But the history of this, believe it or not, there are people who run for various offices that are not qualified. Go figure. And the state wanted to come in through the University of Tennessee and educate and train them on whether it was a registered deeds office, whether it was a clerk's office, or whomever. You can actually go in and you can learn what the clerk's office does, or the registered deeds office, or general sessions.
Right.
And then there's so many hours, I think it's 36 hours where that person's required, he or she was required to take just for that particular office that they passed, that they got sworn into. So that was the initial intent of the program for the certified public administrator.
And does that expire, the certification? No. Because I have...
Well, it does not expire, well, yes and no. It
Okay.
expires if you don't continue doing your CEUs. There's a requirement for you to do like CEUs annual, like I do for my law license. But if you don't continue doing that training, then therefore, yes, ma'am, you will be decertified through the state of Tennessee.
Okay, so since I had the CPA, then I have to go back through the program again, number one. Number two, then I would receive incentives, because when I went through the CCFO program, I didn't receive any incentives. So do we also receive incentives as well, or just employees?
The way for the CPA, it includes you as well as the elected officials, and now it includes, look like all employees. So if you get your CPA, the Certified Public Administrator, then yes, ma'am, you receive a $600 stipend unless you receive some type of stipend from the state, previously from the state treasurer. So if you continue to do it every year, then you will receive a $600 stipend every year because you maintain that particular certification.
And what about the CCFO?
I have not looked at the CCFO. I think there is a similar program for that as well.
With a stipend?
I think so.
I haven't received my stipend.
I mean, just a point of information, elected officials are excluded from the stipend for CCFO. I'm not sure about the program that you went through, but for our program, we're not able to receive the stipend.
And, yeah, we all, well, tell you what, we'll get it to the county attorneys also for review. Ms. Megan, you get that? But, so we're under the impression that actually with CCFO, that you also can receive that stipend as well. Because it says employees in that instance, and you're actually an employee.
And let me, did you have anything else? No. No? Okay. Very quickly before I ask for a motion for this to go down without a recommendation, you are correct. The only way that I was able to receive the stipend is because of my employment over there at the city of Memphis, and I got the CMFO.
Okay.
And that's the only way that I was able to receive it. If I would have gotten a CCFO, I would have received nothing. Okay. So, last comment.
Let me ask you a question before you go. Did you pay out of pocket?
She actually beat you a little bit to it. I'm gonna ask you a question in a second, Ms. Lindsay, real quick, and I don't mind answering that on the record. Go ahead.
Alicia Lindsay, Chief Administrative Officer, Shelby County Sheriff's Office. With the resolution, there is an attachment that talks about the county officials certificate training program. It talks about the number of hours that are required. For example, there are 7 core courses that are required. Each of those courses are 4 hours each. In addition, there are 65 credit electives that you must take. Then there is an Tennessee County Government Overview. And finally, an exit exam that you must pass, and then also go to the capstone event. And the payments are different because the state does pay for elected officials. The state, and up to a certain point. So like, and the state amount increases annually. But the county, the local legislative body can increase the amount that's paid. As it relates to employees or officials, such as myself, there is no payment from the state of Tennessee. The only payment that could be authorized is through the county legislative body. And this is just a request to have it included as one of the certifications that's paid for. I myself, I'm a certified public accountant. I'm also a certified public administrator. I'm also a CCFO and a CGMA. So I have a lot of letters behind my name.
Right.
But this is an important program because you get to learn all the things about county government, from just a general overview of how county government works, county HR issues, the operating budget, audit, capital budgeting, debt management, ethics, that's very important, ethics, financial issues, legal issues for elected officials, the operating budget, personnel, purchasing and risk management, all of those things. So it takes several hours to obtain this certification. And I think it will be worthwhile. We've had an employee, Holly Howe, who's had it for several years. And I think it would be excellent to reward employees to attain such a designation because it shows that they have an interest in the county government that they're serving, and it benefits the department that they work for and the elected official that they work for. Thank you.
All right, so we can close this off, so we can get it down without a recommendation. As you, I'm about to answer your question. So when I went through the CMFO process, as a matter of fact, I have CE credits I have to attain, which I'll be missing one of the committee meetings. I have to go make sure I get my 16 credits in. One, yes, I paid for it myself. But no, the county didn't pay for it, the city didn't pay for it. I did it myself. I drove to Nashville, I drove to Jackson, I attended the classes, I passed all the tests. In Nashville, sometimes when Jackson was full, I had to drive there. Sometimes I was the only person of color in the room of 50 people. But everything got passed. I was asked if they wanted me to ask for a reimbursement. I decided that was an expense that I could just write off. So I did not ask for the state to give me any reimbursement, and I didn't ask for the city to, I did it myself, but I did receive the stipend. So that's just me. I could have asked for it to be reimbursed, but I left it alone and I wrote it off. So that's where I was on that. So with that being said, I do believe in incentivizing if we can find particular ways strategically in order to do so. The second piece regarding commissioners, again, this would count for the incoming commissioners starting September 1, 2026. So if you may not necessarily support part one, I would ask at least let's try to incentivize those who want to either come back or want to be in our seats. And that could start to where we could put that in the budget next year. So with that being said, I'd like to make the motion for it to go down without a recommendation. Is there a second? It's been seconded by Commissioner Thornton. Any discussion? Any objection? Seeing none, item 6 will go down without a recommendation. I've given the vice chair back. We only have 2 items left, so if you want to decide which order you want to go with, thank you very much for your indulgence.
Thank you, Commissioner Ford. Let's just move to item 3, and then we'll do 8 and complete this committee.
Item 3 is a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Shelby County, Tennessee, hereby suspending Shelby County grants in fiscal year 2026 to nonprofit charitable and nonprofit civic organizations, as well as all unbudgeted expenditures with exception of County Commission Community Enhancement grants until January 1, 2026, consistent with the needs of Shelby County government's fiscal responsibilities. Sponsored by Vice Chairman David Bradford, this item was an add-on, amended and deferred in September 3rd, 2025 committee meeting.
Thank you. And the first order of business, everybody has been distributed. This has been moved by Commissioner Sugarman. I have seconded the item. Commissioner Thornton has seconded the item. The first order of business is I would like to add this exhibit to the item. It has been distributed. It's got a yellow bar across the top. Up at the top right, it says Committee Number 1, Item 3, Exhibit A. This outlines the $17 million that was discussed 2 weeks ago. I think this was also emailed to all the commissioners at least last Friday, maybe a little bit longer ago than that. I think to Commissioner Brooks' comment earlier, based on what's going on some of the items, we may have to amend this on Monday. It is my intent to send this down without recommendation so we can have further discussion. I do have 3 cards on this item and at least 1 commissioner in the queue.
Are you moving that as an amendment?
Yes, I'm sorry, I'm moving this as an amendment. If I could have a second. Thank you. That was seconded by Commissioner Thornton. That will give us items to discuss in further. I'm going to go to the cards and then, yes, I'm sorry, I'm moving too fast. We have anybody in disagreement with that? We have no objections to that. All right, I'm going to go to the cards because these folks have been sitting here for a long time, and so we'll hit the cards and then we'll go to the screen. Trustee Newman, I have you up first.
Regine Newman, County Trustee. I will hold the majority of my comments until Monday. I did want to thank Commissioner Ford, although he has skedaddled out the door, for being the one who actually sent me a copy of all this, despite Chairman Avant's instruction for us to be sent copies on the side of the electeds. I also had permission of the electeds to state that more would have been here, but for the length of today's proceedings. And so they did get a copy from me after Commissioner Ford supplied me a copy at my request. So thank you for that, and I'll hold the remainder of the comments till Monday.
Thank you. Thank you for spending so much time with us today. I apologize for the delay. Mr. Jerry Easter. If you'll make sure the mic's on so the people online can hear you.
Hello, I'm Jerry Easter, Director of Shelby County Veterans Court. I too will reserve my time, and there's no reason to say it today and then try to say it again Monday. I'll hold my time comments until Monday.
All right, thank you, Mr. Easter.
Mr. Brooks, I wanted to point out to you, between myself and Aubrey Howard back there, you're certainly not the oldest one in the room.
All right, the last card I have here is from Dr. Carnita Atwater. Dr. Atwater.
I reserve my time until Monday also, too.
All right.
We burn out.
I understand. Thank you. All right, I'm going to go to the queue next. Commissioner Sugarman.
Thank you, Chair. And I want to make a motion to bifurcate the Loran Skateboard Park because on August the 11th, 2025, the Commission voted to on a resolution for the skateboard park. And so we've already voted on it, and it's a resolution and it has already been before the mayor. So I'd like to make a motion to bifurcate the Loran Skateboard Park in an amount of $223,000. Can I get a second?
I've got a motion from Commissioner Sugarman, looking for a second.
Not a second?
All right, it fails for lack of second, but that doesn't mean we can't take care of this on Monday when more commissioners are present.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? Her intent was to bifurcate, to pull the skate park and vote on it separately.
Yes,
is
we already
my
voted
understanding.
on this, we had a resolution August the 11th. And so it's still in here, but we've already had a resolution on it, and we voted on it, and it approved, and it was supported, so, thank you.
So your second, okay. So we have a motion to bifurcate to vote on the Lawrence Skate Park as a separate item outside of this list. We have a second from Commissioner Bibbs. Any
So-
objections to that?
I will object, because if we're starting to pick it apart, then that's just going to go south. I would prefer for the slate to just stay the 17 million, because I think that this is going to have to be something that it's an all or nothing. When we start to pull items out, then it's just going to get unnecessarily complicated and messy. And admittedly, I will follow suit to be able to pull out the 1.8 for District 10. But just as a point of information to the chair, I think that you said that there was a resolution, and I think that the point of this is that these are, oh, you're just saying it shouldn't be a part of the 17 million.
Point of information, we already voted on the resolution, and it was August 11th. There's a contract already done, school seat already has a contract, the amount was $446,000. This would allow for us to go ahead and move forward, but we've already voted on, as a commission, for the $223,000. It should not have been in this stack.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for that
And I'll
clarity.
bring the resolution on Monday as well, that we voted on already.
All right, so I still have the motion to bifurcate. I still have your objection, so we've got to vote on this.
Just, is there any added discussion, Chair, on the item?
Yes, we're still discussing the bifurcation.
Okay.
Did you have further?
I'll get in queue.
Okay. Commissioner Bibbs, you're on the bifurcation.
Yes, sir, Mr. Vice Chair. So I just, for a point of clarity around, my second came because it was something we've already voted on in August. This came after that vote. So that, to me, is why I'm giving the second. I understand the intent, but to me, if you're going to do this, you can't include something we've already made an action on. Saying it to the administration and also giving point of clarification on why my second happened. Because that resolution was passed before we actually got this item for discussion.
Go ahead.
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. The list was passed during budget, which included the Lawrence Park. I understand.
Yeah.
And if I understand what Commissioner Sugarman is saying, we'd already approved the 446. $223,000 was paid out of ARPA. Yes, ma'am. That's what I'm saying. That's the first one. We haven't paid this one, but this one is included on the list of grants that were approved during budget season.
Yes, I'm aware of that, but you're not following what I'm saying. So my second is coming because this resolution about holding funds happened after we said yes to a resolution that she brought to the body, and we voted it up to clarify and to make sure that check was cut. So this is why I'm seconding her motion to pull it out, because we actually have already taken an action on that item. So we can pull the dates, if.
I don't have a problem with that, Audrey Tipton. I'm just thinking, if that's the case, then that's the budget. That's all of them. They were approved in the budget.
No, it's not. No, she did an additional resolution. I think you may need to go back and actually check the records and make sure that you're aware around everything that has happened. I think I'm not in disagreement of how you got to where you're getting there. I'm just saying it needs to match what the motions and what the things we voted on already. She brought an additional resolution to make sure that it's done, so it didn't get caught up before we even got this. So that's why I'm seconding. I'm just saying it just needs to follow the whole motion of the commission. She did a separate resolution after the budget cycle. Correct, and we did it anyway. That's what I'm saying. That's my point. So I'm saying we voted on that item at this point now twice.
All right, thank you.
No. It was previous amount of money in the last budget. This budget was for this one. I kind of heard what you're saying. I think offline, I'll bring some more clarification.
Go ahead.
For the record, I think when Chief Tipton spoke earlier about, in her presentation for the financials, it was asked if, are there any other opportunities or alternatives that we could find to help this process? And while we're asking you to do this today or on Monday, we're continuing to look for other opportunities on how we can do this. As we want to remind you, this is not a permanent pause. This is a pause so that we can get through where we need to get to for the first of the year. We can assure you that we're continuing to work through all the avenues and opportunities to fulfill your obligations that you've made and commitments you've made to your constituents. We understand that. But we're also saying, give us this runway so that we can do what we need to do for the people that we work for every day, which are the employees of Shelby County government. And then we will continue to press forward to see where we could find those alternatives to offset this particular challenge that we're facing today. That's what we're asking you for.
All right, thank you. All right, so on the floor, we've got a motion to bifurcate, seconded by Bibbs, objected by Thornton. Thornton, you have more discussion on this?
Yes, Chair, if
Go
I
ahead.
may. So just a couple of questions and a point to be made. To finance, so assuming that they are able to bifurcate the 223,000, y'all have presented that we need $17,210,796. That leaves a deficit in what you said we need to set aside to be able to fill a gap. So can you just talk to what is going to be the proposed plan if it is bifurcated and allowed to not be delayed until the end of January? How are we going to close the gap on the $223,000? That's to finance. And then through the chair to Commissioner Sugarman, is your particular skate park project, is it time sensitive? Does it have to be completed before January 22nd? If you could speak to that, and I'll make a closing point, Chair.
Okay, yes. And so again, in 2025, we had the ARPA funds allocated. And because we're using ARPA funds, the skateboard park has to be built by the fiscal year 2026. We've already gone through the Conservation Board. We've already got a contract. We've already got pre-development. And so the skateboard company, which is out of town, has stated until all the funds, which is $446,000 in place, they're not going to put us on the agenda. So let's say we wait till January to put the additional funds, we may not get on their agenda for 2026, or could may push it to the end of 2026. So it is time sensitive because it's tied to ARPA funds that were already allocated.
Thank you for that clarity. If Chief Tipton, you could answer the question about closing the 223,000 gap.
Thank you, Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. Right now, we have a forecast. So we are forecasting how much it will cost to fund the county month by month. The reason that we addressed it with the grant funds is because that's the only thing we have control over. Everything else, salaries for the most part, supplies, things of that nature. So this is not a permanent hole, and I'm not saying January 31st. I don't think I've ever said January 31st. I think what we said was that we wanted to hold it to the end of the year, which would be the month of December. I'm hoping that we will start to collect enough property taxes that we won't need all of this. This is just the money that we can control. And I don't want to go in and pick and choose which one, so that's why we just said, okay, we'll hold this lot and just use it as we need it. We may not need all of it. It just depends on how the property taxes are coming in. And they do start to come in late November. Mostly, you get more in December, because that's when you have all of your mortgage companies that report. So we're not going to be holding it through the month of January.
All right, thank you. So, catch everybody up. We've got a bifurcation by Commissioner Sugarman to pull the Lawrence Skate Park out, seconded by Bibbs, objection by Thornton, and we're in discussion. Commissioner Brooks, I apologize, I have not overlooked you in the queue. Did you want to speak on this or the main item? All right, you will not speak on this. All right, Commissioner Avon, I know you have just walked in and jumped in the queue. Do you want to speak on the bifurcation? Go ahead.
Sorry, I had to take a meeting, and so I was trying to listen at the same time to understand about the difference in the ARPA funds for the 223, and then are we saying that there were additional funds in these grant funds to match? Okay. And so I do understand the administration's position. We all, worked very hard to try to make sure that there were organizations that needed to receive some funding, and I understand Commissioner Sugarman's advocacy for her district. I do think that we run the risk of everyone wanting to pull out different things that we are all very strongly passionate about. However, the state of the county and where we are now lends us to be more prudent in how we are being fiduciaries of the county in our role. And so I would caution us to not move towards taking out funds that could put in jeopardy the fact that we have, how many employees? 4,000? 6,000.
Harold Collins, Chief Administrative Officer. 6,000 active employees, 4,500 retirees.
Okay. And so in that vein, I just think that it would be better for us to do a month-by-month forecasting from the administration that comes back to the commission so that we can see how we are projecting towards getting revenue in, so that we don't put in danger those folks who are relying on us for their paychecks, as well as the actual maintenance and administration of county government, when we don't have enough cash flow in order for us to possibly, if those things are, right now, we don't have enough cash flow to get to the end of the year, right? So if we start to kind of pilfer off, each and every grant, which we're all very passionate about, it still does not abscond us of our responsibility as commissioners for the county as a whole. So I would just really caution us in that vein to think about it from that standpoint, and that the administration could really work with us, because there are many of these organizations who are depending on their funding. I've gotten calls from 4 different organizations saying, can you just get my contract signed? I said, I wish I could. But there's, 20 other organizations who would love to have their contract signed as well to be able to move forward to have funds released. And we know that there's a process to that. So I just hope that we can think about it from that standpoint, the county as a whole, so that we are not putting at risk any of the actual functions of the county, and especially for the employees who will rely on us and who do so much for this county. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman. All right, anybody else further on the objection? Commissioner Thornton?
I'm with you as well.
Commissioner Sugarman, you're in first.
Thank you. I was in the queue first, but thank you again. And so again, we voted as a commission in August, and at that time, not one person here said, okay, let's hold it because we're having cash flow issues. We voted on it. We passed it. It's been executed. And so my concern again, by the time all this is done, it's going to be 2 months before it takes a long process. So even if, for example, we bifurcate today, they probably won't get a check until December or January. And so that's what happened. And so my thing is, if we wait till December or January, we've risked $223,000. And I want to be very cognizant, too, everybody has in this room, on the commission, has either a YMCA or a community center, a park. My district has a desert as far as parks are concerned. They do not have a community center. They do not have a YMCA. We're the only district, to my knowledge, they have nothing. And so if we do not move forward the bifurcation, we could possibly lose the $223,000. We will not get a skateboard park because the way it's looking, it costs even more. This is an out-of-town skateboard park company. If we do not get on the agenda in January, there's no guarantee it will be built in 2026.
Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to reiterate to Commissioner Sugarman and Clay Bibbs, I'm going to support your item, but the same rationale that you have for fiscal 25 funds, if you recall, the fiscal 25 funds for District 10, the 2.7, they have not been signed off on. So we too have, at least you're in a position to get your fiscal 25 funds. We have yet to get ours in District 10. So if that is a value of yours, I will hope to see you support District 10, which will follow suit to be able to bifurcate or put a motion on the floor to bifurcate our particular funds. I cannot stress to you how the delay in having 3 years of removal of funds from this district, even though they've been earmarked, it's had a cumulative impact in our district. And so my constituents are not happy to hear that not only are fiscal 25 and 24 funds blocked, but here there's an attempt to be able to delay access to fiscal year 26 funds. And I stress to everyone, the timing of when we need to do programming is now. We cannot wait until end of December because we're going to miss too much of viable programming time in the fall and early winter. And then I'll also say that the point that you just made about the processing time really resonated with me. Upon us actually going through the process, it is going to be a delay, which seems to it's going to line up pretty close to when you would need the funds to be in the bank. Your processing times are not quick. And so it's been my experience that it's been months to be able to get checks cut, which we have months before you're saying that you need access to the grab fund. So I think it's just a really good point that you just made. I'm supportive, and I would just ask to be able to get a second when I follow suit behind you. Thank you.
So are you removing your objection to the bifurcation?
Yes.
Okay. So now we have a motion by Sugarman to bifurcate, a second by Bibbs. We do not have a objection on the floor now. All right, so now we have an objection by Chairwoman Avant. I think we've had plenty of discussion, even though this is a new objection. Can we prepare the screens to vote on bifurcation? So a yes vote bifurcates this item, so it's heard separately. A no vote keeps it with the main item. Yes, Commissioner Bibbs.
Vice Chair Bradford, so point of information, I will honestly say that Commissioner Thornton, when kind of resonated with me when she said all or nothing, that to me, I think, as I look at the list, makes sense to me. But because I missed the part of the conversation, when we talked about CEP grants, that's not included in this list, am I correct?
So I believe at the previous meeting, we pulled CEP grants out of here.
So we're only talking about this particular list? Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
All right, let's prepare the screens for a vote. A yes vote supports bifurcation, a no vote keeps it in the main item. All right, if all commissioners have had the opportunity to vote, let's tally the results.
We have aye votes from Commissioner Sugarman, Thornton. We have 3 no votes from Commissioner Bibbs, Bradford, Avant. We have 2 ayes and 3 noes.
All right, the bifurcation fails. Back on the main item, to Commissioner Bibb's point, we did pull the CEP grants out of this at the last committee meeting. I'm not going to make any more motions for changes, but I did talk to Tanya Blunt, who heads up our grants, and she said that for fiscal year 2024, by December 31st, we had only expended $887,000 of those grants, and for fiscal year 2025, by December 31st, we had only expended $840,000 of those grants. So in my mind, on Monday, I'm probably going to bring something back to put more of that grant money back in here because we're not going to spend all of that 2.6 by December 31st. Looking at everything we have in front of us, we don't need to go there right now. All right, I'm going to go back to the queue. Commissioner Thornton?
Chair, I'm doing some really quick math. Our Milton grants comes out to 2.6 million, right?
Right.
Sorry, guys, I wish I could be better at doing this. So my thought process here is that I think so far I've only heard of the skate park, and I think the District 10 funds requesting to be bifurcated. So, it's not a clean split. I thought I could get both of us in with this, but if we're going to just hold space for the $800,000 threshold for the Milton grants, then exactly 1.8 million parsed out of the 2.6, those numbers would work out, but I'm keenly aware that the 200,000 that you would like to would push us beneath that $600,000. Basically, what I'm saying is that it seems like on Monday, per the vice chair, we're going to put monies back because for the past 2 years, we've only expended about 800,000. 800,000 plus 1.8 equals 2.6, if you catch my drift. I don't know if the body would be willing to create less of a gap to add in Commissioner Sugarman's 223,000. Honestly, I feel like I just want to go through the process in committee just to make the case that I tried. So on Monday, I can make a better case. I know for a fact that a number of people, once we break this up or try to break it up, that they're going to come out in masses to advocate that they too should be taken off. But I'm just going to try here. So I would like to is there a motion on the floor? Okay, I would like to make a motion to bifurcate the 1.8 for District 10, to be able to make the case that District 10 is in need of immediate funds based off of the past 3 fiscal years of not receiving funds.
All right, so I have a motion on the floor from Commissioner Thornton to bifurcate the 1.8 million for District 10 to be voted on separately. Do I have a second? All right, that motion is going to die for a lack of second, but to your point, that doesn't mean you can't bring it back on Monday as well.
Okay. Point of information. Just point of person privilege. It is disappointing to support and not be supported. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sugarman.
Yes, and I would like legal to look at, if we pass a resolution, okay, and then we do not honor that resolution, what are we doing here? And so I would like legal to look at that, because it was passed in August by this body for $223,000. And the reason why I didn't support Commissioner Thornton is because we had a resolution that this body supported, And I want legal to look at that and see what are the ramifications, because if we're passing resolutions that we're not honoring, what are we doing as a body? We passed it in August. And so I'd like legal to look at the ramifications, and if I need to bring my district in, or even if, for example, we don't meet the deadline and we lose the $223,000, we're going to have a deficit. And then yes, yes, we would. If we lose the ARPA money, if we don't get a skate park built by 2026, we're not going to lose the ARPA funding. Is that what you're saying on record? Is that what you're saying on record?
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. The money that I said you're not losing is this money right here. We plan to pay this. We're going to pay it. It's not going away.
That's moot. If we lose the other $223,000 ARPA funds, we're still not going to have enough. If we cannot get the skate park built by 2026, we will lose the ARPA funding. So we still won't have enough for the skateboard park. And we passed a resolution. So my point of information for the attorney through the chair is look at the ramifications. Do we have recourse? Because this body passed a resolution and we're not honoring it. So what recourse do I have or my district has legally?
If I may, Chair, as a point of personal privilege, just
ahead.
because we need the facts to be here.
Go
The
ahead.
commission, to Commissioner Sugarman's point, which was why I would love to have your second, has passed the $2.7 million, not once, not twice, but 3 times. 3 times. So if there's anyone that can make the case that we are deserving to be able to have access to funds, it will be this district that has had to run through the wash 3 times and still has not had its funds. So I receive your frustrations, but District 10 definitely has been sitting in this space for a pretty long time. So the 1.8 is needed because of those past 3 times that it's gone through the commission to no avail. It's sitting on the desk of the mayor. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Clay Bibbs.
Thank you, Vice Chair Bradford. So to administration, I heard you just say that it may not necessarily be January, it may be sooner. So we're in September, October, you bring another forecast write-up, and if it is possible at that point in October, then we will have the conversation about releasing these funds. If it's November, then we will really, okay. I just want more of that to happen because I think we're getting stuck because everyone's thinking January. But I did hear you say it could be October, it could be November. But you're really leaning towards more.
Harold Collins, Chief Administrative Officer. We are committed, as Chair Lady Avon has asked, to bring you a monthly forecast so that we can manage these resources that we receive and the expenditures that we receive to you all on a monthly basis. Should it become apparent to us that we are making and meeting our required funding levels, then we will come back and provide you all with that information so that you can make the appropriate decisions.
If I may, just a point of information, in the same way that they're bringing the month to month to tell us that there may or may not still be a need, why can't we just trigger this action when there is an actual need? Well, everything that you just said was we're holding the grant funds just to be able to ensure if we may need them. There is not anything right now that is pressing. So right now, we have enough monies to handle for the next month. Because you've already said on record that this is a December issue, that it's going to become an issue in, I'm assuming, November, December. It is September. So right now, just to be able to get funds out the door over the course of September and October, I mean, November, December is not here. Let us be able in October to bring this back to consideration. I don't think that we need to hold the funds, because what's going to be the most unfortunate situation is that over the course of us holding the funds, us not needing them, but the impact literally impacting all across Shelby County. That's what I want to avoid here, because I understand that if the National Guard is rushing in to address an issue, the issue is rooted in the lack of deploying resources where they need to go. Budget amendments pass because they are priorities. And so I really want us to just focus on the sense of urgency
Commissioner
in these
Thornton.
items.
Commissioner Thornton, I appreciate you coming, but Madam Clerk, I want my time back.
Go for it.
No, this is my time.
Yeah.
I get 2 minutes back.
Yes, please put 2 minutes on the clock.
So I think where we are is, I've heard you say this was brought to us 2 weeks ago because this is an immediate need. We started going back and forth down the rabbit hole of what the number will look like because people were picking and deciding on like what it will be. So I think for the record, if you can say why it's an immediate need, and really we kicked it back an additional 2 weeks.
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. It's an immediate need because we don't know where we will be. Say, for instance, Commissioner Sugarman, Commissioner Thornton, everybody else on the list started bringing their invoices for payment. Then we will get to November and there won't be enough money, for instance. I'm saying that. So right now, we were asking that we just hold paying until we see what everything is going to look like. And then we can start releasing the funds on the rest. This is cash going out the door. So if somebody brought in a check request to accounting today, it would get paid today. And the check would go out the door, and the money would go out the bank, and then that number, 103 million we got, would go down. So that's why we're bringing it to you now. I don't know if you would rather we let everybody just bring everything, and let's just keep our fingers crossed and hope that we don't get there. So we were trying to be proactive and bring it to your attention ahead of time. So we can do that. We can just stop, and everybody just continue business as usual, and we'll do this, and come October and November, you saw it last year. That's why I showed you the timeline. This is how the money goes out the door. So we were bringing it to you ahead of time so we could get ahead of it and say, let's hold off for just a couple of months until we get over that hump.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bibbs. Commissioner Sugarman, you're in the queue.
Oh, no, I just asked the attorney to see if I could sue, because we passed something, and we'll see.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Avant, Chairwoman Avant, do you have anything further?
Sure. Again, I just want to caution us to think about, how we even manage our own household budgets. We don't spend money we don't have, right? Like, there's no way that I can write a post-dated check to MLG&W. Because when they cash the check and there's no money there, then that adds all these other layers, right? So I just ask us to really be prudent to think about the fact that we have 6,100 active employees who expect to get paid twice a month over the next 3 months. And then all of the functions of the county that have to keep moving. The lights have to keep coming on when we get here. The offices have to run. The sheriff's, all these other functions that are really tied to how we spend money prudently over the next few months, and very understandable the passion people have around making sure that we do get those resources out the door as soon as possible once we have revenue. But we can't spend money we don't have. And at this point, you're saying that we would need at least $140,000, right, by the end of December to get us through all of the actual operations of the county. I'm sorry. Can you clarify?
Harold Collins, 140 million.
I'm sorry. I meant million. If it was just so easy to take away another zero, right? And right now, we only have 103,000 cash on hand. Million. If it was so easy to take away the zero, right? We wouldn't even be having these discussions. But I just do, please, let's be prudent about this, because we wouldn't manage our own household budgets in this way, that we would spend money we don't have. We know that there are fixed expenditures in our households. There are fixed expenditures of the county, and we do have to have the resources on hand to take care of those expenditures.
Thank you, Chairwoman Avant. Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair. I can appreciate the comments from before. I have never seen in the past 3 years 100% of budgets expended by December. So the truth of the matter is that probably a majority of the 17 million is going to sit, even if it's not taken off the table from being accessible until December. So that being said, there is a natural buffer that will be on the table for the 17 million even. And so I just think that, in the spirit of my president, I just think this is fake news. I think that this is something that literally is creating a circumstance that doesn't exist. The things that we've heard, and just to Commissioner Bibbs' point, I would ask you to go back and listen to the previous committee where explicitly there was not an an immediate need for September or October. She has literally said today November, and I'm pretty sure if I go back and find the video, it was said December. So we're not talking about funds that we need now. We're talking about funds that if we even delayed the decision to October, that there is the opportunity for us to be able to make a decision in a timely fashion to completely suspend the funds. I just think we're pulling the trigger too early, and considering that we have yet to start fall, and this is outreach season. You have two districts, District 6 and District 10, two of the most needy districts up here in terms of how these funds need to get deployed to be able to put monies into players on the ground. They need to be able to be in position now. So blocking their funds is going to have a huge impact. And then I would just also just say that, you know, the difference between 103 million plus 17 million is still not getting us to 140 million. So that's always been something that just has not made sense to me in the strategy that we're trying to execute on now. We don't even actually address the need that we say that we're trying to address. Also, it has been said that property tax revenue will start to come in around November. So we're not factoring in the fact that there is actual revenue that will start to trickle in that we have yet to even factor into this conversation. So I just think that the gripping of the funds too soon is going to have an impact. I would even contemplate revisiting this conversation in October, which would still give us enough time to make decisions for November. So, you know, I'm going to make these points on Monday, but the case and the facts that are being, you know, laid out, they're not adding up. And I really hope that we can get to some consensus around this particular item. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Thornton. All right, I'd like to make a motion to send this down without recommendation. All right, I've got a second from Commissioner Thornton. Any objections? All right, this will go down Monday without recommendation to be heard on Monday. I believe we have one item left on budget. If we could read, I think that's number 8.
Yes, sir. Item 8 is a resolution amending the fiscal year FY 2026 operating budget to reallocate commission grant funds from Glamour Grooming and Boarding to Memphis West Tennessee AFL-CIO Labor Council. This item requires a reallocation of $100,000 from FY 26 commission grant funds, sponsored by Commissioner Brittany Thornton.
Thank you. I have moved this item and it has been seconded by Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Thornton, any discussion on this?
Yes, Chair. I'm sure most of us have seen recent headlines about a particular nonprofit that was earmarked to receive funds. I have made the decision in consultation with legal to reallocate their funds to one of the fellow recipients of the slate. The Memphis West Tennessee AFL-CIO is a labor council, and they work with over 13 different affiliates that have apprenticeships. So the core of the allocation of the funds to Glamour Grooming, which was supposed to introduce young adults to the grooming industry, but that went south, will be kept in essence by redirecting the funds to the Labor Council, which will now be able to expose them to 13 different trades within their network. And so they run classes that kickstart their entrance into apprenticeships and into these careers. And so they've graduated multiple cohorts. I'm super excited, and they'll be down on Monday to be able to speak on behalf of the impact that the additional 100,000 can make. And I would just say in closing, I know that there's been a lot of passionate outcries in response to this headline, and per my understanding, no charges have been made to this particular entity, though obviously a number of owners and pets have been impacted. So my condolences to those who are directly impacted, and I hope that we can make the most of an unfortunate situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Thornton. Seeing no others in the queue, let's take this item to a vote. All right, if all commissioners have had the opportunity to vote, let's tally the results.
We have aye votes from Commissioner Bibbs, Sugarman, Thornton, Brooks, Bradford. We have 5 aye votes.
Thank you. That item will go down with a favorable recommendation. This concludes Committee Number 1, Budget and Finance.
All right, thank you so much for your patience. We will begin Committee Number 3, Hospitals and Health. I'm actually going to move around a bit. I need to withdraw item number 2, so I want to do that for the record. It will be withdrawn. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm trying to rush this through.
Okay, item 3.
Item number 2 will be withdrawn.
Item 2 is a resolution approving the purchase of one new and unused 2026 Ford E450 Coachman customized mobile van from One Nation Distribution LLC in an amount not to exceed $161,989 for the Shelby County Division of Health Services HRSA Healthy Start Initiative. This item requires the expenditure of FY 2026 grant funds for a total amount not to exceed $161,989, sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs.
Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. This item actually will be officially withdrawn from that division. I'm going to move to item number 3. Oh, can I do that without objection? So moved. We're going to move to item number 3.
Item 3 is a resolution amending the FY 2026 Shelby County Grant Fund operating budget in the amount of $56,513 for a total contract amount of $809,750 for the Shelby County Health Department pursuant to the School-Based Dental Program Grant to provide dental services for the period beginning July 1, 2025 through June 30, 2026. This item requires the FY 2026 appropriation and expenditure of state grant funds in the amount of $56,513 for a total contract amount of $809,750, sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs.
Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. This item was moved by me. Can I get a second, please? Second by Commissioner Thornton, and we have Dr. Randolph here. Thank you.
Good afternoon. It's Dr. Bruce Randolph, the interim director and health officer of Shelby County Health Department. And this is a resolution seeking to amend the budget for the dental program that we have. This is grant funds, operating budget, and we're seeking to amend it by $56,513 to give a total budget of $809,750. That's pretty much it, really.
Thank you so much, Dr. Randolph. I don't see any additional commissioners in the queue. Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chair. Can you just say more about this school-based dental program? Where will the program be hosted, and how many youth are going to be served by this particular program?
So this is a regular dental program that we get direct appropriation grant funded from the state to go to various schools. This has been an ongoing program for years, and usually the budget is around $809,000 so a year. And so we had to amend it because it was short of 53, but the state came in and increased it back to the usual amount of $809,750.
Does this program meet all of the needs within MSCS, or is this something that goes across the other municipal schools as well?
It's primarily schools in certain zip codes and geographic areas. So there's a certain criteria that we use. So we don't go to all the schools, but those that meet the designated criteria.
So when we think about our legislative season we're about to have at the state, and, you know, the opportunity that we have to advocate for additional funds, is the 800,000 threshold meeting the need?
Well, we could always use more, to be honest with you, but this is what we have received through the years from the state.
Okay, so on Monday, can you better answer that question? Can we see what the need is and if there is any outstanding need that we are unable to meet because 800,000 is insufficient funds? Or is it that the needs fall within this 800,000 threshold?
I can provide you with the exact answer to that question, but my judgment is that this certainly does not meet the need. I think the need is greater. I mean, we got, 126 schools in Memphis, Shelby County school system, and we don't go to 126 schools.
So I would just push you on Monday to be able to, as best you can, respond to this question of what is the need?
What is the actual need?
What is the
versus-
actual need?
yeah,
And I say that
what it
because-
will cost to meet that need?
Exactly. So I say that I try to say it to every leader that comes down with the service, because we are disempowered when we don't hear a gap to close. And so it's incumbent upon the leaders that are sitting with the issues to tell us when the funded thresholds are insufficient to meet the needs. So we're going to be going to Nashville. Let that be at the forefront of our mind, because it could be just as simple as getting another sponsor, while we're talking to people. But if you don't tell us, we're literally just sitting up there taking pictures and kiki and kakan with the representatives. Like, it's a real missed opportunity. So if you could on Monday tell us, it could potentially favor the health department. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Thornton. There are no additional commissioners in the queue for this item. Madam Clerk, can you please prepare our screens for voting? Madam Clerk, please tally your votes.
We have aye votes from Commissioner Whaley, Bibbs, Sugarman, Brooks, Commissioner Thornton abstain. We have 4 ayes and 1 abstain.
Thank you so much. That item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Madam Parliamentarian, can you read item number 1?
Yes, ma'am. Item 1 is an ordinance first reading. Ordinance to amend Chapter 42 of the Shelby County Code of Ordinances to establish advance notice requirements for lead hazard reduction in plumbing work, and to amend Chapter 6 to provide a cross-reference to such requirements. Sponsored by Commissioner Brittany Thornton.
Okay, my screen is stuck, so, moved by Commissioner Thornton. I will second it. And Commissioner Thornton, I will go to you because this is sponsored by you before I go to the appearance cards.
Thank you, Chair. And I want to just say a special shout out to Mr. Kibble for being here. This particular item was given to me by advocates in the community, and I want to say thank you to Attorney Chandler, who was diligent to receive feedback from constituents that said, the initial resolution was insufficient, and it was reworked to be able to come back to us. And so we're just excited to be able to address I think a minor oversight in how we're operating, and just to make our operations here in Shelby County a little bit better through this particular ordinance. So I will defer to the experts, and I'm glad to be able to get this to the floor.
Thank you, Commissioner Thornton. This is the first reading of it, and we do have 2 comment cards. So the first one, I think this is Mr. Kibble, but if you can come up and say your first name. Is that Chet? Okay, thank you, sir. Come up and state your name and your address for the record. You will have 3 minutes.
My name is Chet Kibble, Senior, located at 3229 Lakeview Road. I want to thank the commissioner for the opportunity.
Is your microphone on, sir? Where the person is?
Oh,
There you go.
There you go. Okay. My name is Chet Kibble, Senior. I'm located at 3229 Lakeview Road. I want to thank you for the opportunity to talk to the commissioners. I've had a chance to listen to a lot of the things that was going on today. I know we had a concern about the National Guard and different people coming to town. The opportunity that I get a chance to talk to you today about lead and our water lines. Memphis has a serious problem and about lead, and that's something I've been in front of the board once before. When we talk about what happened over at the sterilization plant in South Memphis, that was a realization that science showed that that process was much more dangerous than we thought. That's not the only time science has made that breakthrough. We've also had that same thing with lead. Lead is in that same category. The Memphis and Shelby County Lead Safe Collaborative has been in existence now for over 20 years. If you look at the handout that I gave you, and it talks about the Memphis Lead Action Plan. Okay, Memphis, we've had 2 appreciative inquiries. Our first appreciative inquiry was in 2016, where our organization convinced the EPA and Environmental Justice to come and help us address the issue with lead in the water at Light, Gas, and Water. We did that. Light, Gas, and Water promised to do some things that they didn't follow through on. We went back to EPA, and we got them back down here in 2022. So if you could look at where we see what the action plan is, and we had the 4 processes that finalized it, the 4 steps that we came up with. One was to come up with a group that would take care of that would actually act as the backbone, and that organization was formed. That's the Memphis Lead Coalition. Okay. Then they wanted us to identify what communities were being effective, and we did that by doing an inspection. We did water inspection. If you look at that back page, the final page of the handout, I gave you an example of some of the results that we had. And you can see that you got the ones from in Whitehaven, where the health department and various people, like Gas and Water, said there wasn't lead in Whitehaven. There is lead in Whitehaven. That results you see on that water tank. You see 2 readings there. You'll see what the actual reading was detected and what EPA standards was. And you can see those are way out of whack. Okay? If you go to page 2, we actually give you the questions that Light, Gas, and Water has refused to answer. My organization is actually being retaliated against by Light, Gas, and Water. They're refusing to answer questions. And we've been working with Light, Gas, and Water through EPA for over 20 years. And that's how we got the EPA here to actually investigate the situation. We've done some research, and I worked with Lemoyne-Owen College. I was the director of the Environmental Research and Training Center. And we continued that research. We've completed that research. And it shows that the problem in Memphis, the lead problem in Memphis, is much more severe. When we talk about Flint, and people recognize Flint as being a location where lead really was serious, Flint doesn't come close to the level of poison that we have in Memphis. There's an article that shows you there's over 3,000 cities that's sicker than Flint. And my question is, would you like to know where Memphis fits in? And so this study has been done. We have it. We have the research. We can show what's been going on in our community. There's a new science called transgenerational epidemiology that shows you that lead transfers in the DNA. And so when we talk about how severe is our problem, in Memphis, over 90% of the kids in certain zip codes tested positive for lead since 1997. We have a 6-year period where over 95% of the kids you tested had lead in their body. So when we talk about what's going on in our community, whether we have high crime, whether we have high dropout rates. So murder is not the only thing that's number 1 in Memphis. Okay, so the thing that I think we need to ask the president and the people who are bringing the National Guard here, put the money back in there and get these lead water lines out of our system. Lead in the water is 100 times stronger than lead paint. And so if you look at those results, my 2 minutes up. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And I gave you a couple extra minutes, too.
Okay,
I appreciate your passion, and thank you for sticking with us this long. This is the first of 3 readings.
Right.
So you have an opportunity to come back.
Yeah, it's good. I lost my voice. I can't take this cold. Okay, thank you.
No problem, thank you. Our next appearance card is Sharon Hyde, Ruhlman Hyde. Oh, wait. Okay. Commissioner Brooks, she has well, you can go have a seat, ma'am, and then Commissioner Brooks, if you ask your question to Mr. Kibble.
I'll be real quick. Mr. Kibble, you got my attention. You said 90% in certain zip codes.
Yes, ma'am.
Children, 90% of the children have lead
In their body.
In their bodies?
Yes.
What zip code? Do you know?
Yes, it's on our website, gettheleadoutmemphis.org. You can go to our website, and we've pulled up the records from the health department as far back as we started back in 1999. and we have the records up to 2000, I think up to 2019. We've always been at least 90% of the kids they tested in those zip codes had lead in their body. We now know there is no safe level for lead.
Right.
We also know that lead is a cumulative poison. It builds up. And so when we talk about what happened when you talk about the sterilization plant, lead exposure is on that level. We have some serious problems, and that's what needs to be addressed.
Okay, just one last question in reference
ma'am.
to MLGW. Was there an order entered that required MLGW to change out the pipelines in older neighborhoods, the water lines
Yeah.
from the street where it meets the house?
Yes, ma'am. From the first appreciative inquiry with EPA, like yes, what agreed to change out 2,000 lines a year.
But they were ordered to do that,
They were
right?
ordered to do
Okay.
it, and they didn't do it. And then they came back, because we've been trying to address this since 2004, when we actually contacted with EPA, because we knew the problem was a problem. But Light, Gas, and Water has been directed to remove the lead water lines, and they only agreed to remove it from the street to the meter. They didn't agree to take it from the meter to the house. So that's another thing that we think is really improper, and it shows that makes it even more dangerous. When you disturb that line, you actually release the lead. But I would love to do a complete demonstration. We have a complete demonstration of all the things that we researched on lead. I would love to get a chance to show that.
So, okay, one last question. They were ordered by EPA in
Yes, ma'am.
2022?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that correct? Okay.
That was in 2016.
2016?
And then they came back in 2022 that's when we did this second appreciative inquiry. And that's when we came up with the Memphis Lead Elimination Plan, the Memphis Lead Elimination Plan.
Okay, so are you aware of what's going on now with the EPA and lead hazardous remediation?
Yes, ma'am. They've been directed to get the lines out, but again, Light, Gas, and Water is only taking them out from the street to the meter.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kibble. All right, Ms. Sharon. And
Hi.
state your name, your address for the record. You will have 3 minutes.
Sharon Hyde, 1675 Lyford Cove, and I'm a member of the Shelby County Lead Commission and under Mayor Lee Harris, and I'm speaking on their behalf. I'm here to speak on behalf of the LPC to express our strong support for the proposed ordinance to amend Chapter 42 of the Shelby County Code of Ordinance to establish advance notice requirements for lead hazard reduction in plumbing work and to amend Chapter 6 to provide a cross-reference to such requirements. This ordinance proposal was brought forward by a community member during one of the LPC public meetings, and we are happy to advocate for our fellow Shelby County constituent. Lead exposure remains a pressing public health issue, particularly for our children. According to the CDC, approximately 2.5% of children aged 1 to 5 in the United States have blood lead levels above the reference level of 3.5 micrograms per decimeter. And as Chet had said, we know that there is no safe level for lead. According to years of reporting for the state of Tennessee, Shelby County has the highest rates of lead poisoned children, with a significant number of cases that could be prevented with better awareness and proactive measures. And we can give you those numbers of those about 12 zip codes that have very high levels. Disturbing water lines can release lead particles, particularly in older homes that may have lead pipes or plumbing fixtures. The EPA estimates that as many as 10 million homes in the U.S. have lead service lines. By requiring plumbers to notify homeowners about lead poisoning prevention strategies, we can significantly reduce the risk of exposure during necessary plumbing work. We urge this body to adopt the ordinances to enhance lead safety in Shelby County and protect our most vulnerable populations, our children. By taking proactive measures, we can prevent devastating effects of lead poisoning, including reduced cognitive development, lower IQ, and increased risks of neurological damage, making a critical step towards protecting our community's health and well-being. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you so much for your comments, Ms. Hyde. I don't see, Commissioner Thorner, My screen is all jumbled, so I don't know.
Yeah, mine hasn't put the proper resolution on the floor. I
Okay,
just-
so everybody's looks the same then, okay.
If I could be recognized.
Commissioner Thornton.
I just want to thank the citizens. I mean, it's almost 4 o'clock. We started at 8:30, so that is not without acknowledgement. And we just appreciate y'all for staying and being so passionate about this item. And of course, I would encourage my colleagues to support this item or ask your questions early on so that we can get you the information that you need to feel confident in the third reading. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Thornton, and thank you again, Mr. Kibble and Ms. Hyde. All right, this officially adjourns committee number 3. No, oh, I'm sorry. I thought because it was the first one. Oh, well, yeah. Let's go ahead and vote. I think we're all in a daze because it's 4 o'clock. This item was scheduled to be heard at 10:40. It's 10:40 somewhere, okay. All right, Madam Clerk, can you please tally our votes?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Whaley, Bibbs, Thornton, Brooks. We have 4 aye votes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Now this officially adjourns committee number 3.
We will convene committee number 10, General Government. And I think what I want to ask, we'll start with our discussion item. If you could come up, I think what I'd like to do is maybe send this down without recommendation so that you can do this on Monday. Would you rather do that? Because it's not many people here, and I think they need to hear it. Yeah. Y'all want to come up? My screen is still.
We're ready.
You're ready?
We're
You wanna-
ready. We don't know where Judge Sugarman is, but he can.
Well, the only issue is you got 1, 2, you got 2, 4 commissioners here, and you'll probably end up having to do it again on Monday. But this is real important. You're going to get a lot of questions, and I think it's important for people to know this is the last meeting before correction takes over the Juvenile Justice Center. So if you all want to go now and do your show, that's fine. And you just receive your questions.
May I read it into the record?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
I
you.
was just talking to them.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Item 3 is a discussion item to last approximately 10 minutes. Youth Justice and Education Center Director Anthony Alexander, interim Director Reese Walker, and Judge Tarek Sugarman. Also, Rebecca Davis, Chair, Countywide Juvenile Justice Consortium.
Okay. I'm trying to get my screen together. Okay, so, all right. We have presenters, so the 3 of you all can come up to the front.
We've got I'm going to pull them up.
Mr. Reese and Director on the phone in the hallway. Okay, you want to go ahead and start?
Thank you. Blair Benavides, Mayor's Office of Innovation and Strategic Communications. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity today to provide an update about the transition and oversight of the Youth Justice and Education Center from the Shelby County Sheriff's Office to the Department of Corrections, scheduled to take place on October 1st. I'd like to thank Commissioner Brooks for her support, not only for the discussion today, but also for her unwavering commitment to youth in detention as the transition team has worked through the plan over the past 9 months. I'd also like to thank the commission body as a whole. You've been supportive during this transition planning period, including attending some of our meetings and approving funding required to ensure detained youth have the best chance of success while in detention and upon re-entry to their communities. We sincerely appreciate your support. allowing us to move into this next chapter. The individuals seated with me here today are paving the way for Shelby County's youth. Some of our youth will spend time in detention, and while they are there, those youth need leaders looking out for their best interests, which reflect our community's best interests. Those leaders before you include Director Anthony Alexander from Department of Corrections and Interim Director Reese Walker of Youth Justice and Education Center, Department of Corrections. Judge Tarek Sugarman, I'm hoping will join us shortly from Juvenile Court, Memphis and Shelby County, and Rebecca Davis, Chair, Countywide Juvenile Justice Consortium, Advocate for Youth and Liaison with Community Stakeholders. It's been an absolute privilege working alongside these individuals, as well as the many county staff and community members dedicated to Shelby County's youth as we embark on the upcoming change in leadership at the Youth Justice and Education Center. After more than 9 months of transition planning, we are ready for implementation. If I may, Commissioner Brooks, I'd like to provide additional context before turning it over to our speakers. Over the past 2 years, the Shelby County Sheriff's Office has requested to withdraw its administrative oversight of the Youth Justice and Education Center to focus its resources on other public safety matters. As a result, and under the jurisdiction of the Juvenile Court, in December 2024, Judge Sugarman, lacking resources to assume management of the facility, requested assistance from Mayor Harris on an interim basis for help with operations. Thus, led by Mayor Harris, Youth Justice and Education Center Transfer Working Group meetings commenced in January of 2025, a collaboration with the Mayor's Office, the Department of Corrections, and Juvenile Court. This group met bi-weekly through June and monthly thereafter, focusing on logistics of administering a youth detention facility, including detailed assessments of programming at the Youth Justice and Education Center, facility infrastructure, staffing analyses, legal and training requirements, as well as documented best practices for youth in detention and touring youth detention facilities in other cities and states. Youth well-being and rehabilitation have been at the center of all planning and evaluation. Throughout this process, we also engaged the community through the countywide Juvenile Justice Consortium, including via a town hall hosted by Commissioner Brooks, Bridges, Youth Justice Action Council, and media engagements with Mayor Harris and Judge Sugarman. Critical to success, an MOU for the care and coordination of youth in detention and transportation of youth in detention, outlining the duties of each entity between Shelby County government and juvenile court, was fully executed in June. Now, we are 2 weeks away from assuming operational oversight of the Youth Justice and Education Center. The individuals here with me today and their staff have worked tirelessly throughout this planning process, and they are committed to ensuring the best for our youth. Thank you again for your support. The speakers before you can provide additional details about the planning process and implementation plan. I'd like to start with Director Alexander. Okay, and Interim Director Walker. I'd like to invite them up to the microphone to discuss their planning efforts in advance of the transition.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Anthony Alexander, Director for the Division of Corrections. The transition is well underway. We will be ready to assume responsibility of the full operations on October 1st. We have been meeting with the Memphis and Shelby County school systems. We have now established a bi-weekly meeting with them to ensure that the youth incarcerated at the Justice Center is attending class daily. We have another meeting scheduled this Friday, a roundtable discussion with the Department of Children's Services in Jackson. I've been having periodic meetings with them as well. We have staff now shadowing the corrections deputies and civilian staff at the Youth Justice and Education Center, and we're well underway in making sure all of our policies are up to date and purchasing those items needed to assume operations.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Reese Walker, Interim Director at the Youth Justice and Education Center.
All All right, I would now like to invite Rebecca Davis up to discuss her efforts with community outreach and engagement.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. My name is Rebecca Davis, and I'm the current chair of the Countywide Juvenile Justice Consortium, which, if it's okay, I'll be referring to that as the CJJC from here on out. The CJJC is a volunteer board of subject matter experts and justice-impacted members. We serve to encourage transparency and accountability for the players in the juvenile justice space. We also work closely with the Youth Justice Action Council. Recently, we have been collaborating with the Mayor's Office, Juvenile Court, and County Corrections concerning the transfer of the Youth Justice and Education Center to County Corrections. Some of the ways we have worked together so far include traveling to Nashville, Houston, and Louisiana to visit detention sites that boast the best practices in the juvenile detention field, and more importantly, in the best practice in detention diversion efforts. We visited alternatives to detention sites in Nashville. The CJJC and Commissioner Brooks co-hosted a well-attended community event to update the public on where we stand on transferring the governance of the detention center. Some of us are co-founding a coalition to establish an opportunity center that will serve as a resource hub and a detention diversion center. Participating in the Detention Center Transfer Task Force, which provides updates and plans for governing the detention center while addressing stakeholder and community concerns. And I would be happy to say that the Department of Corrections has addressed several of the main community concerns that with the current operations of the detention center. The openness and transparency that Juvenile Court, the Mayor's Office, and County Corrections have exhibited so far, as well as the willingness to work with CJJC and other stakeholders, has been refreshing and promising. I think it is of the utmost importance to maintain the transparency and accountability crucial to public trust and support for those who may be responsible for the care of our children. In the near future, this might be a surprise to them, we will be co-hosting another community event in an attempt to present data from Juvenile Court, and will ask Corrections to speak on how they plan to be transparent in their data and their data collection plans. We will hopefully be collaborating on a facilities assessment, which is a process conducted by a group of community members and justice-involved youth and families. We have discussed the CJJC assisting Corrections with designing a youth development plan to ensure that each young person has comprehensive and appropriate access to programs offered while in detention and after they leave. It is also crucial that CJJC and the public remain a part of the ongoing process once Corrections is running the detention facility in order to address and assist in any hiccups or issues that may arise. And CJJC will continue to host public meetings as things progress. I would like to especially thank Commissioner Brooks for continuing to make this a priority and recognizing the importance of transparency and accountability. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you very much. And as I said on the outset, this is really important because we're making a transition from the Sheriff's Department over to Corrections. And it's going to be a big difference, and I know that we will hear from our constituents, because some of my constituents, I can say that emphatically, have some children who have presented to juvenile court. So, but I want to ask this question from either one of you in reference to MSCS and their academic the education. I'm trying to figure out, have you all established a curriculum and just, what you need to establish in the grade levels, and how you're going about doing that? What is that process, I guess?
Anthony Alexander, Director for Corrections. I cannot speak entirely to the curriculum. That is established by Memphis and Shelby County School System. But we are meeting with them to ensure that every child is in school daily, and we're asking them to provide us a schedule of activities for those children that are there attending. And so we had concerns about the number of teachers that were available, and they assured us that they would ramp that number up to make sure that every child is touched. We've even talked about having virtual learning abilities for those that we transport to court, to just ensure that every child receives their education.
Well, I think that's a good idea, because just because they're going to court, I mean, you're innocent until proven guilty. So we need to continue their education. So just because they got caught up doesn't mean that they should remain uneducated. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. One other question I had. Good to see you, Judge Sugarman. You said you were purchasing items. So I'm trying to ask now, I need to know, what items are you purchasing, and do you have that money in your budget?
Anthony Alexander, Director of Corrections. So there were items that we had asked for originally that we wanted to enhance the operations. We use a different type of monitoring and logging systems for our staff that was not currently installed at the facility, and so we're securing those items. I want to make sure that if we're going to increase the hours of visitation. With that comes risk, and so I want to make sure that I have the proper screening technology in the front, so when we have visitors on the property, they're properly screened, so we don't introduce foreign items into the facility, and things like that to enhance the experience of the children while in the center.
Okay, so anything else that they need that you had to purchase that's not in your budget?
Anthony Alexander, no, ma'am. Well, we're still analyzing and reviewing that right now.
Okay.
We're doing walkthroughs, learning of things that may need repair and doing things of that nature. And so we have a CIP budget that's established, and there's an O&M budget right now. And right now, I don't see anything exceeding that.
Okay, all right. Okay, so I need to ask Ms. Davis, you said you were co-founding an opportunity center. What is that? And then we're going to recognize Judge Sugarman.
Thank you, Commissioner. So several of us in this group visited the opportunity, the ACES Center in Nashville. And what that is it's a respite, more of a respite and not a locked facility. Like, for example, if DV charges are high and for youth, and there's no respite, so you have to take them to detention in Memphis right now. And also that center works with the police as well. So we're in a group to strengthen those relationships with law enforcement and create somehow, we want a respite center, but we also want to source it with other resources. So if the judge can divert away from detention completely, and the youth and their family can get resources there instead of locking them up.
Okay. So I guess you need to build that out, right?
Yes, we've had just preliminary meetings and plan on asking other people to join.
Okay, okay. So I want to recognize Judge Sugarman before I go to the queue. Thank you, Judge Sugarman, for coming. Glad to see you.
Tarek Sugarman, Juvenile Court Judge. Thank you, Commissioner Brooks, and I appreciate this opportunity, especially in light of the fact that we're actually going to have an opportunity to have more robust services. If I can pick up just, if I may, for a moment, with what Ms. Davis was stating about the respite stays at detention. I had a meeting yesterday, actually, at the request of Mayor Wharton, former Mayor Wharton, with Alliance Healthcare. Of course, there's a program that's statewide, but Shelby County does not have it. It's called Handle with Care. TBI manages those funds, and what we at Juvenile Court, and I believe I'm not sure, Director Alexander, if you had mentioned this, but a Handle with Care will be introduced in the protocol that our youth that are being detained go through. And this is where law enforcement, if there's a situation like domestic violence in the household, they make a call, they will report to the school where that child or children are going, to make sure that they're handled with care. They have an opportunity to have behavioral counseling as well as grief counseling if it's a situation where it's a death in the family, and also give them the opportunity to have a respite stay. As you may be aware, Alliance is developing a youth center that has, I think, approximately 15 beds. They can have 5 beds available for youth that may be involved in a domestic situation in the household, where they have respite stay for at least 5 days there and get the behavioral and therapy that they need in order to recover. So that's just one of the things. Now, to my main presentation to this body this is an opportunity for us to really have intensive services, those that are evidence-based, based upon national standards for this detention facility. It is an opportunity also to bring in programming into the center that is living up to our statutory duty to make sure that we give the best opportunity of rehabilitation to these youth that are in detention. I want to thank, first of all, the mayor for having the initiative to enter into this MOU, Director Alexander for his guidance in this matter, and Mr. Walker, who will be running the facility, because the meetings we've had have been very, very involved, looking at the numbers, looking at best services for these children. I don't know if Director Walker mentioned just something as simple as having better food, more nutritional food available. And it's not really going to be that much more expensive having youth that are detained in polo shirts and slacks so that they feel like students going to school. And also, we've talked with Ms. Thomas, Dr. Thomas, about our schooling. They're going to introduce summer school in the detention center. So it gives us an opportunity to not only rehabilitate, but catch up on education for these youth while they're in detention.
Well, that sounds great, and I'm going to go to Commissioner Thornton in one moment, but I'm a little bit concerned about Alliance, and I'll talk to you offline about that. And I'm just not going to hold back. I'm going to tell you right now, because when it comes to children, I don't hold back when I think there's concern. Then the last thing I just need to ask I need you to assure me that all of this is overlaid with cultural competency, right?
Exactly. Judge Tarek Sugarman, juvenile court judge.
Okay.
Alliance, and I don't want to misquote her title, it's an African-American female who was over their clinical services. And the services, and I had this discussion with them, will be culturally based in the event, I mean, in the, I can't say it's a curriculum, but in their delivery of services, it will be culturally based.
Okay, okay.
That's been my assurance.
Well, and that's a good thing, and I don't want to belabor this, and I respectfully say this, just because, they're black or brown, it doesn't mean that they are going to deliver culturally competent or culturally relevant services. You need to be on site to ensure that that is what's happening, right?
Judge Tarek Sugarman, juvenile court judge. And I understand your concerns in that regard. It's been a passion of yours with juvenile court going on since you had joined this body years back. We will assure that. Now, the problems we have in this community are being under-resourced. As you probably were aware, Port Elise used to do respite stays for children that are in our custody. They no longer do that. As opposed to having a child brought into a detention facility who has done nothing other than being the victim of a domestic violence or in a situation of domestic violence, a smaller facility than our detention facility would be more appropriate. I'd be glad, of course, to share as we go forward what the cultural training is going to be, not only in our Youth Justice and Education Center, but also that Alliance is providing. But those respite stays are just for 5 days until we're able to find somebody in the community, preferably a family member, to take custody of that child.
And I think that's a good thing. I'm on board with that, and I'm going to take you up on showing me the culturally competent services that are provided by all of your vendors, whomever you all are working with, because it's so important. So I don't want to belabor this. I'm going to go to the queue. Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chair. Some might be surprised to hear me say this, but I too want to thank the mayor, because I think that the appointment of you, Director Alexander, is one of my most favorite since I've been sitting on the commission. I view you as a progressive leader, and I really enjoyed attending one of your transition meetings. And this team is just rock solid. I mean, down to the toothbrush that is being selected for the students, like that level of thoughtfulness, just gave me assurance for our the hope that our juveniles can have and what this experience can do to shift their future. So I appreciate the thoughtfulness. I didn't realize, Interim Director Walker, that you have such a great speaking voice. So if this doesn't work out for you, I think that you could be a podcaster out there, and, Judge Sugarman, you got one too. So there seems to be a running theme with this team, but y'all are a rock star team. So thank you for all the work that y'all are doing. A couple of questions. Are the transitional meetings still going to happen? And if so, how long? One thing that stood out to me was that the sheriff's department didn't have a representative at the meeting that I attended, and so there was an interest for them to be connected. I think the disconnect was that they said that they weren't invited, and so if there are going to be future meetings, if we could intentionally put them on notice so that I can apply pressure if they don't show up to the next one. There were some questions that were asked, and it would have just been pretty timely for them to be present, to be a part of the conversation. So that's just one point. And then the interim status of Director Walker, will that be reconciled here, or what's keeping an interim director spearheading this particular effort?
Blair Benavides, Office of Innovation and Strategic Communications. So I'd like to address your first question about the meetings. There are actually several sets of meetings that are occurring and will continue to occur. So we have meetings at the mayor's level with the Department of Corrections and with Juvenile Court, where we've really been working out the logistics of the transition itself, making sure that the facility is operational and that the youth are well-maintained and safe, and that programming is being implemented. In addition to that, and I can let each juvenile court and Department of Corrections speak to this, they're also running parallel meetings, even with greater frequency, which is one of the ones that you attended, where there is even more depth discussion and planning about the types of programming that will be taking place in the facility. And what I've seen from that has just been incredible. It's just been an incredible collaboration to see the community come together and the different elected official offices come together to work out a solution for the youth. So I will say that those meetings will be ongoing. I can't tell you for how long, but we'll continue to have them for as long as they're needed. I'll let them speak to the meetings. I will just say about interim Director Walker. So since technically the facility is still under the purview of the Shelby County Sheriff's Office, we made interim Director Walker an interim director. I'm not sure what the next steps would be, but at this point, we're still not in the position to make that full transition.
Commissioner Thornton, are you still back in the queue?
I am. Am I recognized?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. So when I went to the last meeting, there were talks about the capacity for, the ability for us to scale up services being offered to the youth. And it seemed that the independent partner had the capacity and interest, but there had to be an okay. And so I would like for us to be able to just report back. I don't know how often y'all are going to come before us, but if you could just be mindful of bringing that information to us. So where are you drawing the line in what programming is offered to our youth, and when it's not the full complement that is being housed, what is the justification? Because, if the partner is willing to come for as many days, many different, I think they had a plan in place of how they could do it. So that wasn't the issue. It seemed to be an internal barrier to get all of the housed youth to be served. So I would just like to see, everyone there be able to have access to whatever is being offered. And then I think if you could just confirm that the sheriff's office will be invited to the next meeting. If you're making a transition, then it's important to have your starting point present to be able to actually pass the baton. It's kind of hard just to pick it up without context and conversations. And so from my understanding, they're willing to be there, and I want to see that they're there. Thank you.
If I may, Commissioner, Anthony Alexander, Director of Corrections. And so one of the reasons the sheriff was not at that meeting is because we've been meeting with them outside of that meeting, one-on-one in the shadowing process and phone calls, and Mr. Walker, boots on the ground at the facility. And so we're talking with them daily. In fact, we were talking with them just before we walked into this setting. We will have additional meetings shortly thereafter, but I'm a hands-on director, and so is Mr. Walker. And so a lot of our time right now is dedicated to making sure that we have everything that we need to efficiently operate that facility on October 1. In fact, we will be there next Monday and Tuesday having town hall meetings about 5:30 in the afternoon with each and every dormitory to the children themselves. The administration will do that. Then we will be there on the 1st ourselves at 8 o'clock that morning, transitioning those children into our operations. We will be dressing them out personally, talking to them, ensuring them, what services they will receive. The programming that not only corrections will be providing, but our auxiliary partners as well. And so we will do that personally.
So this is something, between the sheriff's and administration, we get into these debacles, invite the sheriff's office, because I'm going to be on them about being there. So that's like I don't know if we're skirting around that commitment. I've asked them, they said that they would be there if they were invited. Invite them to cross that particular bridge, and if they show up or they don't, that'll be a conversation for me, but they need to be there, because when I asked the question, the response was contingent upon information that they had, and it was an inconvenience to me not to have my question answered in real time when there was a room full of so many people there, and had they just been present, we could have moved on with the discussion. So I personally observed in the one meeting that I've gone to, disruption in the discussion, and from it being able to advance from their absence. So I would like to see them for the duration of these transition meetings to be present. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you talk for a minute, either one of you all, about any mental health counseling or screening that will be in place for the children?
Tarek Sugarman, Juvenile Court Judge. We are acutely aware of some of the issues, mental health issues that are confronting our young people today. In conjunction with the school system, who, if they identify youth that it has some problem in their records, we want to make sure we get those records. Our mental health assessments, the budget for that has really skyrocketed because of the request for mental health assessments. There are ways that we can identify those youth. One is those that are coming on domestic violence concerns. We try to divert those youth from our system and make sure that they get services in place through the program of Handle with Care. In addition to that, while they're there, we want to make sure they get the services, rehabilitative services there. I can't speak to what has been going on to date.
Right. I'm not, I know you can't.
But prospectively, we definitely intend to address that.
Respectfully, I definitely want to know, and hopefully we'll have something in place sooner rather than later for children who have already been adjudicated.
All right.
Okay.
Anthony Alexander, I've been working with our contracted medical provider. There's positions already in the budget for mental health specialists and therapists, and so we're ensuring that they're filling those positions so every child can be met. Because there's an assessment period from the time of arrival until each day they're there, they have to be met and counseled with.
Absolutely. And that for sure, I don't want to beat a dead horse. It's not a dead horse, but again, that's where cultural competency is just going to be so important, because these children need to know, they need to, it just needs so much. They need to see people who look like them, who are in positions of power, if you will, and they also need to have people who can talk to them in a language that they understand, and then they can understand what is being presented. Even though a little assessment test you give them, make sure that they're culturally competent. Some of those tests just don't relate to some children.
All right. And Judge Tarek Sugarman, Juvenile Court. What Director Alexander is speaking to is pre-adjudication, which I thought was the initial question, but post-adjudication, if a youth goes into DCS either on a determined or indeterminate sentence, we want to make sure that those services providing for mental health, behavioral, developmental issues are addressed by the Department of Children's Services. So they will get those services there too.
But for the time, and maybe I'm missing something, but I just have to be clear, for the time that they're in our custody and within the Department of Corrective Services, we need to make sure that that's happening.
as Judge Tarek Sugarman, juvenile court judge, as far as the detainment, the period while they're
Right,
detained,
right.
those services will be in place. I really can't speak to DCS's
Oh, you don't have to.
level of
Yeah,
services.
Yeah,
All right.
but while we have them, if they're waiting to go to court, or if they come from court and then they're waiting to go somewhere else, that's a critical period there where a child can be going through, and I'm no expert, but you know what happens, post and pre and post.
And Judge Tarek Sugarman, juvenile court judge, that is one of the areas in which our youth development specialists, which we have now, which are working with the families directly in the community, where they will address that to make sure that they have those continuum of services, if not through the school system, then through a private provider.
Okay. Mr. Walker, I see you came up to the chair. You wanted to say something?
Good afternoon, Commissioner Brooks. Good to see you.
You too.
Wanted to just piggyback and echo what the directors and judge is saying. That's one of the things upon their entrance into the detention center, that mental health assessment starts, and then those psychosocial programming, individual. I mean, we got a great partner, WellPath, that's going to assist us to ensure that those needs are being met. And we're going to use best evidence-based practices as we went across this country, and we want to ensure that our youth are getting those things. For example, MRT is moral recognition therapy. It started right here at Shelby County Division of Corrections. And there's a youth version of it, and we have trained facilitators who are going to be facilitating those groups. For its training, our staff is receiving right now handleable care, and that's our first phase. We got another phase that we're going to be implementing and equipping our staff with that adverse childhood trauma. We're going to equip our staff so they can go in and be the best role models, because that's what they are, role models. And since we've been there on the ground, you see the kids lighting up, just like the director said, the town hall. We're going to ensure that because they're entrusted in our care, that they receive the best care, because they're going to be coming back into our community. So we're going to make sure they go back a different way.
Great. Thank you all so much. Thank you. Are there any additional questions? Commissioner Thornton was absolutely correct. They are a rock star group. I've heard so many compliments in reference to what Director Alexander's doing over there in the Division of Corrections with our children. So I just can't wait to get over there and pop up at one of those town hall meetings. I hope it's okay if I come. Okay. Seeing no other members, did you all want to sort of do a wrap-up statement? And I want to thank Rebecca and all she's doing with community outreach. So we got this on the front end. Someone who's reporting out to the community what's happening, what's going on with this, during this transition. And she's going to be in place, hopefully, with CJJC, to continue that outreach to parents and the community, the public, about our children and their new roles here. All right, so go
If
ahead.
I may, Blair Benavides, Office of Innovation and Strategic Communications, I just want to thank you again for giving us the opportunity to share with you all of the hard work that we've been doing over the past few months. It's been hard, but it's been rewarding, and we're really looking forward to this next phase. We would be more than happy to come back to present updates at your request and your convenience. So please reach out and let us know when you would like us to come back to give you further updates.
I will definitely have you back before the Juvenile Justice Committee when we have our big community meeting. So that's what we do.
Judge Tarek Sugarman, juvenile court judge. Again, I echo your recognition of, first of all, the mayor's involvement in this matter and having the foresight with Director Alexander and, of course, Interim Director Walker. I want to thank them and Ms. Davis for her community outreach. As you know, we are in search for a new CEO. We'll be interviewing candidates shortly, and she is on our team in order to do the interviews and make a decision about that replacement, because that's an important position, to have a continuum of work by qualified and competent people at juvenile court. And I thank the commission for the vote of confidence in the last meeting to make sure that we had those funds to carry out our directives, to make sure we have the best facility available come October 1. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Director, did you want to say something? else?
Only, Commissioner, we will be an open book.
Okay.
We will have
Good
our
deal.
records out there, and we will open the doors so individuals can come in and see how we're operating.
All right, thank you so much.
All right?
Mr. Walker, you want to say one more thing, or are you done? Okay, thank you so much. Now we will move to, let's see, we have an add-on. Okay, we're going to call up the assessor. The assessor's been with us all morning. He's had breakfast, lunch, and waiting on dinner now, right? Number 5.
Item 4 is an add-on item. Item 4 is a resolution approving the Shelby County Assessor of Property 4-year reappraisal plan for 2025 through 2029, sponsored by Commissioner Henry Brooks.
Commissioner Brooks, I'll be short. And we did have a PowerPoint presentation, but we can forego
Okay,
that.
excuse me. It's been moved by Commissioner Sugarman and second by the chair. Commissioner Brooks, thank you.
All right.
You
Go for it.
recognize.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Title 67 of the Tennessee Code requires that the assessor of property submit a reappraisal plan at the beginning of each new reappraisal cycle. The last reappraisal cycle ended on April 20th, and we have to submit the plan to the State Board of Equalization for approval. However, the statute likewise requires the approval of the county legislative body. And in this case, we're actually a little behind. It's the first time in almost 8 years that we've gotten behind. And it wasn't anything that we did or anything anyone in Shelby County government did. The state board just was heavily scrutinizing these reappraisal plans. This plan is a 4-year plan, just like the last one. However, pursuant to some changes in the statute, we did put in, and I wrote this plan, we did build in the option for indexing in the second year. Now, we did that because right now, Shelby County this past year lost over $30 million as a result of the sales ratio. We believe that by indexing, we'll end that. We can put that to an end, which will save the county a whole lot of money. And so it's a way of almost doing a 2-year plan without it being a 2-year plan. The only difference will be that the municipality's participation in terms of cost will still be on a 4-year cycle. That's the only difference. But what indexing requires is that we go in and update values by use groups. And if there are major changes, we're allowed to update those values and to reflect those on the tax rolls. People will still get due process. They'll still have the right to appeal if they choose, and so forth. So outside of that, this plan almost mirrors the last reappraisal plan. The difference is that we've now included 2-year indexing, which is going to, again, create a new fiscal picture for Shelby County government. We'll be the first in this state to do it. We were the first in the state to submit a 2-year reappraisal plan, and we'll be the first one with approval of this commission to submit a plan with indexing involved.
And so, thank you for that interesting idea, and it's very creative, because if you wait 4 years, you lose or you don't capture all the improved values. And so my question then becomes, this resolution actually puts in the process of indexing, and then my next question is, will this be in place from here on out?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Once it gets approved, then it will become pretty standard unless the county chooses to change for the next, in perpetuity, every time we submit a reappraisal plan or whoever the next assessor is. submits a reappraisal plan, it would be approved. The state board definitely is poised to approve it. And that's what took so long to get this one to you.
Okay.
We should have had it to you 3 months ago.
Okay.
But what took so long was they kept sending it back to us, and we went back and forth with them on the
language,
because I believe they want to see it approved as well.
Okay.
And
so you stated that you're behind in the appraisals. I was just wondering why. Is it because there's not enough appraisers, or what are the issues?
No. We're not behind in the appraisal process.
Okay.
But we're operating without a plan, an approved plan in place.
Got it.
Yes,
Okay.
that's what I mean.
Okay.
And I'm a stickler in our office for meeting deadlines.
Okay.
I'm very liberal with how my employees operate, but we don't miss deadlines. This
Okay.
would be the first time we've gotten behind in terms of a deadline.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair. So, can you catch me up to speed? This particular plan, it has been in place and it's just being updated, or is this the
Right,
first
so-
of its kind?
Both. So we've been on so let me take you back. In 2021, we submitted a 2-year reappraisal plan. We foresaw the county, because of the way the markets were changing, we foresaw Shelby County losing a lot of money in the sales ratio. And in fact, we advised the administration that we felt that was going to happen. We took that, the county commission approved it. We took it to Nashville, and the other municipalities, all 7 of them, lobbied against it, including the city of Memphis. Now I think they all think that we needed a 2-year plan. And because they saw the results of what happens when you don't have, when you're not updating those values like they should be. Long story short, this time what we did, since the statute allows for it, is rather than submit a 2-year plan, we took I took, in writing this, the same 4-year plan and included indexing in the second year. So next year would be the second year. So in 2026, we would index. And what that means is we would review the values. I'm sorry, Commissioner.
No. That was going to be my next clarifying question. What is indexing?
Yeah, we would review those values just like you would if it was a new reappraisal, to see how big the market, if there are shifts in the market. If there are substantial shifts in the market, we would update our values. And so, but the good part about it is we don't have to change tax rate. You don't have to get a new certified tax rate. You follow me? And likewise, the municipalities don't have to kick in 50% of the cost. Because right now, during reappraisals, they do.
So initially, why would we choose to pursue the 2-year reappraisal rather than doing this 4-year with the indexing at the midpoint?
I thought about that, and Mr. Burgess and I talked it through. The problem is that although he and I both have met with various municipal mayors, I don't have 100% congruence. They're not in congruence. I don't have 100% ratification from them.
For the 2-year or
For the 2-year.
And how do they fare with the 4-year reappraisal?
With the indexing? Well, see, that would not, I don't think they have a choice on that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate you for educating us. Thank you, Mr. Boynton, for being here as well.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, both of you, and thank you for always thinking outside the box. We appreciate that. Let's take this item down for a vote. May I have a tally?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Sugarman and Thornton. We have 2 aye votes.
This item passes with a favor recommendation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, we have another add-on. Parliamentarian, please read number 5. into the record.
Yes, ma'am. Item 5 is an add-on item. Item 5 is an ordinance amending the Shelby County Charter to amend 1, Article 5, Section 5.24, recall of elected county officers, and 2, Article 6, Section 6.02, County Board of Education, sponsored by Commissioner Erica Sugarman.
Thank you so much. This item's been moved by myself and then seconded by Commissioner Thornton. Are there any questions, concerns, or issues? Okay, let's take this item down for vote. Can we have a tally?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Sugarman. Thornton, we have 2 aye votes.
This item goes down with a favor recommendation, and I believe that's it. We have another one? 1 and 2? Okay, thank you so much. Parliamentarian, can you read them into the record? I don't have those. Oh, did we? Okay, thank you. Item number 1 and 2, let's do them together.
Yes, ma'am. Item 1 is a resolution approving the election of notaries public for appointment and a reappointment for Shelby County, Tennessee, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks. And item 2 is a resolution acknowledging a vacancy in the Office of Judicial Commissioner and setting the following dates to fill one vacancy, Friday, October 3rd, 2025, as the application deadline, Wednesday, October 15th, 2025, as the date for interviewing candidates, and Monday, October 20th, 2025, as the date for appointment, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks and Chairwoman Shantae K. Avant.
Thank you. Seeing no commissioner in the queue, let's take these 2 items down for a vote. Oh, mover, it's been moved by, thank you, myself, and seconded by Commissioner Thornton. Seeing no commissioners in the queue, let's take this item down for a vote. Okay, can we have a tally?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Sugarman. Thornton, we have 2 aye votes.
Thank you. This item goes down with a favor recommendation, and that concludes the committee meeting.
We'll call to order Core City Neighborhoods and Housing.
Item 1 is a resolution approving the sale of 30 county-owned delinquent tax parcels acquired by Shelby County from various Shelby County tax sales to identified purchasers at various prices collectively totaling $142,325 pursuant to Tennessee Code annotated Section 67-5-2507 and authorizing the Shelby County Mayor to execute reclaimed deeds, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks.
All right, that item has been moved by Commissioner Sugarman and second by Commissioner Thornton. And we have Ms. Esther Sykes-Wood, who's been here all day. No, she hasn't.
Thank you, Esther Sykes-Wood, Land Bank Administrator. Just a quick recap on this. The total back taxes were $291,939,000. The total asking price was $142,325. So we collected a negative back taxes of $149,614. Regarding our out-of-town purchasers, we have 2 buyers, and they're purchasing 4 DTPs.
Turn my mic. Seeing there are no members in the queue, Madam Clerk, let's move to the vote. Thank you, Ms. Wood. Every member voted. Okay. Madam Clerk, looks like every member has voted. Please report the tally.
We have aye votes from Commissioner Sugarman, Thornton, Brooks. We have 3 aye votes.
Okay, let's see. We have a discussion item, the Land Bank Annual Report. Ms. Sykes-Wood, you want to, we have a copy of that. She's passing it out so we can get a summary.
Thank you, Esther Sykes-Wood, Land Bank Administrator. I do have a PowerPoint ready to go.
If I may, Chair, just a point of privilege.
Commissioner?
I would like to make a motion to defer this to the next committee. I do think that the issues concerning our, not issues, just the topic of our land bank deserves a larger audience than 3 commissioners. And I'm aware that this particular committee is always at the end. So if we could, just for the sake of this important conversation, appeal to the chair to get it bumped up so we can have a better audience. I would like for you to have a better audience.
And I appreciate that. And is that a motion?
Yes, it is a motion.
Okay, it's been moved by Commissioner Thornton, second by Commissioner Sugarman, that we will move the Land Bank Annual Report to the October meeting?
I think it's October. The next committee.
I'll tell you what, I'll give it to you in 1 minute. But our next meeting will be October 1st.
Okay. And then just for clarity, would you mind, Chair, requesting to the chairwoman to bump it up in the agenda flow for the day?
I sure will.
Thank you so much.
You're quite welcome. All right.
If I-
Can we do that without objection? So moved. Ms. Wood.
Just Esther Sykes-Wood, Land Bank Administrator. Since we have extra time before I present, I would love for y'all to review. If you could bring any questions or send them to me beforehand, that way I could address them all when I present. That would be wonderful. Thank you.
That's great, and thank you for that. We apologize and we appreciate your patience, but you will have more people and you'll have more input, and I know you would appreciate that. All right, thank you very much. We have one more item, item number 1. Madam Parliamentarian? No, we don't. No, we don't.
Yeah, like, well, I was.
All right, thank you so much. It's late in the evening, but this concludes the meeting. Thank you all for your participation.